You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of Karmic Relationships, Esoteric Studies by Rudolf Steiner. This is Volume 6, and I am reading the first lecture in Volume 6, which chronologically is in fact lecture number 1 in this series. For his present life on earth, man is beholden partly to the external world, including in the wider sense not only the several kingdoms of nature immediately around him, but also the influences coming from the stars and the cosmic expanse. But this is only one part of the world to which he is beholden for his present earthly life. He is beholden above all to his previous lives on earth, the results and effects of which he brings with him inwardly. As you know from anthroposophical literature, man is a fourfold being. Every time he goes to sleep, his astral body and capital I separate from his physical and etheric bodies. Of these members, only the physical and etheric bodies owe their character and composition to the world lying visibly, or also as etheric world invisibly, around man. On the other hand, everything that he bears within him in his astral body and ego in his present earthly existence, he owes entirely to what he experienced in the past, in earlier lives on earth. In the outer physical world, there are two portals, two gates, through which the life of man, taken in its entirety, reaches out beyond this world. We will begin today by considering this cosmic aspect, and conclude with a study very directly concerned with human life. For inhabitants of the earth, these two gates are the moon and the sun. The fact is that modern science knows very little indeed about the heavenly bodies, actually only what can be determined by calculation or observed by means of instruments. Just think what an inhabitant of Mars would know about the earth if from Mars or from some other star he were to acquire his knowledge by employing the same methods as those employed by the inhabitants of the earth. He would know no more than that the earth is a luminous body, radiating into cosmic space the light it reflects from the sun. He might form all kinds of hypotheses, just as men do about Mars, as to whether beings do or do not exist on the earth. But an inhabitant of the earth knows that beings of his own rank and beings of other kingdoms share his dwelling place. And those whose knowledge is derived from the inner spiritual destinies of earthly humanity will be able to reach a deeper understanding of the significance of the other heavenly bodies, for example, of the sun and the moon. Let us think about what may be said of this physical, psychic, and spiritual aspect of moon existence. I must here remind you of many things to be found in the book titled Occult Science and Outline, Reader's Aside, also known as An Outline of Esoteric Science, and of Reader's Aside, and in several of the printed lecture courses. From this literature, you know that the moon was once united with the earth. It is accepted by orthodox modern science, at any rate by its most important representatives, that the physical moon once separated from the earth, and, if I may put it so, chose its own position in cosmic space. But spiritual science discloses that not only did the physical moon separate from the earth, but that certain beings went with it, beings who had once inhabited the earth together with men. They were of a much higher spiritual rank than man in his physical embodiment, but they were in close intercourse with men, although this intercourse was altogether different from the relationships between human beings today. Anyone who devotes even cursory study to the early history of the earth and its spiritual achievements will feel deep reverence for the different civilizations. Certainly our forefathers, that is to say, we ourselves in earlier incarnations, were not as, in quotes, clever in the modern sense as we imagine ourselves to be today. But in point of fact, they knew a great deal more. Knowledge, after all, is not acquired through cleverness only. Cleverness comes from intellect, and intellect is only one of the human faculties, although nowadays it is prized, especially by science, more highly than all the others. Yet when we see how the world has developed in a moral and social respect in this enlightened 20th century, there is really no cause to be so very proud of our intellectual culture, which has come into being only in the course of time. Even if with no other aid than external history, we go back and consider, for example, what originates from the ancient East, we cannot but feel great reverence. The same may apply even to certain achievements of so-called uncivilized peoples. But we will think now only of ancient India and Persia, of the wonderful wisdom contained in the Vedas, in Vedanta or Yoga philosophy. If we let these things work upon us, not superficially, but with all their deep intensity, we shall feel an ever-increasing reverence for what past ages created, not through cleverness as we know it, but in a quite different way. Spiritual science makes it clear that what has been preserved in documentary records is only the residue of a wonderful primeval wisdom of mankind. It was expressed in a much more poetic, artistic language than is used for our modern knowledge. But it was nevertheless wonderful wisdom, imparted to men by beings at a stage of evolution far higher than that of humanity on earth. Intellectual thinking takes place, after all, through the instrumentality of the physical body, and these beings had no physical body. This accounts for the fact that they conveyed their primordial wisdom to mankind in an essentially poetic, artistic form. These beings did not remain with the earth. The majority of them today actually inhabit the moon and the heavens. What modern science can discover has to do only with the external properties of the moon. The moon is in truth the home of lofty spiritual beings, whose task once was to inspire earthly humanity with the primeval wisdom. They then withdrew to establish this moon colony in the cosmos. It is clear from what I have said about these beings, who now inhabit the moon, that our own human past is connected with them. In earlier lives, we were their terrestrial companions, and our connection with them is immediately evident if we look beyond what external knowledge and external life can give to man. When we contemplate all the factors by which our existence is determined, which are not, however, dependent upon our intellect, but transcend the intellect and are related to our deeper nature, we realize that these moon beings, although they no longer have their habitation on the earth, are still deeply and inwardly connected with our very existence. For before descending to the earth and receiving a physical body from our forefathers, we were in the spiritual world, in pre-earthly life. And there, even today, we are in close contact with these beings who were our companions in earth existence long ages ago. When we come down from the spiritual worlds into earthly existence, we pass through the moon sphere, through the moon existence. Once upon a time, when these moon beings were on the earth, they had a profound effect upon mankind. And it is still so today, inasmuch as they impress into the descending ego and astral body what is then carried over into the physical body on earth. Nobody can himself decide to be a man of talent, or a genius, or even a good man. Yet there are men of talent and genius, and some who are innately good. These are qualities which the intellect cannot produce. They are connected with man's inmost nature, a great part of which comes with him when he passes from pre-earthly existence through birth into earthly life. To impress into his ego and astral body what then makes its way into his nerves and blood as genius or talent or the will to do good or evil, this is the task of the moon beings. During the time when, in a man's pre-earthly existence, he is passing through the moon sphere. It is not only when, in poetic mood, lovers go walking in the moonlight, that the moon has an effect upon what is living and weaving in the deeper part of man's nature, below the level of consciousness. This moon influence is active in everything that rises from a level below that of the conscious intellect, and makes man what he really is in earthly life. And so today these moon beings are still connected with our past, inasmuch as it is they who, after our earlier incarnations, give us in pre-earthly existence the stamp of individuality. If we look back over our life, to the point where it runs out beyond the earthly realm into the spiritual, whence our particular faculties, our temperament, our inmost essential character are derived, we find in the moon the one gate which leads from the physical into the spiritual world. It is the gate through which the past makes its way into our life and gives us individuality. The other gate is the sun. We do not owe our individuality to the sun. The sun shines alike on the good and on the evil, on men of genius and on fools. As far as earthly life is concerned, the sun has no direct connection with our individuality. In one instance only has the sun established connection with earthly individuality, and this was possible because at a certain point of time in the earth's evolution, a sublime sun being, the Christ, did not remain on the sun, but came down from the sun to the earth and became a being of the earth in the body of a man, thus uniting his own cosmic destiny with the destiny of earthly humanity. The other sun beings who remained in the sun sphere have no access to the single human individuality, but only to what is common to all mankind. Something of this remained in the Christ and is an infinite blessing for earthly humanity. What had remained in him was and is that his power knows no differentiation among men. Christ is not the Christ of this or that nation, of this or that rank or class. He is the Christ for all men, without distinction of class, race, or nation. Nor is he the Christ of particular individualities, inasmuch as his help is available alike to the genius and the fool. The Christ impulse has access to the individuality of man, but to become effective, it must take effect in the inmost depths of human nature. It is not the forces of the intellect, but the deepest forces of the heart and soul which can receive the Christ impulse. But once received, this impulse works not for the benefit of the individual human, but of the universal human. This is because Christ is a sun being. Looking back into the past, we feel ourselves connected with the moon existence and realize that we bear within us something not derived from the present, but from the cosmic past, not merely from the earthly past. In our present earth existence, we unite this fragment of the past with the present. We do not, in the ordinary way, pay much attention to what is contained in this fragment of the past. But in point of fact, we should not be of much account as human beings if it were not there within us. What we acquire at the time of descending from pre-earthly into earthly existence has something automatic about it, the automatic element in our physical and etheric bodies. What makes us into particular human individuals is inwardly connected with our past and thus with the moon existence. But just as we are connected with the past through our moon existence, so are we connected with our future through the sun existence. We were ready for the moon forces, especially in relation to the beings who have withdrawn to the moon, even in earlier times. For the sun, which works today as an impulse in the sphere of the universal human only, we shall not be ready until a very distant future, when evolution has reached a much more advanced stage. The sun today can reach only to our external being. Not until distant future ages will it be able to reach our individuality, the inmost core of our being. When the earth is no longer earth, when it has passed into quite another metamorphosis, then and then only shall we be ready for the sun existence. Man is so proud of his intellect, but the intellect in present humanity is purely a product of the brain of the earth, since it is tied to the brain, and the brain, despite current belief, is the most physical structure in the human organism. The sun is perpetually wresting us away from this bondage to the earthly. For the sun does not in reality work upon our brain. If it did, we should produce much cleverer thoughts. From the physical aspect, the sun's influence is exerted on the heart, and what streams out from the heart is sun activity. Through the brain, men are essentially egotistic. Through the heart, they become free from egoism and rise to the level of the universal human. Thus, through the sun, we are more than we should be if we were left to our own resources in our present earth existence. Let me put it like this. If we can really find our way to the Christ, He enables us, because He is a sun being, to be more than we could otherwise be. The sun stands in the heavens personifying the future, whereas the moon personifies the past. The sun is the other gate into the spiritual world, the gate leading to the future. Just as we are impelled into earthly existence by the moon beings and moon forces, so through death we are impelled out of it by the sun forces. These sun forces are connected with that part of our nature of which we are not yet master, which the gods have given us so that we may not wilt in earthly life, but reach out beyond our own limitations. And so moon and sun are in truth the two gates in the universe into the spiritual life. The moon is inhabited by beings with whom we were once connected in the way I have indicated. The sun is inhabited by beings with whom, with the exception of the Christ, we shall be united only in our future cosmic existence. The Christ will lead us to those who were once His companions on the sun. But this, as far as man is concerned, belongs to the future. We have said that the influences of the moon work upon us from the spiritual world. The same is true of the influences working from the sun upon our physical and etheric bodies. Think, for example, of the temperaments. There are forces in the temperaments which play into the physical body, but more particularly into the etheric body. This is regulated by the interplay of sun and moon. A man with a strong vein of melancholy in his temperament is strongly influenced by the moon. Similarly, a man with a markedly sanguine vein in his temperament is strongly influenced by the sun. A man in whom the quality of sun and moon are in balance and neutralized will be a phlegmatic type. When the physical element, as such, plays into a man and comes to expression in the life of soul, as in the temperaments, the sun and moon forces are in play in the whole of his being. But to begin with, man is aware of these forces only when they confront him in their external physical manifestation, when the moon, and similarly the sun, announces its presence through the orb that is outwardly visible. Yet forces far transcending the physical are taking effect. We must always speak of the sun and moon as spiritual realities, and that is easy enough to realize. Think of a human body. This body today no longer has within it the same substances as it had 10 years ago. You are perpetually casting off these physical substances and replacing them by new. What endures is the spiritual form of man, the configuration of inner forces. Suppose you had been sitting in this room 10 years ago. You do not bring with you now the flesh and blood that were within you then as material substance. The physical is involved in a perpetual stream from within outward. It is being cast off all the time. Although this is a known fact, it is not always remembered. It is a fact in the cosmos too. People think that the moon which shines down upon the earth today is the same moon which shone upon Caesar or Alcibiades or Buddha. Spiritually, yes, it is the same moon, but not in respect of physical substance. As for the sun, the physicists and astrophysicists calculate how long it will be before it disintegrates in cosmic space. They know that it will disintegrate, but they reckon in terms of millions of years. The same kind of results would be obtained if such calculations were applied to the human being. The calculations are absolutely correct and cannot be faulted. Only they are not true. They are dead correct. But just think of it. If you examined a human heart today, then 5 days later, and then again after a further 5 days, you could calculate from the minute changes what it was like 300 years ago and what it will be like 300 years hence. In the same way, geology can calculate what the Earth looked like 20 million years ago and what it will look like 20 million years hence. The calculations may be perfectly correct, but the Earth was not in existence 20 million years ago and will not be in existence 20 million years from now. The calculations themselves are correct, but they are not true. Not even for the shortest periods does the cosmos differ from man in this respect. Although mineral substances last essentially longer in that form than the configuration of substance in living bodies, yet even the purely physical part of mineral substances is transient. As I have said, the moon is the sky. In the sky today is in its physical composition no longer the same moon which shone upon Caesar or Alcibiades or the Emperor Augustus, for its substance has changed, just as the substance of a man's physical body has changed. What endures out there in the cosmos is the spiritual element, just as in the case of a human being, what endures from birth to death is the spiritual entity, not the physical substance. We shall therefore only be viewing the world rightly when we say of man that what endures between birth and death is his soul. What endures out yonder in the celestial bodies is a multiplicity of beings. And when speaking of moon and sun, we ought to be conscious that if we are to speak truly, we must speak of beings of the moon and beings of the sun. The beings of the moon are connected with our past. The beings of the sun will be connected with our future. But even now they work into our present existence. A sound basis for the study of human karma and destiny can be established only when man is given his real place within the cosmos. Try as we will, we can never alter the past. For this reason, in the moon, forces as they work into and lay hold of our human nature, there is an element of immutable necessity. Everything that comes to us from the moon has this character. And whatever comes from the sun and points to the future, there is something in which our will, our freedom, can be a factor. So that we can say, when man again apprehends the divine in the cosmos, and instead of vague, sentimental generalizations, is able to speak with precision and definition about the divine as revealed in the several heavenly bodies. A special kind of language will take shape within him when he contemplates the heavenly bodies with heart knowledge and true human understanding. Now, suppose a human being were standing in front of us and looking at his hands or his arms, his head, his chest, his legs, his feet. We were to ask in each case, "What is that?" And were told in reply, "That is something human." When no distinctions are made, but everything is labeled with the generalization human, we are without bearings or direction. The same is true if we gaze out into the cosmos, contemplate the sun and moon and the stars, and speak of the divine as a generalization. We must acquire a definite, concretely real view of the divine. And this we do when we recognize, for example, the deep connection of the moon with our own past, indeed with the past of the whole earth. Then, when we look at the moon in the heavens, we can say, quote, "Thou cosmic offspring of necessity, when I contemplate that within me over which my will has no sway, I feel inwardly united with thee." Close quote. Our knowledge of the moon then becomes feeling, for we realize that every experience arising perceptibly out of inner necessity is connected with the moon. If in the same way we contemplate the inmost nature of the sun, not merely making calculations or observing it through instruments, we shall feel its kinship with everything that lives in us as freedom, with everything that we ourselves can achieve for the benefit of the future. Such experiences would enable us to find a link with the instinctive wisdom of primeval humanity. For we cannot rightly understand what radiates with such poetic beauty from ancient civilizations unless we can still feel, when we gaze at the moon, that there we are glimpsing the past with its element of necessity, and when we gaze at the sun, that there we are glimpsing the freedom belonging to the future. Necessity and freedom interweave in our destiny. In terms of the terrestrial and human, we speak of necessity and freedom. In terms of the heavenly and cosmic, we speak of moon existence and sun existence. Discover how the forces of the sun and moon work in the web of our destiny. We meet some human being. As a rule, the fact that we have met him is enough in itself. We accept life as it comes without being very observant or giving it much thought. But deeper scrutiny of individual human life reveals that when two persons meet, their paths have been guided in a remarkable way. Think of two individuals, one aged 25 and the other aged 20, who meet. They can look back over the course of their lives hitherto, and it will be evident to each of them that every single happening in the life of the one, say the 20-year-old, had impelled him from quite a different part of the world to this meeting, at this particular place, with the other. The same will be true of the 25-year-old. In the forming of destiny very much depends upon the fact that human beings, starting from different parts of the world, meet as though guided by an iron necessity directly to the meeting point. No thought is given to the wonders that can be revealed by studies of this kind, but human life is infinitely enriched by insight into such situations and impoverished without it. If we begin to think about our relationship to some human being whom we seem to have met quite by accident, we shall have to say to ourselves that we had been looking for him, seeking for him, ever since we were born into this earthly existence, and as a matter of fact, even before then. But I do not want to go into that at the moment. we need only remind ourselves that we should not have come across this individual if at some earlier point in earthly life we had taken only a slightly different direction to the left or to the right, and had not gone the way we did. As I said, people do not give any thought to these matters, but it is sheer arrogance to believe that something to which one pays no attention is non-existent. It is a fact and will eventually reveal itself to observation. There is, however, a significant difference between what takes place before the actual meeting of two individuals and what takes place from that moment onward. Before they met in earthly life, they had influenced each other without having any knowledge of the other's existence. After the meeting, the mutual influence continues, but now they know each other. And this again is the beginning of something extremely significant. Naturally, we also meet many individuals in life for whom we have not been seeking. I will not say that we meet a great many people of whom we might think that it would have been better not to have done so. I am not suggesting any such thing. But at all events, we do meet many individuals of whom we cannot say that we have deliberately set out to find them. If what I have now been saying is viewed in the light of spiritual science, it becomes clear that what has been in operation between two human beings before they actually meet in earthly life is determined by the moon, whereas everything that takes place between them after their meeting is determined by the sun. Hence, what occurs between two human beings before they become acquainted can only be regarded as the outcome of iron necessity, and what happens afterward as the expression of freedom, of mutually free relationship and behavior. It is indeed true that when we get to know a human being, our soul subconsciously looks back and forward, back to the spiritual moon, forward to the spiritual sun. And with this is connected the weaving of our karma, our destiny. Very few people today have faculties for perceiving these things. But it is precisely because these faculties are beginning to develop that so much in our age is in a state of ferment. The faculties are already present in numbers of human beings, only they are unaware of it, and ascribe the effects to all kinds of other causes. In reality, these faculties of perception are striving to function so that when human beings become acquainted with one another, they may realize how much is due to iron necessity, to the forces of the moon, and how their relationship will go forward in the light of the sun, in the light of freedom. To experience destiny in this way is itself part of the cosmic destiny of humanity today, and on into the future. When we meet a human being in the world, we can distinguish quite clearly between two kinds of relationship. In the case of one individual, the relationship proceeds from the will. In the case of another, it proceeds more or less from the intellect, or even from the aesthetic sense. Think of the subtle differences in the relationships between human beings, even in childhood or youth. We may love an individual, or perhaps we hate him. If our feelings do not reach this intensity, we shall feel sympathy or antipathy. Our feelings in this case do not go very deep. We just pass him by or let him pass us by. It cannot be denied that this was how we felt about most of our teachers at school, and we should count ourselves fortunate if it was not so. But a quite different kind of relationship is possible, even in childhood. It is when we are so inwardly affected by what we see a person do that we say, we must do it too. The relationship between us makes us choose him as a hero, as one we must follow on the path to Olympus. In short, some human beings have an effect upon our intellect, or at best upon our aesthetic sympathy or antipathy, and others have a direct effect upon our will. Or think of the other side of life. External circumstances may bring us into very close contact with certain individuals, yet we simply cannot dream about them. We may meet others only once, yet we never seem to be free of them. We are always dreaming about them. If a more intimate association is not vouchsafed to us in this present earthly life, this will have to be reserved for other incarnations. However that may be, our relationship to a human being is deeper if, as soon as we meet him, we begin to dream about him. There is also a sort of waking dream, which in the case of most people today lacks clear definition. But as you know, there are also initiated human beings who experience life very differently. If we meet an individual who makes an impression upon our will, he will also have an effect upon our inner speech, in quotes. He will not only speak when he is face to face with us, he will also speak out of us. If we are initiated into the secret of cosmic existence, we shall know that there is a double relationship between individuals when they meet. We may meet one person to whom we shall listen, and then go on our way. We need never listen to him anymore. Others we may meet to whom we shall listen, but when we go away from them, they still seem to be speaking, but out of our own inner being. They are there, and they really do seem to speak in this way. What happens in the case of an initiate is as I have just described. He actually carries within him, in the very quality of his voice, those who have made this impression on him. In those who are not initiated, this also takes place, but only in the realm of feeling. It is there all the same, but subconsciously. Let us assume that we meet an individual and then come across other people who know him as well and will remark what a splendid fellow he is. This means that they have thought about the man and have formed a judgment based on the intellect. But we do not call everyone we meet a splendid fellow or a cad, as the case may be. There are individuals who have an effect upon our will, which, as I have said, leads a kind of sleeping existence within us during our waking life. The effect is that we feel we simply must follow or oppose them. In one who is not initiated, these individuals, even if they do not speak within him, live in his will. What then exactly is the difference between these two kinds of relationships? When we meet other human beings who have no effect upon our will, but of whom we do no more than form a judgment, then there is no strong karmic connection between us. We have had little to do with them in earlier earthly lives. Individuals who affect our very will so that they seem to be always with us, whose form is so strongly impressed upon us that they are always in our thoughts, so that we dream of them even in our waking life. These are the individuals with whom we have had a great deal to do in our past earthly lives, with whom we are, as it were, cosmically connected through the gate of the moon. Whereas in our present life, we are connected through the sun with everything that lives in us, without any element of the necessity belonging to moon existence. Thus is destiny woven. On the one side, man has his isolated, in quotes, head existence, which has considerable independence. Even physically, this head existence raises itself all the time above the general conditions of man's cosmic existence, and in the following way. The brain weighs on average 1,500 grams, and with this weight it would crush all the underlying blood vessels. Just think of it, a weight of 1,500 grams pressing on those delicate blood vessels. But this does not happen. Why not? Simply because the brain is embedded in the cerebral fluid. If you have learned any physics, you will know that a body in water loses as much of its weight as the weight of the volume of water it displaces. This is the so-called principle of Archimedes. The actual weight of the brain is therefore about 20 grams, because the brain floats in the cerebral fluid. Hence, the brain in the body presses with a weight of only 20 grams, certainly not with its actual weight of 1,500 grams. The brain is isolated and has its own existence. As we go about the world, the brain is like a man sitting in his motor car. The man himself does not move. The car moves and he sits still. And our brain, as the bearer of intellect, has an isolated existence. That is why the intellect is so independent of our individuality. If each of us had our own separate and distinct intellect, this would augur badly for any mutual understanding. We are able to understand one another only because we all possess the same principle of intellect, although naturally there are differences of degree. But the intellect is a universal principle. Human beings can understand one another through the intellect, which is independent of their individual qualities. Whatever appears in human destiny as something belonging to the immediate present, such as the meeting of two people, works upon the intellect and impulses of feeling associated with the intellect. In these cases, we speak of someone as a splendid fellow in whom we have no further interest than that he has an effect upon our intellect. Everything that is not part of our karma has an effect upon the intellect. Everything that is part of our karma and links us with other human beings as a result of experiences once shared with the individuals we now meet, all this works through those depths of human nature which lie in the will. And so it is true that the will is working even before we actually meet a human being with whom we are karmically connected. The will is not always illumined by the intellect. Just think how much in the working of the will is shrouded in darkness. The karma which leads two human beings together is shrouded in the deepest obscurity of all. They become dimly aware that karma is working from the way in which their wills are involved. The moment they come to face to face, the intellect begins to work, and what is then woven by the intellect becomes the basis for future karma. But in essentials, not wholly, but in essentials, it would be true to say that for two human beings who are karmically connected, their karma has worked itself out when the meeting has taken place. Only what they may do after that, as a continuation of what lives in the unconscious, that and that alone becomes part of the stream of future karma. But a great deal is then woven into their destiny, which has an effect only on the intellect and its sympathies and antipathies. Past and future, moon existence and sun existence are here intermingled. The thread of karma that reaches into the past is interwoven with the thread that reaches into the future. We can actually gaze into cosmic existence, for if we watch the sun rising in the morning and look at the moon at night, we can glimpse in their mutual relationships a picture of how necessity and freedom are interwoven in our own destiny. And if, with a concrete idea of the mingling of necessity and freedom in human destiny, we again contemplate the sun and the moon, they will begin to unveil their spirituality to us. Then we shall not speak like the unwitting physicists, who, when they look at the moon, merely say that it reflects the light of the sun. But when we see this light of the moon, which is the same as the light of the sun, we shall rather speak of the weaving of cosmic destiny. Thus, contemplation of our own human destiny leads to a conception of cosmic destiny. Then and only then are we able in the real sense to knit our human existence with cosmic existence. Man must learn to feel himself a living member of the cosmos. Just as a finger is a finger only while it is actually part of a human body, If it is amputated, it is no longer really a finger. So man himself has real being only inasmuch as he is part of the cosmos. But man is arrogant, and the finger would probably be humbler if it had the same kind of consciousness. Yet perhaps it would no longer be humble if it could at any moment tear itself free and move around the body, although it would have to remain in the sphere of a human being in order to remain a finger at all. And man, as earthly man, must remain in the earth's sphere if he is to be man. He is a quite different being. He is a being of eternity when he is outside the earth sphere, either in pre-earthly or post-earthly existence. But again, we can gain knowledge of these spheres of existence only when we recognize that we ourselves are members of the universe. This recognition will never be achieved by fanciful speculation about our connection with the universe, but only when, as we have tried to do today, we learn gradually to feel its concrete reality. Then we feel that our destiny is, in very truth, an image of the world of stars, of the sun sphere and the moon nature, of the sun nature and the moon nature. We learn to look out into the universe and read the scroll of our human life from the life of the great universe. Again, we learn to look into our own soul and to understand the world through it. For nobody understands the moon who does not understand the element of necessity in human destiny. Nobody understands the sun who does not understand the element of freedom in human nature. Such are the interconnections of necessity and freedom. At the Christmas Foundation meeting at the Goetheanum, we tried to give the impulses which would help us to make these facts of true esoteric perception still more effective in the years to come. And I hope that our members will become more and more conscious of what took place at Christmas. I would like particularly to draw your attention to the fact that every member can now receive the news sheet. Through this news sheet and many other developments in the Anthroposophical Society, the whole society should, in future, be able to share in that quickening life which can flow from anthroposophy. The isolation which has hitherto existed between the groups must, as far as possible, come to an end. The Anthroposophical Society can become a real whole only when those who are members of a group in New Zealand know what is going on in a group in Bern, and members of a Bern group know what is going on in New Zealand or New York or Vienna. This should now be possible. And one of the many things we are doing, or at least that we want to do, in connection with the Christmas meeting, is to make this news sheet a medium for all anthroposophical work in the world. It will be necessary to pay some attention to the news sheet, and then everyone will realize what he can do to promote its aims. While I am speaking here, the third number of the news sheet is being issued in Dornach. In it, I have shown how every member can cooperate in making it a genuine reflection of anthroposophical achievements. Only because I believe that to this end it is necessary for anthroposophy to be cultivated more intensively within the society, I do not mean in the sense of more content, but with greater intensity, greater enthusiasm, greater love. Only for these reasons, although in the ordinary way I should have every right at my age to retire, I have decided, after having given up the personal leadership of the society in 1912, to begin again, and to imagine that I have regained my youth and am capable of the work. I want this to be understood as a desire to stimulate interest for a more active life in the Anthroposophical Society. My hope, and anyone who was not at Dornach can read about it in the Goetheanum Weekly and the news sheet, is that whatever of spiritual value was achieved at the Christmas meeting shall in some way reach every individual member. Thereby, the aim of bringing true esoteric life into the society will be achieved, The high school for spiritual science was founded at Christmas with the aim that esoteric life shall again flow into the Anthroposophical Society. I hope that the words I have spoken to you today will have expressed the desire that this esoteric life may again unfold among us in the way that will be made clearer and clearer to you. This aim can become reality through what can go out in future from Dornach as the center where the General Anthroposophical Society was founded at Christmas. May the members of this Bern group be able to contribute effectively to what we should like to achieve in Dornach for the whole movement, to the extent that our forces permit. That is the end of Lecture 1 of Volume 6, which in fact is Lecture 1 in the chronological sequence. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of Karmic Relationships, Esoteric Studies by Rudolf Steiner, Volume 6. And this is Lecture 2 in Volume 6, which is chronologically Lecture 23. Anthroposophical friends in Bern have already heard that the aim of the Christmas Foundation meeting at the Goetheanum was to bring a new trend into the Anthroposophical movement. The importance of becoming conscious of this new trend cannot be stressed too often, for the gist of the matter is this. Before the Christmas Foundation meeting, in practice at any rate, even if not invariably, the Anthroposophical Society was regarded as a sort of administrative center for the content and the impulse of anthroposophy. This essentially has been the position since the Anthroposophical Society made itself independent of the Theosophical Society. You know that I myself had no place on the Society's executive, but have, so to say, held a completely free position within the Society. And in this situation, the Society's development has not proceeded as it certainly could have done. The fact is that members have been too little alive to what might have developed on this basis. What happened was that from about the year 1919 onward, after the war, during which the problem of leadership of the Society was a very difficult one, all kinds of efforts were made and undertakings set on foot within the Society. These undertakings were the outcome of ambitions among the membership and proved to be detrimental to the real anthroposophical work. Detrimental in the sense that they aroused very strong hostility from the outside world. Naturally, when such undertakings are set on foot in a society, resting upon occult foundations, one must, for esoteric reasons, let them be. For think of it, if from the beginning I had stood in the way of all these undertakings, most of those engaged in them would have been saying today that if only this or that had happened, it would have led to favorable results. But there is no doubt at all that these things made the position of the anthroposophical movement in the world increasingly difficult. I do not want to go into details, but to take a more positive line. Let me say only that the time had come to counteract by something positive the negative trend that had gradually appeared in the Society. Before the Christmas Foundation meeting, I often found it necessary to emphasize that a real foundation, like the anthroposophical movement, which is in truth a spiritual stream guided and led from the supersensible worlds by spiritual powers and spiritual forces which are reflected here in the physical worlds, should not be identified with the Anthroposophical Society, which is simply an administrative body for the cultivation, as far as it is capable of this, of the anthroposophical impulse. But since the Christmas Foundation meeting at the Goetheanum, this has completely changed. And it was only because of this change that there was reason and purpose in my taking over the presidency myself, in cooperation with an executive which as a unified organism can work with great intensity for the anthroposophical movement. This means that the anthroposophical movement and the anthroposophical society are now one. Therefore, what was not the position before the Christmas Foundation meeting has changed fundamentally since that meeting. Henceforward, the Anthroposophical Society is to be identical with the Anthroposophical movement as presented in the world. But it has thus become essential that the esoteric impulse flowing through the Anthroposophical movement shall also find expression in the whole constitution of the Anthroposophical Society. Therefore, since this Christmas Foundation meeting in Dornach, it must be recognized unconditionally that the establishment of the Dornach executive is itself an esoteric matter, that a stream of true esotericism must flow through the society, and that the institution of the executive is to be regarded as an esoteric deed. This was the premise on which the executive was formed. Further, it must always be remembered that from now onward, the Anthroposophical Society will no longer exist merely as a body for the administration of anthroposophy. Anthroposophy itself must be practiced in everything that happens in the Anthroposophical Society. What is done must itself be anthroposophical. That apparently is what it is so difficult to realize. Let me read that again. That apparently is what it is so difficult to realize. Nevertheless, friends must gradually get it into their consciousness that this fundamental change has taken place. As a first step, in the news sheet appended to the Goetheanum Weekly, an effort has been made to introduce into the Society something that can provide unified substance for the membership, can further a unified flow of spiritual reality through the movement. A unified trend of thought is made possible, particularly through the weekly leading thoughts, which should be a kind of basic seed for work in the groups. It is really remarkable that so much misunderstanding still exists as to what the anthroposophical movement really is. A short while ago, I received a letter from a fairly recent member of the Anthroposophical Society. This letter expatiated on the alleged incorporation of the Christian community into the Anthroposophical Society. Parenthesis, the matter is of no importance here in Switzerland, but I mentioned it as an example, close parenthesis. At a certain point, I had made it quite clear from the Goetheanum and Dornach how the relationship between this Christian community and the Anthroposophical Society is to be thought of. I emphasized that I cannot in any way be regarded as the founder of the Christian community on the basis of the Anthroposophical Society, but that the Christian community formed itself through me by the side of the Anthroposophical Society. At the time, I used the expression, quote, through me as a private individual, close quote. The letter referred to seizes hold of this expression, private individual, after saying that a renewal of religion cannot come about through a human being, but only from the higher spheres. For a renewal of religion can be achieved only by divine spiritual powers. That is quite right. But something has been overlooked, and it is essential for this something to be fully grasped in the Anthroposophical Society. What must be grasped is that the Anthroposophical movement is such, in which, moreover, there also lies the source for a renewal of religion, certainly does not owe its origin to a human impulse alone, but has been sent into the world under the influence of divine spiritual powers, and by their impulse. Only when anthroposophy itself is seen to be a spiritual reality, which flows as an esoteric impulse through civilization, will it be possible to have the right view, the right point of view, when some other body comes into being with its source in anthroposophy. And an objection like that contained in the letter cannot arise. The consciousness must be there that henceforward the Anthroposophical Society will be led from the Goetheanum on an esoteric basis. Connected with this is the fact that a completely new trend will pervade the anthroposophical movement as it must now be conceived. Therefore, you too, my dear friends, will notice how differently it has been possible to speak since that time. In the future, it will amount to this. In all measures taken by the anthroposophical movement, which is now identical with the Anthroposophical Society, the responsibility is to the spiritual powers themselves. But this must be correctly understood. It must be realized that the title, quote, General Anthroposophical Society, close quote, may not be used in connection with any event or fixture organized without understanding having first been reached with the Dornach executive. That anything inaugurated by Dornach may not be made further use of without corresponding agreement with the executive. I am obliged to speak of this because it is constantly happening that lectures, for instance, are given under the alleged auspices of the General Anthroposophical Society without any application for permission having been made to Dornach. Matters which have an esoteric foundation, formula, and the like are sometimes adopted without obtaining the agreement of the Dornach executive. And this is absolutely essential, for we have to do with realities, not with administrative measures or formalities. So, for all these and similar matters, agreement must be sought from or a request made to the Dornach executive. If agreement is not forthcoming, the arrangements in question will not be regarded as issuing from the anthroposophical movement. This would have in some way to be made plain. Everything that savors of bureaucracy, all administrative formalities, must in the future be eliminated from the Anthroposophical Society. Relationship within the Anthroposophical Society is a purely human relationship. Everything is based upon the human reality. Perhaps I may mention here, too, that this is already indicated by the fact that every one of the 12,000 membership cards now being issued are personally signed by me. I was advised to have a rubber stamp made for the signature, but I shall not do so. It is only a minor point, but there is, after all, a difference when I have let my eyes rest on the name of a member. Thereby the personal relationship, abstract though it be, has been made. Even if it is an external detail, it should nevertheless be an indication that in future we shall endeavor to make relationships personal and human. Thus, for example, when it was recently asked in Prague whether the Bohemian Landesgesellschaft can become a member of the Anthroposophical Society, the decision had to be that this is not possible. Individual human beings alone can become members of the Anthroposophical Society. They can then join together to form groups, but they become members as individuals and have the membership card as such. Legal entities, in other words, non-human entities, will have no such card. Similarly, the statutes are not official regulations, but a simple statement of what the esoteric executive in Dornach wishes, out of its own initiative, to do for the anthroposophical movement. In future, all these things must be taken with the utmost seriousness. Only so will it be possible to bring into being in the Anthroposophical Society the attitude which, if it were absent, would make it impossible for me to take over the presidency of the society. Through the Christmas Foundation, a new character and impulse is to enter into all our work. In the future, whatever is said will have a spiritual source, so that many things that have happened recently can happen no longer. A great deal of the hostility, for instance, has arisen as a result of provocative actions in the society. Naturally, all kinds of questionable elements play a part, but in the future we can no longer adopt toward the hostility the attitude we have adopted in the past. For the lecture courses are available for everyone and can be obtained from the Anthroposophische Philosophische Verlag. We shall not let them be advertised in the book trade. Their release is not to be taken to mean that they will be handed over to the book trade, but they will be accessible to everyone. This fact in itself refutes the statement that the Anthroposophical Society is a secret society with secret literature. In the future, however, a very great deal will flow through the anthroposophical movement, in respect of which no kind of relation with a hostile outside world will be possible. Much of what will be introduced into the teachings of the Anthroposophical Society in the future will be of such a nature that it will inevitably evoke hostility in the outside world. But we shall not worry about it, because it is a matter of course. And so I want to speak to you today in this spirit, to speak particularly of how different a light is shed upon the historical evolution of mankind when the study of karmic relationships in world existence is pursued in real earnest. At the very first gathering held in Berlin for the purpose of founding the German section of the Theosophical Society, I chose for a lecture I proposed to give the title, Practical Questions of Karma. I wanted to introduce then what I intend to achieve now, namely the serious and earnest study of karma. In the German section of the Theosophical Society, at the time there were several old members of the society. They literally quaked at my intention to begin in such an esoteric way. And in actual fact, the attitude and mood for it were not there. It was quite obvious how little the people were prepared in their souls for such things. It was impossible at that time to proceed with the theme, Practical Questions of Karma, in the form that had been intended. Conditions made it necessary to speak in a much more exoteric way. But now, with more than 2 decades of preparatory work behind us, a beginning must be made with real esotericism. The Christmas Foundation meeting, when the esoteric impulse came into the society, has actually taken place. And so now a link can be made with that time when the intention was to introduce this esoteric trend into the society. What is the historical evolution of humanity when we consider what is revealed by the fact of repeated earthly lives? When some personality appears as a leading figure in the evolution of humanity, we must say, this personality is the bearer of an individuality of soul and spirit who was already present many times in earthly existence, and who carries over into this earthly life the impulses from earlier incarnations. Only in the light of his earlier earthly lives can we really understand such a personality. From this we see at once how what was working in earlier epochs of world history is carried over from those earlier epochs by human beings themselves. The civilization of today has developed out of the human beings who belong to the present in the wider sense. But they, after all, are the same souls who were there in earlier epochs and assimilated what those earlier civilizations brought into being. They themselves have carried it over into the present. The same applies to epochs other than the present. Only when we can discover what has been carried over by human souls from one epoch into the other, can we understand this onflowing stream of the impulses working in civilization. But then we have history in the concrete, not in the abstract. People usually speak only about ideas working in world history, about moral will or moral impulses in general, which carry over the fruits of civilization from one epoch into the others. but the bearers of these fruits of earlier civilizations are the human souls themselves, for they incarnate again and again. Moreover, it is only in this way that an individual realizes what he has himself become, how he has carried over that which forms the basis of his bodily destiny, his destiny in good and evil alike. When, as a first step, we ponder how history has been carried from one epoch into another, by the human beings themselves in their repeated earthly lives, then and only then are the secrets, the great enigmas of historical evolution unveiled. Today I want to show by 3 examples how karma works through actual personalities. One of these examples leads us into the wide arena of history. The other 2 deal more with the reincarnations of particular individuals. Our modern civilization contains a great many elements that are really not altogether in keeping with Christianity, with true Christian evolution. Natural science is brought even into the elementary schools, with the result that it has an effect upon the thinking even of people who have no scientific knowledge. These impulses are really not Christian. Whence do they originate? You all know that about 600 years after the founding of Christianity, Arabism, inspired by Muhammad, began to spread abroad. In Arabism, Muhammad founded a body of doctrine which in a certain sense was at variance with Christianity. To what extent at variance? The concept of the 3 forms of the Godhead, Father, Son, Spirit, is of the very essence of Christianity. The origin of this lies away back in the ancient mysteries, in which a man was led through 4 preparatory stages, and then through 3 higher stages. When he had reached the 5th stage, he came forth as a representative of the Christ, at the 7th and highest stage as a representative of the Father. I want only to make brief mention of this. It is the Trinity that makes it possible for the impulse of freedom to have its place in the evolution of Christianity. We look upward to the Father God, seeing in the Father God the spirituality implicit in all those forces of the universe which go out from the moon to earth existence. All those forces which in earth existence have to do with the impulses of physical germination, in man therefore with propagation, proceed from the moon. It must, of course, always be remembered that the human process of reproduction has its spiritual side. From the pre-earthly existence of spirit and soul, we come down to earthly existence, uniting with the physical body. But everything that is responsible for placing the human being from birth onward into earthly life is a creative act of the Father God, a creative act for the earth through the moon forces. Therefore, inasmuch as throughout an earthly life man is subject to the working of the moon forces, he is already predestined, when he enters earthly existence, to be exposed to impulses of a very definite kind. Hence, too, it is the essential characteristic of a moon religion, a religion like that of the ancient Hebrews, in which the father principle is predominant, always to attach value in the human being only to what has been bestowed upon him through the forces of the Father God, through the moon forces. When Christianity was founded, ancient mystery truths were still current in Christ's environment. Truths deriving, for example, from specific phenomena of life in the earliest period of post-Atlantean evolution. Grotesque as they seem today, these phenomena were grounded in the very nature of man. During the first epoch of post-Atlantean civilization, the ancient Indian epoch, When a man had reached the age of 30, a radical change, a complete metamorphosis, took place in his earthly life. So radical was the change that, expressed in modern words, it would have been perfectly possible for a man who had passed his 30th year to meet a younger man whom he had known quite well, perhaps as a friend. But when this younger man greeted him, the other would simply not understand what he was trying to do. When the older man had passed the age of 30, he had forgotten everything he had hitherto experienced on the earth. And whatever impulse worked in him in the later years of his life was imparted to him by the mysteries. This is how things were in the earliest period after the Atlantean catastrophe. If he wanted to know what his life had been before his 30th year, a man was obliged to inquire about it from the little community around him. At the age of 30, the soul was so completely transformed that the man was veritably a new being. He began a new existence, just as he had done at birth. In those days it was known that until the 30th year of life, the forces of youth were at work. Thereafter, it was the task of the mysteries, with the very real impulses they contained, to see to it that a genuinely human existence should continue in the man's soul. And this the mysteries were able to do because they were in possession of the secret of the Son, S-O-N. Christ lived in an age when the secrets of the Son, I can do no more than touch upon them here, had been lost, were known only to small circles of men. But because of the experience undergone in his 30th year, Christ was able to reveal that he, as the last to do so, had received the Son impulse directly from the cosmos, in the way it must be received, if after his 30th year a man is to be dependent upon the Sun forces, S-U-N, just as hitherto he was dependent upon the moon forces. Christ has enabled men to understand that the Sun principle, S-O-N, within him is the Sun being, S-U-N, once awaited in the mysteries, but then as a being not yet on the earth. And so, just as in the ancient mysteries, men had gazed into the secrets of the Sun, S-U-N, it was made clear to them that their gaze must now turn to the Christ, realizing that now the Sun mystery, S-U-N, had entered into man. In the first centuries of Christianity, this wisdom was completely exterminated. Star wisdom, cosmic wisdom, was exterminated, and a materialistic conception of the mystery of Golgotha gradually took shape. Christ was thought of as nothing more than a being who had dwelt in Jesus, but men were unwilling to realize what had actually come to pass. Those who were true knowers in the first Christian centuries were able to say, as well as the Father God, there is God the Son, the Christ God. The Father God rules over whatever is predetermined in man, because it is born with him and works in him as the forces of nature. It is upon this principle that the Hebrew religion is based. But by the side of it, Christianity places the power of the Son, S-O-N, which, during the course of man's life, draws into his soul as a creative force, making him free and enabling him to be reborn, realizing that in his earthly life he can become something that was not predetermined by the moon forces at birth. Such was the essential impulse of Christianity in the first centuries of its existence. Mohammedanism set its face against this impulse in its far-reaching decree, "There is no God save the God proclaimed by Muhammad." It is a retrogression to the pre-Christian principle, but clothed in a new form, as was inevitable 600 years after the founding of Christianity. The God of nature, the Father God, not a God of freedom by whom men are led on to freedom, was proclaimed as the one and only God. Within Arabism, where Mohammedanism was making headway, this was favorable for a revival and renewal of the fruits of ancient cultures. And such a revival, with the exclusion of Christianity, did indeed take place in the Orient on a magnificent scale. Together with the warlike campaigns of Arabism that spread from east toward the west, in Africa, as it were, enveloping Christianity, an impulse to revive ancient culture. Over in Asia, Arabism was cultivated with great brilliance at the court of Harun al-Rashid, at the time when Charles the Great was reigning in Europe. But whereas Charles the Great hardly progressed beyond the stage of being able to read and write, of developing the most primitive rudiments of culture, great and illustrious learning flourished at the court of Harun al-Rashid. It cannot perhaps be said that Harun al-Rashid in himself was an entirely good man, but he possessed a comprehensive, penetrating, and ingenious mind, a universal mind in the best sense. He gathered at his court all the sages who were the bearers of whatever knowledge was available at that time: poets, philosophers, doctors, theologians, architects. All these branches of learning flourished at the court of Harun al-Rashid, brought thither by his genius. At this court there lived a most distinguished and significant personality, one who, in an incarnation earlier than the one at the court of Harun al-Rashid, had been an initiate in the true sense. You will ask, does an initiate then not remain an initiate as he passes through his incarnations? It is possible for a man to have been a deep initiate in an earlier epoch, and then in a new epoch he must use the body and receive the education which this later epoch has to offer. In such a case, the forces deriving from the earlier incarnation will have to be held in the subconsciousness, and whatever is in keeping with the current civilization will have to be developed. There are men who seem outwardly to be products of the particular civilization in which they are living, but their manner of life enables one to perceive in them the existence of deeper impulses. In earlier times, they were initiates. Nor do they lose the fruits of initiation. Out of their subconsciousness, they act in accordance with its principles. But they cannot do otherwise than adapt themselves to the conditions of the existing civilization. The personality of whom tradition says that he made magnificent provision for all the sciences at the court of Harun al-Rashid was only one of the most eminent sages of his time, with a genius for organization so outstanding that he was virtually the source of much that was achieved at the court of Harun al-Rashid. The spread of Arabism continued for many centuries, as we know from the wars waged by Europe in an attempt to keep it within bounds. But that was not the end of it. The souls who were once active in Arabism passed through the gate of death, developed onward in the spiritual world, and remained connected in a sense with their work. This was what happened in the case of the individualities of Harun al-Rashid and of the wise counselor who lived at his court. To begin with, let us follow Harun al-Rashid. He passes through the gate of death and develops onward in the spiritual world. In its external form, Arabism is repulsed. Christianity implants itself into Middle and Western Europe in the exoteric form it has gradually acquired. But although it is impossible to continue to be active in the old form of Mohammedanism, of Arabism in Europe, it is very possible for the souls who once shared in this brilliant culture at the court of Harun al-Rashid, and there received the impulse for further achievements, to work on, and that is what they do. We find that Harun al-Rashid himself reincarnates in the renowned personality of Francis Bacon, Lord Bacon, the distinguished Englishman whose influence has affected the whole of modern scientific thinking, and therewith much that is to be found in the minds of human beings today. Harun al-Rashid could not disseminate from London, from England, a form of culture strictly aligned with Arabism. This soul was obliged to make use of the form of Arabism that was possible in the West. But the fundamental trend and tendency of what Bacon poured into European thinking is the old Arabism in the new form. And so Arabism lives in the scientific thinking of today, because Francis Bacon was the reincarnated Harun al-Rashid. The sage who had lived at his court also passed through the gate of death, but he took a different path. He could not come down into a stream of culture as materialistic as that into which Francis Bacon could enter. He had inevitably to remain within a more spiritual stream. And so it came about that in the epoch when the influence of Francis Bacon was also taking effect, another individuality was working, in this case in Middle Europe. One who, in his life of soul, encountered what had issued from the soul of the reborn Harun al-Rashid. We see the Bacon stream pouring out from England to Middle Europe, from west to east, bringing Arabism in the form it had acquired in its sweep across Spain and France. It is comprehensible, therefore, that the tenor and content of this soul should differ from the tenor and content of that other soul who passed through the gate of death, during the period of existence in the spiritual world, directed its gaze toward Eastern and Middle Europe, and was reborn in Middle Europe as Amos Comenius. He resuscitated what he had learned from Oriental wisdom at the court of Harun al-Rashid, inasmuch as, in the 17th century, he was the one who, with much forcefulness, promulgated the thought that the evolution of mankind is pervaded by organized spirituality. It is often said superficially that Comenius believed in the kingdom of 1,000 years. That is a trivial way of putting it. The truth is that Comenius believed in definite epochs in the evolution of humanity. He believed that historical evolution is organized from the spiritual world. His aim was to show that spirituality surges and weaves through the whole of nature. He wrote a, quote, pan-Sophia, close quote. There is a deeply spiritual trend in what he achieved. He became an educational reformer. As is known, his aim in education was to achieve concrete perceptibility, Anschaulichkeit, but a thoroughly spiritual perceptibility, not as in materialism. I cannot deal with this in detail, but can only indicate how Arabism in its Western form and in its Oriental form issued from what arose in Middle Europe, from the meeting of the two spiritual impulses connected with Bacon and Comenius. Many aspects of the civilization of Middle Europe can become intelligible to us only when we see how Arabism, in the form in which it could now be recast, was actually brought over from Asia by individuals who had once lived at the court of Harun al-Rashid. This shows us how human individuality is an active factor in the evolution of history. And then, by studying examples as striking as these, we can learn from them how karma works through the incarnations. As I have said on various occasions, what we learn from this study can be applied to our own incarnation. But to begin with, we must have concrete examples. Let us now take an example in which this country will be particularly interested. Let us take the example of Conrad Ferdinand Meyer, the Swiss poet. The very personality of Conrad Ferdinand Meyer, apart from his poetry, may well arouse interest. He is certainly a remarkable personality. When he was composing his poems, which flow along in wonderful rhythms, one can perceive how at every moment the soul was prone to slip out of the body. In the wonderful forms of Conrad Ferdinand Meyer's poems and of his prose poems, too, there is a quality belonging intrinsically to the soul. Many times in his earthly life, he was destined to suffer from a clouding of consciousness when this separation of the soul and spirit from the physical body became too pronounced. There was only a loose connection between the soul and spirit and the physical body. This is quite apparent when we study the poems or the personality of Conrad Ferdinand Meyer. We say to ourselves at once that this individuality, which in the Conrad Ferdinand Meyer incarnation was only loosely connected with the physical body, must surely have passed through very remarkable experiences in earlier earthly lives. Now, investigation of earlier earthly lives is by no means always easy. Disillusionments and setbacks of every description have to be encountered in the course of such investigation. For this reason, what I say about reincarnations is most emphatically not for the purpose of satisfying cravings for sensation, but always in order to shed deeper illumination upon the course of history. As we follow the life of Conrad Ferdinand Meyer, particularly in the light of this loose connection between the soul and spirit and the body, we are led back to a very early incarnation in the 6th century A.D. We are led to an individuality who, to begin with, eludes the spiritual intuition with which these things are investigated. Spiritually, we are thrust back from this individuality, who in his life in Italy was finding his way into Christianity in the form in which it was spreading at that time. We can never get really near him. And then we seem to be thrown back again to the Conrad Ferdinand Meyer incarnation. So that when, in this investigation of an earlier incarnation, we really seem to have got hold of the incarnation in the 6th century, we have to come back again to the later Conrad Ferdinand Meyer, without having properly understood the connection between these two incarnations. Until at last, the solution of the riddle dawns. We notice that in the mind of Conrad Ferdinand Meyer, there is a thought that puzzles and misleads us, a thought which was also expressed in his story titled The Saint, dealing with Thomas Becket, the Chancellor Archbishop of Canterbury in the 12th century at the court of Henry II of England. It is not until we follow the connections of the thoughts and feelings working in Conrad Ferdinand Meyer while he was writing this narrative that we gain any real insight into how his mind was working. We are led, as it were, from a clouding of consciousness into clarity, then again a clouding, and so on. And finally, we come to the conclusion that there must be some special significance in the thought that runs through Conrad Ferdinand Meyer's story. It must have deep roots. And then we hit upon the clue. This thought comes from an impulse in an earlier earthly life, the life when the individuality of the later Conrad Ferdinand Meyer lived at a minor court in Italy and played an important part in the development of Christianity. In that life, he had an unusual experience. Gradually, we discover that this individuality was sent with a Christian mission from Italy to England, and this mission founded the Archbishopric of Canterbury. The individuality who later became Conrad Ferdinand Meyer was, on the one side, deeply affected by that form of art which has since died out, but was prevalent in Italy in the 4th and 5th centuries A.D., and subsequently elaborated in the Italian mosaics. The individuality of Conrad Ferdinand Meyer lived and worked in this environment, and then, filled with the impulse of contemporary Christianity, accompanied the mission to England. After having participated in the founding of the Archbishopric of Canterbury, this individual was murdered in strange circumstances by an Anglo-Saxon chieftain. This happening lived on as an impulse in the soul, and when this soul was born as Conrad Ferdinand Meyer, the destiny of that earlier time was still alive in the subconscious. The murder in England, it has something to do with the Archbishopric of Canterbury. Just as a remembrance is often evoked by the sound of a word, so it was in this case, quote, "I once had something to do with Canterbury," close quote. And the impulse becomes an urge in Conrad Ferdinand Meyer's soul to describe not his own destiny, for that remains in the subconscious, but the similar destiny of Thomas Becket, the Chancellor of Henry II of England, and at the same time Archbishop of Canterbury. The strange infirmity of soul suffered by Conrad Ferdinand Meyer also causes experience of his own destiny to slip over into that of the other personality known to him from history. During the period of the 30 Years' War, when such chaotic conditions prevailed in Middle Europe, this individuality had been incarnated as a woman, and all the chaos of those times profoundly affected the individuality now incarnate in a female body. This woman married a rather uncouth, unpolished personality who fled from the conditions then prevailing in Germany to the region of Graubünden in Switzerland. And there this couple lived, the woman deeply sensitive to the chaos of the impressions around her, the man more plebeian. From the far-reaching events of that time, the soul had absorbed all that struggles to come forth again in, titled Jörg Jenach. The thoughts and emotions rise up again in Conrad Ferdinand Meyer from what he had experienced in those earlier circumstances. The difficulty is that the impressions welled up in Conrad Ferdinand Meyer's soul, but that he felt compelled to transform them, because his life in the world was such that impulses were constantly rising up into his soul and spirit, which then, in the Conrad Ferdinand Meyer incarnation, were responsible for the very loose connection between his soul and spirit and his physical body. This will indicate to you how impulses from olden times work over in a remarkable way into a man's thinking, feeling, perception, and artistic achievements. The truth of such things will quite certainly never be discovered by speculation or intellectual thinking, but only in genuine spiritual vision. Personalities who attract one's attention in some earthly life are especially interesting from the point of view of their reincarnations. There is a personality who is greatly loved and held in high esteem, above all in this country, through whom we can discern how souls pass through their earthly lives. When we have real knowledge of these matters, they turn out to be different from what one would naturally assume. There is a soul, I was able to find this soul for the first time, occupying a kind of priestly office in ancient mysteries. I say a kind of priestly office, for although he was not a priest of the highest rank, his position in the mysteries enabled him to do a great deal for the education of souls. In that incarnation, he was a noble character, full of goodness of heart, which his connection with the mysteries had developed in him. About 100 years before the birth of Christ, it was the destiny of this personality, in line with the customs of the times, to serve under a cruel slave owner as the foreman or manager of a host of slaves, whose work was hard and heavy and who could only be handled in the way that was the accepted practice in those days. This personality must not be misjudged or misunderstood. The conditions prevailing in ancient civilizations must be seen in a different light from those of today. We must understand above all what it meant for this fundamentally noble personality to have been incarnated 100 years before the founding of Christianity as a kind of foreman manager of a host of slaves. It was impossible for him always to act in accordance with his own impulses. That was his hard destiny. But at the same time, he had established a definite relationship with the souls living in the hard-worked slaves. He obeyed the crueler personality of whom I have spoken, his chief, we should say today. But in such circumstances, antipathies and sympathies are formed. And when the one who, often with a bleeding heart, had carried out the orders he received, passed through the gate of death, his soul encountered the souls who had felt for him too a certain hatred. This lived itself out in the life between death and rebirth, and established connections of soul and spirit, which then worked as impulses, preparing for the next earthly life. In the nature of things, karmic connections are formed between all human beings who have to do with one another. It was also destiny that the individuality of whom I am speaking, who was a kind of slave overseer, and connected karmically with the chief whose orders he was bound to obey, should have made himself guilty in a certain way. It was really innocence and guilt at the same time, of all the misery caused by the cruelty of his chief. He acquiesced in it, not out of any impulse of his own, but impelled by the force majeure of customs and circumstances. Thus a karmic tie was established between the two. In the life between death and rebirth, this took shape in such a way that the former slave overseer was born again in the 9th century A.D. as a woman. She became the wife of the one who had been the cruel chief, and in this relationship lived through much that constituted the karmic adjustment of what I have described as a kind of innocent guilt in connection with the cruelties that had been committed. But these experiences deepened the soul. Much of what had been present in the ancient priestly incarnation emerged once again, but overshadowed by great tragedy. Circumstances in the 9th century brought this wedded couple to connection with many human beings in whom there were living the souls, now reincarnated, of those who had been together with them as slaves. As a general rule, human souls are reborn during the same time period, and again, in this case, there was a connection in the life on the earth. The souls who had once worked under the slave overseer now lived together in spatial proximity as a fairly extensive community. The official servant of the community, but a servant of fairly high rank, was the individual who had once been the cruel slave owner. He had dealings with all the inhabitants of the community and experienced from them nothing but trouble. He was not their governor, but it was his duty to look after many of their affairs. The wife lived through all this at his side. We find, therefore, that a number of human beings are associated with these two personalities. But the karma that had bound the two together, the erstwhile slave owner and his overseer, this karmic tie was thereby done with. The ancient priest individuality was no longer bound to the other, but the tie with the other souls remained, precisely because in the incarnation about 100 BC, he had been at least the instrument for much that had been their lot. As a woman, this individuality brought only blessing to the community, for her deeds were performed with the greatest goodness and kindness, despite the infinitely tragic experiences she was obliged to undergo. All these shared experiences, all that wove the threads of karma, it all went on working. And during the next period of life between death and rebirth, after the 9th century and on into the modern age, impulses took shape once again, whereby these human beings were held together. And now the souls who had once been the slaves and later on came together in a village community, these souls were born again, not in any kind of external community, but at least during the same period of time, so that there was again the possibility of relationship with the individuality, now reborn, who had been the slave overseer 100 years before the Christian era, and the woman in the 9th century AD. For this individuality was reborn as pestalozzi. The souls who were also reborn more or less as contemporaries in order that karma might be fulfilled, these souls, whose relationship to him was, as I have described, became the pupils for whom Pestalozzi now performed deeds of untold blessing. When one studies life and behind life, as it presents itself, perceives the working of souls from incarnation to incarnation, certainly it is disturbing and astounding, for things are always different from what the intellect might conjecture. Yet life's content is immeasurably deepened when it is studied in this kind of context. I think, moreover, that a man himself has really gained something when he has studied such connections. If they are drawn forth, often with very great difficulty, from their spiritual backgrounds, and if one points, as I have only been able to do in sketchy outline today, to what is present in visible existence, one perceives how karma works through the course of human life. Verily, life acquires serious backgrounds when we pay attention to studies of this kind. And they can be understood if, with unprejudiced minds, we observe what then presents itself in the external world. Anthroposophy does not exist in order to expound theories about repeated earthly lives, or to give tabulated details of every kind, but to reveal in all their concrete reality the spiritual foundations of life. Men will look into the world with quite different eyes once the veils are lifted from these things. One day, if destiny permits, we shall have to speak of how they can play a part too in the actual deeds of men. Such knowledge will certainly show that concrete studies of karma are needed by our civilization as an impetus and a deepening. I wanted today merely to lay before you these actual examples of karma. The personalities in question are well-known figures in history. Study them closely, and you will find confirmation of much that I have said. That is the end of Lecture 2, which chronologically is Lecture 23. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of Karmic Relationships, Esoteric Studies by Rudolf Steiner. This is Volume 6, and it is the third lecture in Volume 6, which is chronologically Lecture number 2. And Lecture number 3 is from an incomplete transcript. When we contemplate the world around us, we find as our environment on Earth the beings of the mineral, plant, animal, and human kingdoms, and whatever belongs to and is produced from these kingdoms, mountains, rivers, clouds, and so forth. We look up to the heavens, and as we contemplate the stars and the planets, we shall realize, as the result of anthroposophical study, that like the earth, these different celestial bodies have their inhabitants. But as man turns his gaze to his earthly environment, and also to the heavens, he finds in this spatial environment beings who are connected with one part only of himself. We know from anthroposophy that man is a fourfold being composed of physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego, and that in sleep the ego and astral body separate from the physical and etheric bodies. But the universe we perceive through our senses is related to our physical body only, not to our astral body or ego. The only exceptions are two celestial bodies, the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are the abodes of spiritual beings, just as the earth is the abode of man. The other celestial bodies are also peopled by spiritual beings, but during his life, between birth and death, man is related to them in an indirect way only. In this respect, the sun and moon are exceptions. They are the two gates or portals through which, in physical life on earth, two, men are linked with the spiritual world. The sun is connected with our ego, the moon with our astral body. We shall begin to understand this if we turn to what has been said in the different books and lecture courses. You know that the moon, now moving independently through cosmic space, was once united with the earth. At a certain point of time, it liberated itself and went out into the universe, where it now forms a kind of colony of the earth. This applies not only to the physical moon, but also to the beings who inhabit it. You know, too, that the earth was once inhabited both by men and by certain higher beings, who were the first great teachers of humanity. They were not incarnated in physical bodies, as men are today, but only in etheric bodies. Nevertheless, intercourse between men and these beings continued until the Atlantean epoch. In those primeval ages on earth, men were exhorted at certain times to maintain complete stillness and calm in their souls, to be oblivious of their physical environment. And then in those primeval men, we ourselves in fact, for we were all on earth in previous lives, it was as if the great teachers spoke from within them, and they felt this as inspiration. These beings did not communicate their messages and teachings to men as we communicate with one another today, but in the way I have indicated. Works giving expression to a wonderful primordial wisdom were the fruits of this intercourse. Modern man is fundamentally arrogant, priding himself on being infinitely clever. And so indeed he is in comparison with the men of those remote ages. But cleverness, by itself, leads neither to wisdom nor to real knowledge. Cleverness is due to the intellect, and intellect is not the only instrument for acquiring knowledge. It was by deeper forces of the soul that men in primeval times were led to the knowledge which they did not express in intellectual phraseology, or in terms of our pedantic grammar, for all grammar is pedantic, but in language that was half poetry. Beings at an advanced stage of evolution, the primeval sages who taught men through inspiration, were the originators of works of supreme beauty, fragments of which have been preserved to this day. Only the dull-witted could fail to wonder at the Vedic literature, the Yoga and Vedanta philosophy of India, the lore of ancient Persia and Egypt. The more thoroughly we steep ourselves in these records, the more obvious it is that although we of the modern age are far cleverer than those ancient men, the knowledge they presented in a most beautiful poetic form leads very deeply into world mysteries. The scripts which fill us with such admiration and astonishment, if our hearts are rightly attuned, are only the last vestiges of the wonderful primordial wisdom that once existed in humanity as oral tradition, and that spiritual science alone is able to investigate. But men have outgrown this wisdom in its primal form. They would not have reached maturity nor achieved freedom in knowledge through their own efforts, had they continued at the stage of that ancient wisdom. The great teachers, having fulfilled their task, left the earth together with the moon, which as a physical planet had gone out into the universe. Today the great teachers form a kind of spiritual colony on the moon, and a seer who investigates the moon with the help of initiation science finds it peopled by those wise beings who were once the companions of men. The wisdom of these beings can even now be investigated through a higher development of faculties described in the book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds. These beings have an important task to perform for humanity, a task which it is difficult to describe in earthly words. The moon beings keep the, in quotes, books, the records of the whole past of humanity and of every individual man. These books are not, of course, anything in the least like the volumes in our libraries, but this designation is nevertheless justifiable. The books contain records of what every individual human being has experienced in his successive earthly lives. When we are descending from the cosmos to the earth, from the existence stretching between death and a new birth, we come into contact with the records of our past in these great books kept by the moon sages. Before we arrive on the earth, this past is imprinted in the astral body we bring with us into earthly existence, and in that astral body are the, in quotes, entries, close quotes, made by the moon beings. In ordinary circumstances, these entries do not reach the head. During earthly life, the head is by no means an organ of outstanding importance, although it is, of course, essential for the concepts and ideas relating to outer material existence. What is inscribed into man during the final stage of his descent from the cosmos to the earth is inscribed, believe it or not as you will, into the part of him we call the spiritual side of the metabolic limb system. The inscriptions, therefore, lie deep down in the unconscious. But they are actually there, and they pass over into the process of growth, into the health, and above all, they determine what I will call the curability, Heilbarkeit, of a human being when he is ill on earth. It is obviously important to understand the nature of illness, but even more important to understand how to heal. Supersensible knowledge itself is an essential help, for this reveals what has been inscribed from the Akashic Chronicle by the moon beings into the forces of the process of growth, into the forces of nourishment, into the forces of breathing, and so on. It is these inscriptions that determine whether a man puts up strong or only slight resistance to the healing of an illness. One individual will be easily healed, another only with difficulty. This is entirely dependent upon how the karma from previous earthly lives makes it possible for the inscriptions to take effect. When we think about what the moon, together with the beings who inhabit it spiritually, means for us on the earth, we are finally led to say that the moon is intimately connected with our past, with our previous earthly lives. To understand what the moon existence out yonder in cosmic space means on earth is to have intuitive perception of man's past. Destiny is formed out of what we bring over from our previous earthly life, that is to say, from our past, and what we experience during the present life. And out of what can be experienced in the present life, together with our past, our future destiny takes shape. In its cosmic aspect, therefore, the moon with its beings is revealed as the power which carves the pattern of our past in our destiny. You will realize from this how little is known today about the true functions of the celestial bodies. Information about the moon, such as we are accustomed to hear from the physical sciences today, is not knowledge in the true sense. A modern physicist who purports to describe the moon assumes that the mountain ranges depicted on lunar maps were always there. This is a very naive belief. The moon beings themselves were always there. The soul and spirit belonging to the moon was always there, but not the physical substance. You will be able to understand this by thinking of man himself. In the course of a man's earthly life, the physical substances of his body are perpetually changing. After a period of 7 to 8 years, all the substances originally within us have been replaced. What has remained is the soul and spirit, and the same applies to the heavenly bodies. The substance of the moon, although of longer duration than the substance of the human body, has all changed in the course of the ages. Spirit and soul alone has remained. With these things in mind, our view of the universe is altogether different from that presented by the material knowledge of today. This knowledge is extremely astute, highly intellectual. Above all, it can calculate with deadly accuracy. The calculations are accurate, but they are not true. Suppose someone makes calculations about the structure of the heart. He scrutinizes it today and again in a month's time. It has changed, very slightly. After another month, the change is again slight, and then he works out to what extent the heart changes in a year. He need only multiply, and he has the figure for 10 years. He can calculate what the measurements of the heart were 300 years ago, and what they will be 300 years from now. The calculations will certainly be correct. Only the heart did not exist 300 years ago, nor will it exist 300 years hence. The same procedure is adopted in other cases. The calculations are invariably correct, but they do not tally with the reality. The same applies to the outer substantiality of the heavenly bodies. Their substance changes, but the element of soul and spirit remains. And in the case of the moon, it is this element of soul and spirit that is woven into our destiny by the great recorders of our past life, and therefore constitutes part of the web of our destiny. So the moon is in truth one of the portals showing man the way into the spiritual world, the world out of which his destiny is woven by beings who were once his wise companions of the earth, in times when men themselves wove their destiny instinctively. The weaving of destiny now takes place entirely in the subconscious. Still another portal leads into the spiritual world. It is the portal of the sun. When through initiation science we acquire knowledge of the sun, the beings we encounter are not connected with the earth in the same way as the moon beings. In the sun sphere, we do not encounter beings who once had their abode on the earth. The beings we encounter in the sun are referred to in the book titled Occult Science as the angeloi, and the higher beings of the hierarchies. When I say in the sun, you must of course picture such beings in the whole sun sphere, in the flood of light radiating from the sun. The sun is the abode of the angeloi, one of whom is always connected with an individual human being. We ourselves, in respect of our ego, are connected with these higher beings through our sun existence. The angeloi are, in a certain sense, the cosmic prototypes of men, or in future times, man will attain their rank. These beings, with whose nature we ourselves have a certain relationship, have their abode in the sun sphere. From this you will realize that just as our past is connected with the moon existence, so is our future connected with the sun existence. Moon and sun represent our past and our future. When we know on the one side that the moon beings are the bookkeepers, the recorders of our past, that records of our past earthly lives are inscribed, as it were, on the leaves of their books, initiation science makes it clear that we must turn to the angeloi when we give any thought to our future. Just as what we have done in the past works on into our present life, the things we do in the present must work on into the future. But this is possible only through the angeloi who direct their gaze to a man's present deeds and bring them to effect in the future. It is good and right to take account of this function of the angeloi. We do many things that ought to bear fruit in the future. Humanity of the present age has become sadly thoughtless about such matters. When a man has performed some deed, he should think of his angelos, saying inwardly, quote, "May my guardian spirit receive this my deed as a root, and from it bring forth fruit." Close quote. The more definite and vivid the imagery used when a man addresses his angelos in connection with deeds which should subsequently bear fruit, the more abundant this fruit can be in the future. And so the moon beings preserve our past destiny, and the sun beings weave new destiny for the future. It is not outer physical light alone that the sun and moon send down to the earth. Being connected as it is with our astral body, the moon provides the initial impulse whereby everything from our past is woven into our destiny. The sun is connected with our ego, and through the beings who are a prototype of our future cosmic existence, has to do with our future destiny. And so the heavenly mirror pictures of our destiny are images of the relationship between sun and moon. Initiation science explains and confirms these facts. When a man has achieved the necessary degree of development, as I have described it in the book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, he then sees, when he contemplates the full moon, not only what normal consciousness sees. In the light of the full moon, he perceives his past destiny, the content of his previous earthly life. And when, with enhanced spiritual vision, he focuses his gaze upon the place occupied by the dark, physically invisible new moon, its dark shadow becomes for him the great admonisher formed by his destiny, proclaiming to him what his attitude must be to actions in his previous earthly life, in order that he may make compensation for them in the further course of his karma. It is possible for a man to establish a similar relationship with the sun. This enables him to have an inkling of future destinies, a general glimpse, at least, without specific details. If we now turn from the cosmic aspect to man himself, we find that human destiny is woven in a wonderful way out of two kinds of circumstances. When two individuals meet each other, one of them, let us say, in his 25th year, the other in his 30th, it may be the case, not of course always, that when the one or the other looks back over his life up to this point, he realizes with absolute certainty that each of them has pursued his path of life as though they were deliberately seeking for one another. To ignore such things simply denotes lack of thought. The child had already set out upon the path that led inevitably to the other human being, and the latter's path too led to the common meeting point. All this took place in the subconscious realm. But what has been at work there? Think of the one individual as A and the other as B. Before entering into earthly life, A descended through the moon sphere. The moon beings had inscribed in their records and also into his astral body what he had experienced in common with B in the past earthly life. And these entries, made by the moon beings in the Akashic Chronicle, influenced the paths taken by both A and B. From the moment they meet, the subconscious is no longer all important, for the two now come face to face and make a certain impression on one another. This is not a case of conservation of the past. It is the present that is now at work. The angeloi intervene and lead the individuals concerned to further stages. The forces of sun existence are now operating, so that within a man's inmost being, sun and moon together weave his destiny. This can be clearly visualized by thoughtful perception of the course of human life. When two individuals meet, the impression they make upon each other may be intrinsically different. There are cases where one of the two takes the other right into the sphere of his will, of his feelings. The outer personal impression has had little influence here. Intellectualists have no understanding of what is going on inwardly in such cases. For one of the most wonderful experiences imaginable is to see what kind of relationship is formed when two human beings come across each other for the first time. It may happen that A takes B into the sphere of his will by saying to himself, "What B does, I want to do myself. What pleases him also pleases me." Now, B may be unsightly and unattractive, and nobody can conceive that he could possibly be pleasing to A. You see, the attraction in this case is not caused by the reasoning mind or by the sense impressions, but by the deeper forces of the soul, by the will and what goes from the will into the heart. However unsightly the other may be, he has become so only in the present earthly life. The origin of the bond between the two lies in the experiences they shared in the previous life. Seen from outside, it seems that the two cannot possibly live in harmony. But the fact is that what is present subconsciously in each of them leads their wills together. Even in childhood, this often becomes evident. A child tries so hard to be like, quote, him, unquote, to have the same wishes as he has, to feel as he feels. A karmic connection is certainly present in such circumstances. That is one kind of meeting between individuals, and if they were alive to such happenings, as will inevitably be the case in a by no means distant future, when more attention will be paid to man's inner nature, the working of the will would indicate that past earthly lives have already been spent in company with such individuals. Moreover, subconscious soul forces give hints of experiences shared with others in the past incarnation. The other kind of meeting is this. One individual comes across another, but no relationship whatever is established between their wills. The aesthetic or mental impression is predominant. How often it happens that a man A makes the acquaintance of man B, but does not afterward refer to him with the warmth or abhorrence with which he speaks of someone with whom he has a karmic connection from earlier times. One may praise an individual with whom there is no karmic tie. One may appreciate him, consider him a splendid fellow. But he makes no effect upon the will. He makes an effect only upon the mind, upon the aesthetic sense. That is the second kind of meeting between individuals. If the effect made by the two upon each other reaches into the will, into the heart, into the inmost nature, then a karmic connection exists. The two individuals have been led to each other as the result of common experiences in the past earthly life. If an effect made by another person reaches only into the intellect, into the aesthetic sense, this is not an outcome of the moon's activity, but a situation brought about by the sun, and one that will have its sequel only in the future. And so, through a thoughtful, observant study of human life, we can learn to perceive the signs of karmic connections. What I have now told you is a fruit of knowledge attainable through anthroposophy. And just as nobody need himself be an artist to see beauty in a picture, as little need a man himself to be an initiate to understand these things. They can be understood because the ideas harmonize. There are people who say, the spiritual world is no concern of ours. We shall understand it only when we are actually in it. They say this because they are accustomed nowadays to accept as proof only what can be confirmed in a material, physical way. Such people are like dunderheads who say everything in the wide world must be supported, otherwise it falls down. The earth, the moon, the sun, all have their places in cosmic space, but they must have supports to prevent them from falling. Such people do not know that the cosmic bodies mutually support each other. Anthroposophy calls for this kind of understanding. Its ideas cannot be supported by external physical proofs, but, for all that, they mutually support each other. When you read an anthroposophical book for the first time, you may lay it aside because you are accustomed to find everything proved up to the hilt and in this book there are no such proofs. But if you read on, you will find that, like the cosmic bodies, the ideas support and sustain each other. The teachings can be understood even when one is not an initiate, but through initiation science, they become much more concretely real and are experienced differently. Therefore, someone who is sufficiently advanced is able to speak in a different way about the web of human destiny that is woven out of the past, the present, and the future. The experiences of a person who has reached a certain stage of initiation become much more concrete. Suppose that somebody is standing in front of you. He tells you something, and you hear it clearly. An initiate can hear the inner voice as well as the outer. He can hear the spiritual speech, which is no less clear than ordinary human speech. A person with whom an initiate was karmically connected in the past and whom he meets in the present life speaks to him as clearly and unambiguously as people speak in the ordinary way. The initiate hears an inner speech. You will say, then an initiate must have around him a whole collection of people who speak to him with varying degrees of clarity. And that is actually the case. At the same time, it is concrete proof of the way in which the previous earthly life has been spent. I have said that the moon beings, the great recorders, register destiny. But immediately an initiate encounters someone with whom he was karmically connected in the previous earthly life, the light of the full moon radiates to him the recorded entries of the other individual. What we think and do in the immediate present does not at once speak to us. But after a certain time, by no means very long, our deeds that have been registered by the moon beings become living and, in a sense, articulate. The Akashic pictures are living pictures. If you discover the content of a past earthly life, you learn to know both yourself and the other human being concerned. Common experiences of the past incarnation rise up into consciousness. No wonder that we hear them speak both from within ourselves and from within the other individual. We are united inwardly with those with whom we were associated in the previous earthly life. In the future, men must develop a delicate feeling for the stirrings of the will when meeting another person. In about 7,000 to 9,000 years, all human beings on the earth will be able to hear those with whom they are karmically connected, speaking from within. Now, if after initiation has been attained, a meeting takes place with someone with whom there is no karmic bond, who is encountered for the first time, again the experience is different. Naturally, an initiate may also come across individuals with whom he is not karmically connected. In any case, his experience will differ from that of others. He has a fine and delicate feeling for new facts revealed by the individual confronting him, in this case as a cosmic being. An individual encountered for the first time enables us to see more deeply into the cosmos. It is a piece of good fortune to meet such a person, and recognition that this meeting enlarges our knowledge of the world must develop into fine sensitivity. An initiate has a certain obligation in connection with every individual with whom he has no karmic connection from the past, whom he encounters for the first time in the cosmos, the spiritual world. He must link himself with the spiritual being belonging to the realm of the angeloi, who is the guardian spirit of this individual. He must become acquainted not only with the individual himself, but with his guardian angel as well. The guardian angel of this individual speaks unambiguously from within him. Hence, when an initiate encounters different human beings with whom he has no karmic bond, he hears a clear and definite speech. He hears what the angeloi of these individuals are saying. This gives a certain character to the intercourse between an initiate and ordinary men. He takes into himself what the angelos wishes to say to the person who has come into his ken. He transforms himself, as it were, into the angelos of this person, and what he can say to the latter is therefore more intimate than it is for ordinary consciousness. The initiate is actually a different being in all his contacts with individuals whose first meeting with him is in the cosmos, because he has identified himself with the angelos of each individual concerned. This is the secret of the faculty of self-transformation, possessed by those who, with the power bestowed by initiation, come face to face with other men. People today have very little feeling for such things compared with the faculty of perception they possessed in centuries by no means very long ago. It might have happened then that a sage, confronting 20 other persons, would have been described quite differently by each of them. The commonplace verdict in such circumstances would be that, as each of the 20 descriptions given was quite different from all the rest, none of the 20 writers actually saw the individual in question. But perhaps they all did. He changed in every case by establishing a link with the angelos of each person concerned. In this connection, a veritable abyss lies between what is accepted usage today and what was taken for granted not so very long ago. A great deal of learning is available in our time, but it is communicated in an entirely different way. In the higher training given in an epoch not far behind us, those who were called upon to be leaders of the people as priests or teachers were taught to develop the capacity to unite themselves with the angelos of a human being. But even remembrance of this has vanished. Knowledge of the angeloi was indispensable for those who aspired to be leaders of mankind in order to develop the power of self-transformation. And now, something else. It will strike you as extraordinary. I have spoken of it in the book titled Christianity as Mystical Fact, that there are great similarities in biographies of ancient initiates. Study these biographies and you will find that very many features are alike, for the great initiates underwent similar experiences in their souls. Biographies of ordinary human beings would never be alike. If those who encountered Zarathustra had all written about him, every characterization would have been different, because Zarathustra changed every time an individual came before him. What the world was meant to know about the great initiates was biography inspired by higher spirits. When the meeting between an initiate and some individual takes place for the first time in the cosmos, the initiate has to establish contact with the angelos of that individual. In doing so, he acquires a great deal of knowledge about the outer spiritual world. In point of fact, one cannot acquire deeper knowledge of other human beings through spiritual faculties without learning to know a host of angeloi. A true knowledge of man is impossible without knowledge of the angeloi. Just as human beings, not karmically connected with each other, acquire knowledge of the surrounding world through ordinary perception, the initiate gains knowledge of the world of the angeloi, which is then the bridge between himself and the higher hierarchies. There are also other indications of the existence of a karmic connection. We may meet an individual and then have a great deal to do with him, work with him, and so on, but we never dream about him. The reason is that the karmic connection is not with our astral body, but only with our ego. We may come across someone of whom we have only a fleeting glance, and yet he follows us into our very dreams, into our waking dreams too. Our picture of him is quite unconnected with his outward appearance, and has arisen entirely in the inner life, because we have a karmic tie with him. Again, we may meet someone with whom we are karmically connected and feel impelled to paint him. An artist may paint a portrait in which an uncultured person sees no likeness whatever, whereas an initiate may recognize a previous incarnation of the individual whose portrait has been painted. We get to know someone with whom we have a karmic connection in the depths of his being, although the knowledge may remain subconscious. Through individuals with whom we have had no previous karmic connection, whom we meet for the first time, we enlarge our knowledge of humanity in general. When you go to a tea party or some such function, just keep your ears open and listen to the conversation. If someone has met another individual with whom he is karmically connected, he will say little about the others present. But about this particular individual, he will say something of real significance, especially if he is unaware of what is behind it all. At the same kind of tea party, you may get into conversation with someone with whom you have no karmic connection at all. Your interest in him is very superficial, and he seems to you to be typical of all the other guests. Such a gathering is very brief as a rule, and a great deal of talk goes on about world affairs, about noted politicians and the like. After listening to these few people, we may judge the whole of society by this criterion. The judgment may be erroneous, but nevertheless it is through individuals with whom we have no karmic connection that another aspect of the world is presented to us. There was once a traveler who happened to reach Königsberg station at midnight. He asked for a cup of coffee and was addressed in very coarse language by the red-headed waiter who had been dozing. The traveler wrote in his diary, quote, "The people of Königsberg have red hair, are sleepy and coarse," close quote. He was judging all the people of Königsberg by this night waiter, someone with whom he had no karmic connection. Through studies of this kind, we learn not only how to assess life and its values, but we get nearer to other human beings and are connected with them in a different way. We learn not only to understand human life, which is the essential task of anthroposophy, we also learn to know cosmic life. Sun and moon cease to be the subject of abstract theories and become living realities in the cosmos, the great counterparts in the universe of the microcosmic destiny of men on the earth. Sun activity combines with moon activity in our life. The light radiating to us from the moon is connected with our cosmic past, and the light of the sun is connected with our cosmic future. It was the aim of the Christmas meeting, when the Anthroposophical Society was given a new foundation, to stress the importance of anthroposophy for life itself. It was said that esotericism, in the true sense of the word, must be a living power among us. The Christmas meeting was not intended merely to be a festive gathering of a number of anthroposophists, but its efficacy and its impulses were meant to endure. One new plan is to issue a news sheet. As a matter of fact, the first 3 numbers have already appeared, containing reports of what is going on in the Anthroposophical Society. The society must become a kind of living spiritual organism. On my journeys, I have constantly found members in The Hague, for example, saying, quote, "We have no idea what the members in Vienna are doing, and yet we belong to an Anthroposophical Society," close quote. I wonder how many here in Zurich could tell me what is going on in the groups of the society in Leipzig or Hamburg. And this is what must be possible in future. Members of the New Zealand group should have a real picture of what is going on in Vienna and so on. It would be helpful if the members will send to the editorial office of the news sheet accounts of their experiences, both in the society and outside it. This material will then be edited, and members will be able to read about whatever is going on in the society. I propose in future to include in the news sheet short concentrated aphorisms for use in the group meetings or on other occasions. All these measures should instill real life, pulsating life into the Anthroposophical Society, and every member should realize that this was the aim of the Christmas meeting. Moreover, it is only because this is how things ought to be, and indeed must be, if anthroposophy itself is to do justice to its past and future, that I have undertaken the presidency, associated with an executive, which I know will work fruitfully from the center at the Gratianum. I had for many years kept apart from all administrative matters, and had it not been an absolute necessity, I should not have thought of starting anew and repeating in old age what one did as a young man. I want to appeal to every member of the Anthroposophical Society to help in ensuring that through the Christmas meeting, the foundation stone of anthroposophical life shall be laid in the hearts of our members, and that it shall develop as a living seed, so that active life may constantly increase in the society. If that happens, the society will also be able to send its impulse out into the world. That is the end of Lecture 3 of Volume 6, which is, in fact, chronologically, Lecture 2 in the Karmic Relationship series. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of the Karmic Relationships, Esoteric Studies by Rudolf Steiner. This is Volume 6, and it's the fourth lecture in Volume 6, which is, chronologically, Lecture 3 in the entire series. From various anthroposophical sources, you know of the significance of the heavenly bodies for man's existence, and I shall speak today of a particular aspect of this subject. When, during life on Earth, we look around at our terrestrial and cosmic environment, our physical senses, even when they reach as far as the stars, perceive only what is connected with the part of our human constitution that is laid aside at death. We know from anthroposophy that the physical body derives its forces, as well as its material composition, from what surrounds us on the earth. In addition to the physical body, we have an etheric body. And just as the physical body draws its forces and material components from the earth, so does the etheric body draw its forces and components from the extraterrestrial cosmos, from the etheric world. This etheric world surrounds the earth in the expanse of space. In it, the stars are embedded, and from it, the light streams down to the earth from the cosmos. Thus, we owe our physical and etheric existence to what is invisible in our terrestrial environment or cosmic environment. But within this etheric environment of the earth, there are two heavenly bodies, which may be said to be gates or portals into the spiritual world. These are the two cosmic bodies of sun and moon, to which everyone possessed of deeper insight into the structure of the universe has always attached the greatest possible importance for human life. If we study man with anthroposophical insight, we know that, as well as the physical and etheric bodies, he has within him his astral body and ego. But if we direct our attention to the astral body and ego of man, we shall find that in the cosmic expanse, perceptible to our physical senses, including even the world of stars, there is nothing in the least akin to them. We find only what is akin to our physical and etheric nature. In the whole wide universe, actually, or potentially visible to our senses, or comprehensible to the intellect, there is nothing that provides any forces or components for our astral body and ego. The moon and the sun, however, are like gates into the world from which these members of our being originate. You know that in my book titled Occult Science, also known as Esoteric Science, and other writings, reference is made to the time when the physical moon separated from the earth, with which it once formed a single body in the cosmos. But this physical and etheric separation is not the only matter with which we should be concerned in connection with the moon existence and human life. The separation of the moon is a very significant spiritual fact. I have often said that in very ancient times, man possessed a primordial wisdom. We are very proud nowadays, of our intellectual acumen, of knowledge based upon reason and observation. This kind of knowledge was not possessed by early humanity. The earth and man, together with the earth, had necessarily to develop to a certain stage before such knowledge was possible. Without this development, man would not have been able to use his physical body and its delicate nervous system for the acquisition of intellectual knowledge. The primordial knowledge possessed by man was an instinctive knowledge, expressed in a form altogether different from that adopted by modern scholarship. What men knew about the mysteries of the world in those ancient times was expressed in poetical language of great majesty, and what tradition has preserved or can be discovered in existing records is no more than an echo of the power of that ancient wisdom. We may well be filled with wonder today when we study the Vedas or the Vedanta philosophy. We may marvel at the glorious verses of the Bhagavad Gita and recognize the sublimity of all those works. But it must be remembered that they are only the last offshoots of something infinitely greater and more powerful. Men owed this wisdom to the fact that they lived in communion with beings whose existence was on a higher level than that of modern humanity, and naturally also of the humanity of those days. These beings had no physical body, comparable with that of man of today. They moved about the earth in etheric bodies, but nevertheless shared a life in common with humanity. Since they had no physical body, these beings were not able to converse with men in the way that one person converses with another today. But in certain states of consciousness, the men of those ancient times, that is to say, we ourselves in earlier incarnations, were aware of certain feelings and thoughts, of which we knew that they did not spring from within our own being, as little as what we hear from someone else through oral communication springs from within ourselves. The much higher and more powerful knowledge possessed by these etheric beings was, as it were, in quotes, inspired into men in a spiritual way. Thus, in earlier incarnations, in the primeval periods of the earth's existence, we communed with non-physical beings. These beings are no longer, and for long ages have not been, part of earthly life. They have withdrawn from intercourse with men, and only a few sparse remnants have been preserved of the world's secrets once revealed through these beings in the remote past. Moreover, it can be said with truth that even these few remnants are not really understood. To what habitation, then, have these beings of the ancient past withdrawn? When the physical moon separated from the earth, these beings followed after it into the universe. I have already spoken about this, but today I want to say something more, so that when we turn our gaze to the moon, we shall be aware that this cosmic body is inhabited by beings who were once the companions of mankind on earth. It may seem as if these beings have no connection with the man living on earth in his physical body. Nevertheless, there is a connection, and it is of this that I want to speak. Simply from the fact that long ago these beings were man's companions on earth, we may conclude that they are connected in some way with his past, and this is in fact the case. A man's life here on earth in his physical body is interwoven with what we call destiny. Destiny, or karma, the Oriental term we are accustomed to use, is a very mysterious factor in human life, but its most significant connections are not always perceived. Suppose two people who have never seen each other before meet at a particular moment. From this moment, something that is the result of joint action begins to play a part in their lives. Their recognition of each other is mutual, and they know that, from now on, they will have a great deal to do with each other. If two people in this situation review the course of their lives since childhood, they will find, if they observe with sufficient detachment, that everything they did up to the moment of their meeting had a definite significance, in that every step they took since childhood seems from the beginning to have been so cleverly directed that the path led them to the point where the meeting took place. If, starting from the time when they met and began to form a friendship, they look back over their past lives without preconceived notions, it will seem that since a certain starting point in their distant childhood, every step led them inevitably to the place where they finally met. Whatever they did so purposefully was of course done unconsciously. The conscious period began only after the meeting, but the conscious and the unconscious unite in a remarkable way. In the weaving of our destiny, there is a great difference between the path we have arranged unconsciously so that we may meet the other person, and what we do after the meeting has taken place. Then he is actually before us. We understand what he says, and we adjust our actions to what he is doing in external life. Thereafter, we lead a common life of which our senses and intellect are aware. But we shall see how that common life is interwoven with what we did until the time we met. We may well ask, what is it that is taking effect in all these forces and movements which finally bring us together? There may also be some event lying ahead of us. Every aspect of destiny comes into consideration. We shall find that there is a great difference between experiences of the two kinds of events. There are, in fact, two ways of encountering another human being in life. In the one case, we immediately have a feeling, or at least we have it as soon as we have come across the man or the event in question, a feeling which we take into the sphere of our will. We get to know the person, what he is, what he now does in company with us. All this we experience in the realm of our will. We want to think as he thinks, to feel as he feels, to will as he wills. We actually feel that he is beginning to be active within our own being. He sets something astir within us, something that originates in him, but nevertheless lives in our will, and from our will pervades our whole soul. Indeed, we learn in this way to know ourselves better, inasmuch as in our life of will and in the deeper feelings connected with our will, we become aware that the person not only makes an impression upon us from outside, but stirs something into activity within us. That is one way in which our destined encounter with another human being takes effect. In another case, we are less inwardly stirred by an acquaintanceship. We observe the person more from outside, forming an opinion of him by the impression he makes upon our intelligence, upon our aesthetic sense. There is a very great difference between these two kinds of acquaintanceship. Suppose we get to know someone. Then we go away and are tempted to talk about our new acquaintance. There will be a noticeable difference in the way we speak about the different people we know. On one occasion, the way in which we speak makes it quite obvious to others that we are putting something of ourselves into our words. We may speak about the other person as though he were handsome, but in point of fact, he is the very reverse, and those who are listening simply cannot understand why we speak of him as we do. He appears to them to be the reverse of good-looking, hence they cannot understand how anyone can possibly rhapsodize about him. But we are not in the least concerned with what others may see in him from an aesthetic point of view. We are not talking about the impression he makes upon us from outside. We are talking about the inner effect he arouses in us, and what we say about him need not tally with the impression he makes upon others. In the case of another acquaintance, it is different. We have a good eye for whether he is handsome or the reverse. From the way we speak, it is clear that here the impressions made upon our intellect, our senses, and our aesthetic judgment have been the criterion. We may, for instance, refer to him as a fine fellow. You know quite well that there are acquaintances of whom it would never occur to us to speak in this superficial way. The actual language we use is such that other people will immediately understand what we mean, if they know the individual or get to know him later on. It is a simple fact that these are two ways of describing individuals we meet. The first case indicates that when we meet the individual in question, the existence we share in the previous earthly life is set astir within us. Something is pointing back to earlier incarnations, when we lived in each other's company. In the second case, we judge externally. We express our opinions in a way that others can immediately understand, because we were not together in an earlier earthly life, but may perhaps have met him for the very first time in the present incarnation. If spiritual insight enables us to penetrate to what lies at the root of the destiny, which reveals itself in so definite a form in the first case, we shall find the following. Before the human being comes down to physical existence on earth, and while before the actual descent, he is passing through the moon sphere, there is implanted into his astral body the karma he shares in common with other human beings. It is implanted into him for his present earthly existence by those beings who once lived on earth together with men, and who then withdrew to the moon sphere. These are the beings through whose sphere we pass before we descend into earthly existence. It is they who, since they left the earth and their companionship with men, concern themselves with recording the destiny which individuals have in common. Thus it is that when we come across another person in the first of the two ways I described, what reverberates within us has been recorded in those great books of destiny kept by the moon beings with their knowledge of the lives of men on earth. These are books in which spiritual accounts are kept, and they contain entries of everything we have experienced in common with other men. As we pass through the moon sphere, we read in those books what we are to bring with us to the earth, and then, with the help of what we have thus read, we direct our path, perhaps for 25 to 30 years, until we finally meet in earthly existence the individual of whom we had read in these moon books before we descended to the earth, that we had shared certain experiences with him in a previous earthly life. These mysterious connections are organized in a wonderful way. We must look up to the moon existence with feelings deepened through anthroposophy, having in mind not only the information given by physical science, but also what spiritual science can tell us about the spiritual aspect of the moon. There are many analogies which make this sphere of cosmic existence intelligible. The analogy drawn from earthly life is supported by knowing to which little attention is paid. It has often been emphasized that It has often been emphasized here that in 7 or 8 years, the physical substance of a man's body has completely changed. Physical substance is thrust out through the skin, nails, and hair are cut. This indicates, and it is actually the fact, that man thrusts out physical substance from the center of his being and produces new substance to replace it. What you cut from your nails today was within your organism 7 or 8 years ago. You thrust it out and have now got rid of it. Physical substance is renewed. Any of you who may have been here 10 years ago must not imagine that the same muscles and the same physical components are present today, for that is not so. But the soul and spirit of each of you, that is present. The same is true of the heavenly bodies. The physicist is concerned only with the physical substance and speaks as if the moon he now sees in the heavens were the same moon whose physical substance once separated from the earth. But that is just as nonsensical as to believe that the muscles and physical components which were here 10 years ago are here again today. It takes longer for the heavenly bodies to change their substance, but they do indeed change it. The physical moon should not really be spoken of in the way that modern science speaks. What has endured in the moon are the spiritual beings who were once inhabitants of the earth together with men. The moon that is now their habitat has changed. That is to say, its physical substance has changed. And just as it is your soul and spirit which forms the link between the you who sat here 10 years ago and the you of today, so it is the beings of spirit and soul who in reality constitute the essence of the moon. And these are the beings who register our past. This whole subject can be further deepened when expounded in the light of initiation knowledge. So far, I have explained how in the case of acquaintances of the first kind, something begins to stir in us, and how this is what the moon beings make it possible for us to read in their records before we descended to the earth. An initiate has a very different experience of a meeting of this kind. He, like everyone else, meets other human beings during his life. But whereas a man with ordinary consciousness merely has the feeling that he takes the other human being into the sphere of his will, and does not judge him only by the external impression he makes, the initiate can actually see the earlier incarnations of the personalities whom he encounters. He sees not only the physical man together with his qualities of soul and spirit, but he sees behind him a shadowy picture of the man's previous life, or perhaps of several lives. Through spiritual perception, we get to know a man in such a way that he seems to be a whole series of persons who are as objectively real as the one physically in front of us. In civilizations where some inkling of these things still survived, attempts were actually made to portray them. Certain old pictures portray a human figure, behind it and a little higher a second, and behind that a third, and still higher still. In this way, attempts were made to capture in painting the impression which the initiate has of an acquaintance in whom he perceives not only the qualities of which he is the bearer in this life, but what comes over with him from previous incarnations. It may be said, and it is in strict conformity with spiritual science, that whatever is karmically connected with a human being is clearly perceptible to an initiate, but is no more than a dim inkling to ordinary consciousness. Whatever works and weaves from our past into our destiny may be called the moon element in us. The effect of this is that if we meet a human being who is karmically connected with us, we are really always meeting a plurality. For the initiate, this means acquaintance with a number of human beings in the one, or at very least, in several human lives. And this recognition of the earlier lives is as vivid to him as that of the present life. Now, let us consider the other kind of acquaintanceship, where we judge a man more by the external, aesthetic impression he makes, by what our intellect or our senses tell us about him. The impression can be understood by everyone. In this case, it is studied by the methods of spiritual science. If it is studied by the methods of spiritual science, it will be found that nothing leads back to the past. No beings in the moon sphere have prepared the way to this acquaintanceship in earthly life. Nothing has been inscribed in the moon sphere into the astral body of the man concerned. Other forces are working here, forces of soul and spirit, connected with the sun existence. In this second kind of acquaintanceship, the sun forces, forces of soul and spirit, weave destiny from a different side. Again, if we are capable of spiritual insight, what leads us to human beings with whom we have jointly accomplished something in past lives is experienced to begin with as if it were hidden in dark, mysterious night. Then, when we actually meet the person in question, and the bright light of day seem to take the place of the mysterious night, read that again. Then, when we actually meet the person in question and allow the impression he makes to affect us, the sun and the bright light of day seem to take the place of the mysterious night. That is indeed what happens spiritually. In the case of two people who have been karmically connected for long ages, not only the past, but the present and the future as well are glimpsed, and the weaving of destiny continues. The spiritual influences of the sun make themselves felt. But even in the case of those who have shared no experiences in earlier earthly lives, this spiritual element of the sun weaves in their destinies, both in the present and in the future. If, with the insight of initiation, we meet someone with whom we have had no joint experiences in earlier lives, but whom we are meeting now for the first time, we should see no shadowy pictures of earthly lives behind him. We should see instead beings of the higher hierarchies, beings of a rank not yet attained by man. To the insight of initiation, there is a great difference between meeting someone with whom we have already been connected in the past and someone we meet for the first time. If we had often been together with him, his earlier lives rise up in a picture behind him. If we had never met him before, beings of the next higher hierarchy appear in his background, beings who come down to us on earth together with the rays of the sun. Just as the moon beings weave into our astral body the karma that is past, so do these sun beings weave into our subconscious ego organization what is to take place after our first meeting with another human being here on earth. This is the basis of our future karma. The present is all the time changing into the future. What is now the present has for the preceding moment become the future. The counterpart in the cosmos of this course of man's evolution, from the past to the future, is to be seen in the passage of the moon in the heavens, with the sun either following or ahead. The relationship between past and future, in the mysterious weaving of destiny in human life, is the same as the relationship between moon and sun in their passage around the universe. If, with initiation knowledge, when you meet someone, you say to yourself with deep feeling that what the moon beings have inscribed in his astral body belongs to you just as it does to him, and that by its means you have been led to him. When you meet someone for the very first time, you will feel that angels and archangels stand behind him. Both experiences point to the future. There are endless ways in which destiny may be fulfilled. If you learn how to contemplate the cosmic expanse in this way, moon and sun are revealed as the two gates into the spiritual world. You will realize then that what is part of the earthly physical environment lives for the moment in your physical body. What is present in the wide etheric spheres, where the stars are to be seen, lives in your etheric body. But let me read that again. You will realize then that what is part of the earthly physical environment lives for the most part in your physical body. What is present in the wide etheric spheres, where the stars are to be seen, lives in your etheric body. But when you look up to the moon or the sun, you will know that you are looking at what is present, not in your physical or your etheric body, but in your astral body, and gives power to your ego. Through the moon existence, you are led out of the physical and etheric worlds into the spiritual world. In the same way, when you look up to the sun, you will recognize that through its forces of spirit and soul, you are being led through a gate to a world akin to your own ego. Not akin to your physical and etheric bodies, but to your ego. The ego enables you to take your place in the world as a conscious being, accompanied by the destiny woven into your life as necessity, and to which you conform because of your particular physical aptitudes, temperament, or character, all of which are merely means of expression for your karma. In everything of which the poet says, quote, "This you must be, you cannot escape from yourself," close quote. In all this, the past moon existence is living on, and the sun existence is working whenever you are conscious of freedom of choice. Thus, spiritually considered, nature existence and moral existence interweave. Nature does not exist in isolation, with its rigid necessities on the one side, and on the other side, soul and spirit unable to enter into any real relationship with it, and existing only as a remote moral order. There is no such contrast, for it is possible with spiritual insight to find in the phenomena of nature the morality that is alive within us. True, it is necessary here to pass beyond the ordinary phenomena of nature to what is revealed by the spiritual sun and moon existence. Insight of this kind makes it possible for us to ascend from a nature existence to existence as beings of soul and spirit. It is also possible, although not with ordinary consciousness, to perceive in our earthly or cosmic environment the causes of illnesses which may befall us. In itself, our organism is healthy, for it is born out of its healthy ego, its healthy astral body, and also out of a healthy etheric world. If someone falls ill here on earth, it can only be because something approaches him from outside. which, owing to his inherent constitution, he is not able completely to transform. You can see that this is so from very simple examples. Suppose you are in a warm or a cold room. You must not allow the heat or cold to pass through you, as it might pass through a piece of wood or stone. You absorb and convert the external warmth, which acts merely as a stimulus. You yourself generate in your own organism the warmth you have within you. If you cannot do this, if you allow the environment to treat you as it treats a stick or stone, if external warmth penetrates into you and you are unable to transform it, you will immediately catch cold. Man cannot take anything from the environment of the earth into himself without transforming it. This also applies to the food he eats. He transforms what he eats just as he transforms everything in the environment. And it is a scientific fantasy to believe otherwise. If no transformation is achieved, he will fall ill. Here lies the physical cause of illness. But illness can also be connected with destiny. If we limit our thoughts to this present earthly life, to the period, let us say, between some year in the 19th or 20th century and today, 6th February 1924, we shall agree that if something from the environment is going to make us ill, it will have to exert a very powerful influence. If something that comes from outside, cold or heat or perhaps noxious air, is to make us ill, it will need to be very forceful. If we merely look at a deadly nightshade, it will not poison us. Nor, if the noxious atmosphere is sufficiently far away, will it poison us. In short, if the influence from outside affects only the life of soul, it does not make us ill. To achieve that, a much more powerful influence is needed. But now consider the following. Large numbers of people nowadays are out-and-out materialists and believe only in material influences from the environment. But actually there are many ways in which they cannot be materialists, for instance, in some of their bodily needs. They cannot avoid eating what is spiritual in plants or of the nature of soul in animals. If they were honest and consistent materialists in the matter of their food, they would eat nothing but stones, nothing but inorganic, lifeless matter. In their life of soul, the only concepts and ideas they will accept are concerned with the lifeless, and this becomes a force leading to illness in the following incarnation. The impressions make their way into the soul and are transformed into forces which can become physically active. The karmic aspect of illness is carried over from previous earthly lives into our present life, because we admitted into ourselves, in earlier incarnations, elements which are not fitting for human beings. We have become susceptible to illness. These ideas and impressions work in this present life as potent causes of illness. Something that may have been no more than an idea or inner experience of the soul in one earthly life is transformed in the period we live through between death and rebirth into forces that work physically. We have within us much that works physically, whereas in an earlier life it was purely of the nature of soul. Thus we have to regard illness as a matter of destiny, and we must not succumb to the superstition that illnesses can be cured by spiritual means alone. Means that take effects physically are necessary. But if we fully understand the facts and realize that what is physically active in the present life is to be traced back to something that was active in the life of soul in earlier lives, we shall recognize also that by turning our thoughts away from what was imperfect toward what is perfect in man, we shall carry over in a healthy form into our next life what would otherwise be a cause of illness. For instance, if we are convinced that an illness has resulted from a materialistic life of soul in a previous incarnation, we may be sure that we can only rid ourselves of the illness by a treatment based upon spiritual views and ideas, and these are found in anthroposophy, which is not theory, but directly related to life, cultivating the insight and feeling that life requires. If we can contemplate the cosmos and the whole environment of the earth in the light streaming from anthroposophy when rightly cultivated, moon and sun seem intimately related to us. We see in them the cosmic pictures of our own past and our own future. We become intensely conscious of our relationship with the whole cosmos. We see our past and future weaving in our destiny. In sun and moon, we see world destiny revealing itself. We shall feel in our past something that takes its place beside our present and our future, as the moon takes its place in the cosmos beside the sun. Our reverence and devotion, our capacity for sacrifice for the sake of the whole cosmos will be enhanced when we learn how to expand our own existence into cosmic existence, and thus experience the kinship between what lives in us and weaves in the universe. One of the tasks anthroposophy sets itself is to help human beings to establish union with the universe in this way. And I hope that one of the results of our meeting here in such large numbers will be that we shall identify ourselves more and more with this task of anthroposophy, which is to give added depth not only to the thoughts of men, but also to their hearts and feelings. This was indeed the purpose of the Christmas Foundation meeting. That meeting made it clear that if the Anthroposophical Society is to develop the right kind of activity, it must abandon the paths it has been taking during these last 10 years. It must cease to concern itself with externalities, must penetrate to inner spiritual realities. The School of Spiritual Science is to be established in Dornach. The School of Spiritual Science, to be established in Dornach, must have this esoteric character, and so must the society as a whole, in order to maintain the spiritual life it needs. It must throw off the tendency that has threatened it during the last 10 years, the tendency to be absorbed in externalities. What has actually been happening during these 10 years, and was happening even before then? Here is an example. A very strong opposition, it is particularly active just now, has been able to refer to lecture courses and transcripts of lectures which are not available to the general public. As you know, people wished to possess these lecture courses and transcripts, and it was a matter of meeting these wishes, although it was obvious that this was the very way to give the opposition the ammunition it needed. We live in times when secrecy is quite out of the question. Therefore, at the Christmas meeting, the Society was declared to be a public institution. But that does not in any way gainsay the fact that on the other side, it becomes all the more esoteric. The leadership of the Society must be more and more consciously anthroposophical. It was for this reason that when we were framing our statutes, our procedure differed entirely from what is customary. Statutes usually start by laying down some basic principle. We had such statutes in the Theosophical Society: the establishment of a universal brotherhood of mankind, the recognition of unity in religions, and so on. As I have often said, instead of all this, we must emphasize the reality which the Anthroposophical Society is able to establish. This was in fact done at the Christmas meeting. There was no mention of abstract principles, but it was declared that in Dornach there is something that is living reality. Whoever sees justification in what is thus actively alive in Dornoch is entitled to join the society. The life of the society is not conditioned by abstractions usually known as statutes. Our so-called statutes are an account of what exists in Dornoch and what we aim to do from there. The society is to have an executive which acts and which in its actions and in the initiatives it takes has a clear view of what forms and constitutes it. Thus we have tried to replace abstractions by the genuinely human element and to assert this even in the statutes. This is the one and only possibility of life for a society that is to be an organ for the influx of spiritual power into the world. Let me put it like this. The executive, created in Dornoch at Christmas, is based upon a hypothetical assumption. If the society is willing to accept what it does, it will be an executive in the real sense. If the society is unwilling, then the executive will amount to nothing. It can be accepted only as the center of living activity. I can give no more than brief indications at the moment. Everything else will be clearly set forth in the news sheet. A real attempt was made through the Christmas meeting to bring a new spirit into the society, but it is essential that the nature of this new spirit shall be understood. It is not a spirit of abstractions, but of living reality, a spirit which wants to speak not to the head, but to the hearts of men. Thus, as far as anthroposophy is concerned, the Christmas meeting was either everything or nothing. And it will be nothing if it has no real continuity, if it was merely a festive occasion which people found enjoyable, forgetting about it afterward and remaining in the same old grooves. If that happens, the meeting will have no real content, and nothing will stream back to it. The only content it can have is derived from the life in the various spheres of the society. It will become a reality only by virtue of what happens through its impulse in the life of the Anthroposophical Society. The Christmas meeting becomes a reality only through its consequences and effects. A certain responsibility in the soul is involved merely when attention is directed to the Christmas meeting, the responsibility to make it a reality. Otherwise, as a foundation, it will withdraw from earthly existence and go the same way as the moon beings of which I have spoken today. In a certain sense, the impulse of the Christmas Foundation meeting was actually in the world. Whether it will become effective in life depends upon whether its impulse continues. The spiritual foundation stone of the Anthroposophical Society was laid in the hearts of every participant. We brought the meeting to a formal conclusion, but actually it should never be closed. It should continue perpetually in the life of the Anthroposophical Society. For this reason, I would ask you to take very seriously what you will find in the weekly news sheet, and to consider everything that will become known to you by its means, not only as something reported or described, but as actual reality. It cannot be expected that everything will be arranged at once, and to begin with, people will inevitably be asking, how should this or that be done? One of the first steps will be that in the news sheet you will find what I may call guiding lines in the form of aphorisms, giving expression to anthroposophical truths on such themes as life, religion, art, and so forth. And then people in the different groups will be able to say, here is a thought sent to us from Dornoch as a guiding line. In addition to other business, let us therefore concentrate on this thought. In this way, unity will develop among the various spheres of anthroposophical life within the society. Many things will begin to flow through the society as its lifeblood, so that instead of merely speaking about unity, the society may be permeated by a common spiritual blood. Such was the aim of the Christmas meeting. It could be felt then, and its further effects will become apparent as time goes on. Emphasis on this is particularly necessary here in Germany, where the whole position is different from anywhere else. In other countries, the opposition is not nearly as strong as it is here. If it crops up elsewhere, one can usually see that it is imported from here, although there is a certain kind of opposition everywhere, especially in the vicinity of Dornach itself. All the same, it is a special kind of opposition that faces us in Germany, a very tough opposition, which works with systematic, fully conscious methods. It was a difficult decision to put someone who was practically lowest at the head of the society, but that is what actually happened. When the Anthroposophical Society was founded in 1912-13, I held no office in it. Indeed, I was not even a member. Nor was I a member afterward. I have often emphasized this, but it has been misunderstood. I wanted the Anthroposophical Society to have me only as teacher, as one who could lead to the sources of anthroposophical life. The attempt had to be made in order to see what would come of it. What has happened is that at the age when people usually retire, I have to make a beginning. Or in fact, I regard the Christmas meeting as a beginning, a genuine beginning in life. And I would like you, too, to feel that we are at a beginning. If you feel like this, then you may expect results from this beginning, in which there are great possibilities. It is only from necessity that I have become a member, in fact, president of the Anthroposophical Society. And I sincerely hope that the significance of the Christmas meeting will be realized. If this comes about, it may perhaps be possible, as a result of this attempt and with the cooperation of everyone, with what will go out from Dornach, for genuine anthroposophical life to flow through the society. In this spirit, and it is upon this spirit that everything in the society will depend, I should like to respond most cordially to the welcome given me today by Dr. Kalisko on the occasion of my first visit here since the Christmas meeting. I should like to respond with equal warmth so that we may work together in the spirit of the Christmas meeting in such a way that the impulse then given may never cease to be active among anthroposophists who genuinely strive to understand what anthroposophical life means. The influence of the Dornach meeting and the spirit we tried to invoke then will always be present if there is devotion and perceptive understanding among the members. Let us then work together, realizing the deep significance of the Dornach meeting. Let us never treat it with indifference, but regard it as an impulse that penetrates deeply into our hearts. The Dornach meeting will then have been much more than a festival week. It will be an impulse affecting the whole world and the destiny of man. And that is the right impulse for all anthroposophical work and activity. The end of Lecture 4, which is chronologically Lecture 3. You are listening to Rudolf Steiner Audio.com. This is a reading of Karmic Relationships, Esoteric Studies by Rudolf Steiner. This is Volume 6. This is Lecture 5 in Volume 6, which is, in the chronological series of these lectures, Lecture 21. The truth of repeated lives on Earth was once expressed in German literature in impressive words to which attention has often been called in the anthroposophical movement. At the height of his powers, Lessing wrote his memorable treatise titled The Education of the Human Race, at the end of which he declares his belief in repeated lives on Earth. In monumental sentences, he declares that the historical development of humanity can be intelligible only on the assumption that the individual man passes through many lives on earth and carries over into other epochs of evolution what may have been experienced and accomplished in an earlier epoch. In this connection, two facts only need to be borne in mind. When attempts are made by historians to explain later events as the effects of earlier causes, all kinds of reasons are brought forward, the influence of ideas, of physical happenings, and so forth. In short, pure abstractions. The truth is that the same individuals who were living, let us say, at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century, lived in earlier epochs as well. They then absorbed what was happening around them, or what was to be experienced from their fellow human beings, carried it all through the gate of death into the spiritual world in which man lives between death and rebirth, and brought it down again with them into a new earthly life. They are therefore themselves the bearers of what has passed over from one epoch to another in the course of the evolution of humanity. The past is forever being carried over to the future by individual men. This is the one fact that can fill the soul with a feeling of reverence when it is taken with due earnestness. And the other fact is that, on reflection, all of us sitting here will be able to say, we ourselves have lived on the earth many times, and what we are today is the product of those previous lives. When we survey history and let it shed light upon our own experiences, the realization that there are repeated lives on earth may well imbue knowledge with a mood of reverence. And Lessing must certainly have experienced something of the kind when he wrote, quote, "Why should not every individual man have existed more than once upon this world? Is this hypothesis so laughable merely because it is the oldest, because the human understanding, before the sophistries of the schools had dissipated and debilitated it, lighted upon it at once?" Close quote. And he voices his consciousness of realities, such as those indicated above, in the monumental words, quote, "Is not then all eternity mine?" Close quote. The line of spiritual development, which could have been introduced into German culture at that time through Lessing's treatise, was broken. And in any case, its continuance would certainly have been ridiculed by the mentality of the 19th century. More than 20 years ago in Berlin, when we were beginning anthroposophical work within the framework of the Theosophical Society, it was announced on the program of the meeting held in connection with the founding of what was then called the German section of the Theosophical Society, that the title of one of the first exercises I proposed to give would be, quote, "Practical Exercises for the Understanding of Karma," close quote, über praktische Karma-Übungen. It was a matter at that time of introducing the idea of karma with such forcefulness that it could have become one of the leitmotifs in the development of the anthroposophical movement. But when I spoke about what I meant by this title to one or two well-known members of the old Theosophical Society who had come over to Berlin, there was general opposition. Such a subject was considered to be quite impossible. And as a matter of fact, although I am not suggesting that these people were right, it would have been premature at that time to speak to wider circles about these intimate esoteric truths. If one wishes to avoid abstract generalizations and to speak in a concrete way about karma and its significance in the historical life of mankind, this is not possible without touching upon matters of a deeply esoteric nature and making use of the concepts of esotericism. Hence, in a certain respect, everything in the way of knowledge that has since been developed in the Anthroposophical Society was a necessary preparation, because in the days to which I have referred, the members of this society were not sufficiently mature. But sooner or later, the time must come when it is possible to speak concretely of the truths of karma and their connection with the evolution of humanity. If we were to wait any longer, this would be a grave defect on the part of the Anthroposophical Society. Hence, one of the intentions expressed at the Christmas Foundation meeting at the Goetheanum was to the effect that communication of the findings of genuine spiritual investigation into these more intimate questions of the evolution of humanity should no longer be withheld. And in line with this, the anthroposophical movement will, in future, be attentive to what the spiritual beings desire, not to what timidity and caution regard as inopportune or untimely. In this connection, the Christmas meeting at the Goetheanum was not only of qualitative significance for the anthroposophical movement, but something that was to mark the beginning of deeper and more intensive anthroposophical work. And it is from this point of view, which must also become a point of view of the whole movement, that I shall speak to you today. We witness great happenings in history and are aware that the keynotes in certain domains of life are set by particular personalities. It should be obvious to us that some historic personality, who not so long ago was the inaugurator of the kind of thinking under the influence of which we are still living today, can only be understood, as the historical aspect in general can only be understood, when anthroposophical investigation penetrates into earlier incarnations of such personalities. This leads to something else as well. By observing personalities of whom history tells, we become aware of threads of destiny running through their different lives on earth. And the light thus shed upon karma helps to make our own personal destiny intelligible. This is of very great importance. There must be no sensationalism in the study of karma. The sole purpose of such study must be to illumine the circumstances of human life and the experiences of individual human souls. We see, for example, that particularly in the last 2/3 of the 19th century, a materialistic attitude of soul became general. In certain respects, this attitude continued on into the 20th century and has helped to produce the chaos and confusion prevailing in culture and civilization today. There is a radical difference between the trend that was perceptible, above all in German spiritual life, after the close of the first third of the 19th century, and the earlier character of this spiritual life. Perceiving this difference, we naturally ask about its origin. In the last 2/3 of the 19th century, there are men who cannot fail to interest us, whose individualities we feel urged to trace back to their earlier lives on earth. The seer who is able to carry out such investigations is led back, to begin with, not to Christian, but to non-Christian incarnations. It is natural here, for it tallies approximately with the indications given of the length of the intervals between successive lives on earth, to go back to the very widespread spiritual movement of Mohammedanism, or Arabism, which arose about half a millennium after the founding of Christianity. Starting from Asia, Christianity spread across to Spain, and thence to all Western Europe, having had a slight influence upon civilization in North Africa. It also spread across Eastern and Middle Europe, but in its expansion was flanked, as it were, by Arabism, which, with the impulse of Mohammedanism active within it, forced its way on the one side through Asia Minor, and on the other side through Africa, across to Italy and Spain. And the many wars of which history tells bear witness to the bitter conflict waged between European civilization and Arabism. Here again, it is important to ask, what are the concrete facts underlying the evolution of the human soul? We will now consider some of these concrete facts. For example, at the time when Charlemagne was ruling in very primitive conditions of civilization in Europe, brilliant spiritual culture was being developed at the court of Harun al-Rashid over in Asia. At this court were gathered the greatest minds of that time, men of outstanding brilliance, whose souls were deeply imbued with Oriental wisdom, but who also combined with this wisdom the culture that had come over from Greece. The spiritual life cultivated at the court of Harun al-Rashid embraced architecture, astronomy, as it was then understood, geography, mathematics, poetry, chemistry, medicine, and the most illustrious representatives of all these branches of learning living at that time had been brought together there. Harun al-Rashid was an energetic and active patron, a personality who provided the foundations for a truly wonderful center of culture in the 8th, 9th century AD. And at this court of Harun al-Rashid, there was a remarkable personality, one who, in the life spent at the court, would probably not have given the impression of being an initiate. But he himself, as well as the initiates, knew that in an earlier life on earth, he had been one of those who were most highly initiated. Thus, in a later incarnation, at the court of Harun al-Rashid, there lived a personality who did not appear outwardly as an initiate, but who had been an initiate in an earlier life. The others at the court had at least some knowledge of this nature of initiation life in days of antiquity. The personality of whom I am speaking was a magnificent organizer, as we should say nowadays, using a rather unworthy expression, of all the sciences and arts at the court of Harun al-Rashid. We know that Arabism, in its external aspect, spread under the impetus of Mohammedanism across Africa, southern Europe, Spain, and farther into Europe. We know, too, of the wars and conflicts that were waged. But the campaigns came to an end. It is usually considered that Arabism was driven out of Europe by battles such as those fought by Charles Martel at Xeres de la Frontera, sorry for the pronunciation. But there was a tremendously strong spiritual impulse in Arabism. And the remarkable thing is that when it was outwardly beaten back as a political and belligerent power in Europe, the souls of eminent Arabists, when they had passed through the gate of death, were intensely concerned in the spiritual world with the question of how the influence of Arabism could be made effective in Europe. In the spiritual world, the outer form of things is not of primary importance. Between two successive incarnations of an individuality, there may be little outer resemblance. The significance lies in the inner nature and character. This is a difficult idea for our contemporaries to grasp. In an age when it can be held against a man that he once wrote not unfavorably about Haeckel and subsequently wrote in a different vein, regarded by pedants as contradictory, footnote, Dr. Steiner is here referring to criticisms of his own writings on the subject of Haeckel, end of footnote, continue sentence, when such a lack of insight is in evidence, there will be little understanding of how outwardly different individuals can be in two successive lives on earth, although the same fundamental impulse is at work in both. The development of the great Arabist souls between death and a new birth was such that in the spiritual world they remained connected with the impulse that had streamed from the east to the west. They remained connected with their own deeds. In the external world, civilization advanced. Forms of culture, quite different from those characteristic of Arabism, made their appearance. But the souls of individuals who had been eminent figures in Arabism came again to the earth, and without carrying over Arabism in its outer form, bore its inner impulses into a much later age. They appeared as the bearers of culture in the sphere of language, in the habits of thinking and feeling, and in the impulses of will of a later age. But in the souls of these men, the impulse of Arabism was working on. And it is not difficult to see that the stream of spiritual life dominating the last 2/3 of the 19th century was deeply influenced by minds that were the product of Arabism. Our gaze turns to the soul of Harun al-Rashid, passing in that life through the gate of death. Between death and a new birth, this soul continues to develop and appears again in the modern age in quite different conditions of civilization. For the individuality of Harun al-Rashid appears in English spiritual life as Lord Bacon of Verulam. In the universality of Bacon's mind, we have to see the rebirth of what Harun al-Rashid had achieved at his Oriental court in the 8th–9th century. We know how intensely and profoundly European culture was influenced by Bacon, and has continued to be so influenced. It is true to say that in scientific investigation and the scientific approach to things, men still think as he did. This, of course, cannot be said of every detail, but it is true of the general trend of the age. If we contemplate the brilliant achievements of Harun al-Rashid and their influence upon the outer world, and then, having learned through spiritual investigation that he appears again in Lord Bacon of Verulam, we think of the known course of Lord Bacon's life. We shall certainly find consistency, similarity, not in the external forms, but in the inner trend of these two incarnations. I spoke of a personality who lived at the court of Harun al-Rashid, and in an earlier incarnation had been an initiate. It may well happen, I say this in parenthesis, that one who was an initiate in bygone times does not in a later life give the impression of having attained initiation. And I speak again and again of a number of ancient initiates, of teachers and priests in the mysteries. You are bound to ask yourselves, where are they to be found? Why are they not living among us at the present time? Now, an individuality with great spiritual enlightenment in an earlier life can work in a later life only through the medium of the body and the education afforded by that later epoch. But for a long time now, the character of education has made it impossible for what once lived in these initiate souls to express itself. They are obliged to operate in quite different forms of life, and only those endowed with the power of intimate observation are able to realize that men in whom the initiate is not apparent in the later earthly life have nevertheless passed through lives during which they reached initiation. One of the most striking examples in this respect is Garibaldi, the hero of the freedom of Italy. The elemental forcefulness displayed in a truly remarkable life is in itself enough to indicate that this personality lived at a level transcending the conditions of the immediate earthly existence. He had been an initiate in an earlier incarnation, and became a political visionary, for that is what he must be called. In an earlier life he had been an initiate, filled with impulses of will, which then, in the later life as Garibaldi, he brought to a head in the way that was possible for a man born in 1807. But think of the peculiar features of his earthly life. The starting point for me was that I observed how Garibaldi's path of destiny in the 19th century was linked with three other men with whom he was connected and with whom he worked in a way that, on the face of it, is not really entirely comprehensible. In the depths of his nature, Garibaldi was an intensely loyal Republican, yet he rejected everything that would have united Italy under the flag of a republic. Convinced Republican though he was, he set out to establish the empire, and moreover, under Victor Emmanuel. Occult investigation has now to concern itself with this enigma. How came it that Garibaldi was the one responsible for making Victor Emmanuel king of Italy? For it was he, Garibaldi, who made him king. And then our vision falls on two other personalities, Cavour and Mazzini. The circumstances are remarkable. Garibaldi was born in 1807, and the others within the space of a few years. Garibaldi was born in Nice, Mazzini in Genoa, Cavour in Turin, Victor Emmanuel not far away. All of them were born within a small area. A concrete starting point is needed for researches into karma. It is not much help to know how clever a man is or what scientific knowledge he has acquired. Even if someone has written 30 novels in his life, this fact will not provide a starting point for penetrating with vision into earlier lives on earth. Whether a person limps or has a habit of blinking is much more important for investigation of an earlier incarnation. It is precisely by what seem to be insignificant features in life that the occultist is guided along the paths where light is shed from one earthly life into earlier incarnations. And so, a criterion for occult research in the case of Garibaldi was the way in which, in the 19th century, he established relations with the other three individuals. There was another criterion as well. Outwardly observed, Garibaldi was a man with a strong sense of concrete reality, one who stood firmly on his feet, mindful only of practical exigencies. But in this Garibaldi life, there were intimate phases showing clearly that Garibaldi stood at a level above the conventional experiences of life. While still quite young, he took part in many dangerous sea voyages on the Adriatic, was several times captured by pirates, but on every occasion freed himself again by very hazardous means. It is also noteworthy that the first time Garibaldi saw his name in print was when he read in a newspaper the announcement of his own death sentence. This is a biographical incident that does not happen to everybody. The death sentence had been passed on account of his participation in a conspiracy, but it was never carried out. Garibaldi fled to South America and there led an adventurous life, rich in inner experiences and full of vital force. How very little the ordinary conditions of earthly existence affected Garibaldi is shown, for example, by the way in which he contracted his first marriage, which for many decades was an exceedingly happy one. How he became acquainted with the woman he married is a strange story. He was on board ship, still some distance out at sea, and looking toward the land through a telescope, he saw a woman standing there. He fell in love with her at once. Falling in love through a telescope is by no means an everyday occurrence, and in such a case, the ordinary bourgeois conditions of life mean nothing. What happened? Garibaldi steered at once to the land and met a man who was so taken with him that he invited him home to a meal. This man was the father of the girl he had seen through the telescope. A slight drawback was that Garibaldi spoke only Italian, she only Portuguese. But although neither knew the other's language, he made her understand that they must unite for life. It turned out to be the happiest and also one of the most interesting marriages imaginable. She shared in all his undertakings and experiences in South America, and once, when a report reached her that Garibaldi had been killed in one of the many fights for freedom, she searched every battlefield, as legend narrates of other women. She lifted every corpse in order to look at the face, but finally discovered on her journeyings that her husband was still alive. During these adventures, she gave birth to her first child, who would have died from cold if she had not bound it with a sling around her neck and kept it warm against her breast. These are not ordinary circumstances, and the companionship was anything but a conventional one in the bourgeois sense. Some time after the death of his wife, Garibaldi married again, this time in perfectly conventional circumstances. But this marriage, which had not been arranged through a telescope, lasted no longer than a day. These happenings and similar features of Garibaldi's life are clear evidence that there was something quite out of the common about him. Spiritual vision revealed to me that in an earlier incarnation, in the Christian era, footnote see Karmic Relationships Esoteric Studies, Volume 1, page 194, Lecture 12, end of footnote. This personality had been an Irish initiate. He had come over with a mission from Ireland to Alsace, where he taught in a center of the mysteries, and where he had as pupils those individualities who were born later on in approximately the same period and in the same region as he. Now, in various mysteries where initiation was attained, there was a law according to which the connection of certain pupils with the teacher must be so close and strong that the teacher might not desert them when circumstances brought them together in a later life. Garibaldi was bound to feel a very strong tie with the individuality of Victor Emmanuel, because the latter had been his pupil in an earlier initiation life. In such a case, theories are of no account. In a later life, what is of real importance is not any external undertaking, but obedience, even if an unconscious obedience, to that inner law by which men are brought together in accordance with impulses, working in the intimate processes of historical evolution. The whole of Garibaldi's life indicates how the attainments of one who was an initiate in a previous life are obliged to express themselves in a later incarnation, because the bodily constitution and the education provided in a given century do not make it possible for such a personality to appear outwardly as an initiate. The same applies in the case of the personality who lived at the court of Harun al-Rashid, and who, when he had gone through the gate of death, was bound to take a different path from that of Harun al-Rashid himself. This personality was connected, in the very depths of his soul, with all the mysteries of initiation he had received from Oriental wisdom. He could not follow the path that was taken, more with an eye to outer renown, by Harun al-Rashid. He was obliged to take a different path. These paths led to reincarnation in a later epoch, when the two individualities worked in the currents of civilization and culture that were under their own influence. The influence, that is to say, of Harun al-Rashid and his counselor. The soul of this counselor appeared again as Amos Comenius, who again was not able to bring the initiation principle to outward manifestation, but whose forceful and effective intervention in the world of education, in the age that is also the age of Bacon, shows that profound and significant impulses were alive in him. And so we see how after his life at the court of Harun al-Rashid, the soul who has now become Amos Comenius is reincarnated with a more inward vocation. We see how Harun al-Rashid himself reincarnates, and we see how in these personalities civilizations, cultures flow together. If we contemplate the spiritual life of Europe as it developed particularly in the 16th and 17th centuries, we shall everywhere find Arabism in its new forms. In everything that has been influenced by Bacon, Arabism is present in a more outwardly brilliant form. In everything that has been influenced by Amos Comenius, the deep inwardness of Oriental wisdom can be perceived. What I am telling you is not a made-up story. These things are not discovered by speculation, but only by uniting oneself inwardly with the spirit entities concerned, and by means of inspired investigation, seeking the way from the one earthly life into the other. Through the incarnation of souls in repeated lives, a great deal has been brought over from Arabism into the modern age. What is all-important is that the character and purpose of such investigation shall not be misunderstood. I told you that it is not a question of following clues that in materialistic life would usually be considered significant. Nothing much will be discovered by so doing. I will give you an example. I had a teacher, I have also spoken of him in my autobiography, who was a really excellent geometrician. At a certain period in his life, he began to interest me very deeply. There was something absolutely original about him, a one-sidedness that amounted almost to genius. He had other characteristics as well, but his geometrical talent provided no pointer to his earlier incarnation. This really first-class, constructive geometrician had a certain external peculiarity, a club foot. Now, investigations which lead over from one incarnation into another very often reveal that everything connected in the one incarnation, the legs, is connected in another life with the development of the head. A remarkable metamorphosis takes place of the inner forces, which in one life are those of the limb system, and in another those of the head system. My teacher's clubfoot became for me the starting point of occult investigation. And what transpired? The vision that was focused upon this defect led me to another personality who also had a clubfoot, namely Lord Byron. I now knew. This has to do with reincarnations connected in some way with each other. And it turned out that in a previous incarnation, there was something in the souls of both these men that had led them to common action, although in their last incarnation, as far as their earthly activity was concerned, they were not actually, but almost, contemporaries. I stress the point here that I am not dealing with incarnations as women, because in past epochs, life in a man's body was more important. Incarnations as women are only now beginning to be of importance, although in the future it will be of very special interest to take account of them. In considering many historical personalities, however, one often omits intervening incarnations as women. You must not conclude from this that there have been no such incarnations, but I am speaking now of aspects which lead back first and foremost to previous incarnations as men. And so through these two personalities, whose connection with each other I had perceived, I was led back to a time, it was either in the 10th or 11th century AD, but I have not been able to determine this exactly, when they had lived in the east of Europe, in regions that are now part of modern Russia. They were comrades. At that time, the legend of the Palladium and its changing whereabouts in the world had already reached the ears of a few. You know, perhaps, that the Palladium was regarded as a holy treasure, upon which the fortunes of civilization depended. According to the legend, this Palladium was first in Troy, then in Rome, and was then transferred with pomp and splendor to Constantinople by Constantine the Great, who caused a pillar to be erected over it for his own glorification. At the top of this pillar was a statue of Apollo. In a chaplet were pieces of wood which Constantine had caused to be brought from the cross of Christ. Everything was done with an eye to his own glorification. The legend related that the Palladium would at some time be carried northward, whither the civilization centered in Constantinople would then be transplanted. This legend came to the ears of the two comrades of whom I am speaking, and they were seized with enthusiasm to obtain possession of the Palladium in Constantinople. They did not succeed, but they embarked on many adventurous undertakings with the aim of removing this holy treasure to the north. Especially in the case of the one who was subsequently reincarnated in the West as Byron, we see how his enthusiasm for the cause of freedom was a karmic continuation of the search for the Palladium in the earlier life. And the same spiritual configuration was to be seen in the intimate impression made by my geometry teacher upon those who knew him. Here was a sense of freedom in the domain of science. And so the paths led from details of secondary importance, in this case the clubfoot, to earlier incarnations of the personalities in question. When it is a matter of speaking of the karmas of individuals, one must always have an eye for the inner configuration of life. Let me give one more example. In the 8th-9th century A.D., in the region that we should today call the northeast of France, there lived a personality who, in those days, would have been considered a well-to-do landowner. But he was adventurous and went out on predatory expeditions in the neighboring provinces. Incredible as it seems today, such things as the following did happen in those times. He would leave his house and estate and wage campaigns, sometimes more, sometimes less successfully, in the neighboring districts. On returning from one of these expeditions, he found that he had been robbed of his property. Another man was in possession, and he had so many soldiers and weapons that the property could not be wrested from him by its rightful owner. There was no place to which the latter could go, and he became a serf, as it would have been said later on, of the one who had dispossessed him. And so a strange relationship developed between these two men. The former owner of the estate was obliged to reverse his position. The property that had once been his now belonged to someone else, and he himself was in the position previously occupied by the new owner. He, the former owner, and like-minded companions would hold all kinds of meetings, as we should call such gatherings nowadays, in the neighboring forests by night, voicing vehement resentment against the one who had taken possession of the property, and against conditions where such things were tolerated. The intense resentment and the things that were said at that time as an expression of it are an interesting study. I was able to follow the paths taken by these two men who passed through the gate of death in the 9th century and were born again in the 19th. The one who had been an owner of property of which he was afterward dispossessed appeared as Karl Marx, the founder of socialism in the 19th century. However greatly the outer circumstances differ, speculation leads nowhere. But by following certain underlying currents, we find in the dispossessed landowner of the 9th century the soul of Karl Marx in the 19th. The one who had persecuted and abased him so cruelly in that earlier century became his friend, Friedrich Engels. There is no question of sensationalism here, but of understanding life and history from the concatenation of circumstances in earthly existence. Such matters must be taken with deep earnestness, unmixed with any trace of sensationalism. In this example, we have an illustration of European spiritual life. But it was into this spiritual life that Arabist trends were inculcated. In the modern age, too, a great deal of Arabism will be found. but in a quite different form. Now, a predecessor of Harun al-Rashid, one of the earliest successors of the Prophet Muhammad in the 17th century AD, was Muawiyah. He was a remarkable personality who longed to make conquests in the West but achieved little. His inner longing for the West could not find fulfillment, but he was still aware of the urge toward the West when he passed through the gate of death. And this impulse continued through his life between death and a new birth. Then this individuality of one of the Prophet's earliest successors appeared again, exercising a dominant influence upon the conditions prevailing in the 20th century. Before the Christmas Foundation meeting, I had spoken of many things that are confirmed by what can be known about the repeated lives of a certain personality. People understood little of what I said on those occasions, but the power of conviction with which these utterances were made came ultimately from the observation of karmic relationships through many lives on earth. Muawiyah, as he is called, appeared again in our age as Woodrow Wilson, who carried Arabist abstraction in its most radical form into external civilization. In Woodrow Wilson, there appeared an individuality who brought Arabism to very strong expression in our time, particularly in the famous 14 points. The calamities for which Woodrow Wilson was responsible can best be studied by comparing the actual phrasing of those 14 points with certain passages in the Quran. You will then find that a great deal becomes intelligible, and you will discover remarkable things once you have knowledge of the true circumstances. The fact is, my dear friends, that the study of history today can be satisfactory from the human point of view only when the concrete phenomena of repeated earth lives on earth are taken seriously, together with the perception of karma and the interconnections in the individual earthly lives of men. Since the Anthroposophical Society has for 2 decades been prepared for what ought now to be brought about under the influence of the Christmas Foundation meeting, the quote, practical exercises for the understanding of karma, close quote, that were announced in 1902, when the German section of the Theosophical Society was founded, may surely be put into practice today with greater and greater thoroughness. These exercises, devoid of all sensationalism, should form part of our anthroposophical life, becoming the foundation for greater and stronger impulses that must be at work within the Anthroposophical Society. What has now been said ought also to be regarded as an expression of the fact that esotericism must stream through the anthroposophical movement, which is now embodied in the Anthroposophical Society. But let us also realize with what deep earnestness these things must be studied. If this earnestness is present, we shall be carrying farther the threads that were beginning to be woven when, at the end of his treatise titled The Education of the Human Race, Lessing drew attention to the fact of repeated lives on earth. For out of a deeper, more intimate study of man and of his destiny, humanity must come to realize that through spiritual science, we gaze into the true being of man, the being who, having knowledge of his own nature, can utter the words, quote, is not then all eternity mine, close quote. But the expression of this eternity in the concrete facts of karma and of destiny in the historical life of mankind must be recognized and known. That is the end of Lecture 5, which is also chronologically Lecture 21. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of Karmic Relationships, Esoteric Studies by Rudolf Steiner. This is Volume 6, Lecture 6 in that volume, which is chronologically Lecture 38. On the last occasion, during our Waldorf School conference, I spoke to you about karmic connections in the evolution of humanity. And today I want to say something more on the same subject, I shall begin with matters of which you already have some knowledge, and then pass on to others less familiar to you. When the human being passes through the gate of death, his ether body dissolves away into the cosmos, when the physical body has been laid aside at the moment of death itself. Today, we shall not be studying this first stage after death, when the ether body is dissolving, but the stage which follows. This can best be understood by thinking, to begin with, of the earthly life between birth and death. This earthly life runs its course in two sharply different conditions, waking and sleeping. You know from anthroposophy that during the waking state, the four members, physical body, ether body, astral body, and ego, interpenetrate, mutually stimulating and sustaining their several functions. But in sleep, the physical body and etheric body remain in the bed, leading temporarily a plant-like existence, while the astral body and ego organization live independently in the spiritual world, separated from the physical and etheric bodies. We know from ordinary experience that when we are recollecting our earthly life, our remembrances are falsified in a certain sense. For when we look back with ordinary consciousness over our life, this retrospect seems to be a continuous onward flowing stream, one event proceeding from another consecutively. And as a rule, we ignore the fact that the stream of our memories is continually interrupted by the nights. In remembrance, therefore, there is a sequence of day-night, day-night. A period of clear consciousness passes over into one of darkness, and this again into one of light. With the exception of dreams which arise from sleep, the part of earthly life which is spent in sleep remains, for the most part, unconscious. Generally speaking, this constitutes a third of the earthly life, if a man is not an abnormally long sleeper. Even taking into consideration the many more hours a child spends in sleep, it will be found that sleep occupies about a third of the time of life on the earth. We may ask, what are the ego organization and astral body doing during the period of sleep? They are, it is true, in the spiritual world, but they have no awareness in that world, and with the exception of dreams, they remain unconscious. Moreover, if the human being, constituted as he is on earth, with his ordinary consciousness, were always to have awareness during sleep, he would go astray in one direction or another. A man of a more Ahrimanic disposition would go about during the day as if in a swoon, as if his consciousness had suffered a kind of paralysis. A man of a more Luciferic disposition would go about in a state of confused consciousness, with his thoughts and feelings in a perpetual jumble. Generally speaking, the human being is protected by the power known as the, quote, guardian of the threshold, close quote, from becoming aware of the spiritual world around him during sleep. When a man has passed through the gate of death, however, and after the first few days has laid aside the etheric body, he starts an existence which flows backward, beginning with the day of death, passing then to the day before that, and so on through the whole of his life, in the direction from death to birth. But he lives backward through the nights, the periods of sleep, not through the days. Hence the time during which his life is lived through in this backward order amounts to about 1/3 of the span of his earthly life. If a man dies at the age of 60, this backward journey lasts about 20 years. That is to say, this other life is passed through 3 times as quickly as the life on earth. Between death and a new birth, we review the nights during which, unconsciously, of course, pictures were produced, which are, in a sense, negative images of the earthly life. If man were not protected by the guardian of the threshold, his experiences every night would be unendurable and bring about the consequences to which I have referred. If, for instance, he had done someone a wrong, he would feel, during sleep, as if he were transposed into the other man, experiencing what this other man had felt as a result of the wrong done to him. For the reason given there is no such experience during sleep. But after death, during the period referred to, it comes with very great intensity. We live backward through our earthly life and through all the compensatory experiences for what we have done or failed to do. How comes it that we are able to live through these compensatory experiences? In order to answer this question, attention must be called to a cosmic event. During the course of the Earth's evolution, the Moon, which was originally part of the Earth, separated and emerged from the Earth to lead an independent physical existence. Some time after the physical substances of the Moon separated from the Earth, the ancient primeval teachers of humanity departed to the Moon. While they were on the Earth, these primeval teachers had not incarnated in physical bodies, but only in etheric bodies. Hence, the nature of their influence upon human beings was imaginative, inspirational. And all the wonderful teachings which were given in a more poetic form and contained in legends and sagas originated in a majestic primeval wisdom imparted by these ancient teachers on the Earth. But the essential nature of these teachers enabled them to withdraw to the Moon, which has since been their habitation. When the human being passes through the gate of death, he moves in very truth through the cosmos. His being expands and expands. He passes first into the Moon's sphere and encounters these great primeval teachers as they now are. They preserve, as it were, a naively instinctive, innocent state of the human race. Before men succumbed to the possibility of doing evil, these primeval teachers were present on the Earth. They take into themselves what is inscribed by us into the Akashic Chronicle during the nights we live through during our existence on Earth. They permeate it with their own being, and thus make it possible for us during the first third of our life after death, when we are living through the events of earthly existence in backward order, to experience it all with greater intensity than we experienced it on Earth. Events in earthly life jolt us, impel and drive us. But those whose spiritual vision is able to witness what a dead man lives through in these first decades after his death know well that through the magical power of the great teachers who have established their colony on the Moon, the experiences of yonder life have an intensity infinitely greater and more vivid than those of earthly life. We actually undergo all this. Suppose you once gave someone a box on the ears. After death, you do not experience the feeling of satisfaction or perhaps of anger or malice occasioned in you by your action. But you are then within the other man. You experience the pain and the shock that were caused to him. You feel exactly what your action made him feel. The experience of living through such events with a dead man is deeply annoying. One cannot say shattering. The experience of living through such events with a dead man is deeply moving, not annoying. One cannot say shattering. Let me give you an example here. Most of you will remember that among the characters in my mystery plays, I have depicted that of Steiner. As in the case of most of the characters in the plays, the figure of Steiner is drawn from actual life. There was a man whose life was almost exactly similar to that of Steiner, as depicted in the plays. You can well imagine that I was very much interested in this personality during his physical life on Earth. He died in the year 1912. And my interest in his experiences after death began from then onward. He had ultimately become a writer on the subject of rationalistic theology. And everything he had experienced on the earth became infinitely more intense as he himself was experiencing the effect of his books and his rationalism. After I had shared for some time in what he was experiencing, I found it impossible to continue the character of Strider in the plays, and he dies because my interest in his earthly life was no longer there. It was eliminated by the intensity of interest in what he was experiencing after death. An incident connected with this was that certain friends interested themselves in the writings left by the original of Strider and wanted to bring them to me. I simply could not take any interest in the matter and had to ignore it, for the simple reason that interest in the dead is so much stronger and eliminates everything else. By this, I merely want to indicate that the experiences of a man after death while living through his life in backward order are much more intense than they were during his earthly existence. Earthly life is almost like a dream as compared with this other experience. It is an experience in negative, an experience of the consequences in the other person of what we have done and left undone. Hence it should not be described as altogether terrible, but at any rate a man must come to realize which of his deeds, his thoughts, his feelings were just, and which were not. You can imagine that it is in this state of existence that the first seed of karma is formed. For when the human being realizes what actually happens between death and a new birth, his judgment differs from judgment as it is on earth. I may already have mentioned that many years ago I met a lady who had listened to a conversation that had taken place in her presence on the subject of repeated earthly lives. She said that one life was enough for her, and that she had no desire at all for any others, and protested vehemently against the possibility of having to return again and again. I was obliged to say to her at the time, "Yes, it may be that this is your opinion here on earth, but that is not the point. What matters is the judgment that is made between death and a new birth." As long as she was with us, she realized this, but on her travels afterward she sent me a postcard saying that after all, she did not admit that there are many earthly lives. When the human being is undergoing these intensified experiences after death, he makes a resolve that may be expressed as follows. Owing to this and that, you have become imperfect. You are an inferior human being, and you must make compensation. Thereby, the plan of karma is laid down, and such resolutions in the spiritual world between death and a new birth are realities. Just as here on earth it is a reality that you burn yourself if you put your finger into a flame, so it is a reality in the spiritual world when you form a resolution, and you do most assuredly form it. All these experiences are lived through in the moon sphere. Passing through the following spheres of Mercury and Venus, man gradually approaches the Sun sphere. The Mercury sphere and the Venus sphere form the transition into the Sun sphere. But entry into the Sun sphere would not be possible if the whole burden of the evil laid upon the soul in the Moon sphere had still to be taken in tow. The cosmos, therefore, provides that when the human being leaves the Moon sphere, the evil in him stays behind. It waits until he returns, and is again passing through the Moon sphere. But as the human being is one with his deeds, he leaves much of himself behind. If I have done evil on the earth, this simply makes me an inferior being. In passing through the moon's sphere, I lose part of myself, leave it behind. A man who had been an out-and-out villain, who had never once done anything good, but after all, nobody like this really exists. Such a man would be left behind in his entirety in the moon sphere. But as I say, nobody like this exists. Human beings do make progress. With less or more qualities or defects, the human being passes at first into the Mercury sphere. Here, too, between death and a new birth, he undergoes particular experiences, which are a preparation for his existence in the sun sphere. In physical life on earth, a man becomes ill in one way or another. In soul and spirit, he must be completely healthy when he passes into the sun sphere. Hence, in the Mercury sphere, the human being is freed from all the effects that illnesses have produced upon the soul. Therefore, it is the case that true medicine can only be mastered when one is able to perceive how the dead are freed from illnesses in the Mercury sphere. This can teach us what must be done for human beings on the earth to free them from illnesses. And so, in the times of the mysteries and of instinctive clairvoyance, medicine was regarded as a revelation from the Mercury sphere through the mysteries. Just think, what is a god to modern man? A god is a being who can never be seen on the earth. This was not so in the days of instinctive clairvoyance. Mercury had his mysteries. As you can read in the book Occult Science title, there were Mercury mysteries. Indeed, the arch-high priest of the Mercury mysteries was Mercury himself. This was brought about through a man being born, whose spirit was then released by a superhuman process in order to seek embodiment in another way. The body was there, and this body was used by the god Mercury in order to come to the earth, that is to say, to reveal himself in the mysteries. The gods themselves were the teachers in the ancient mysteries. The same applies to all the gods of Greece. They were all on the earth in this sense. The god Mercury taught men the art of medicine, of which Hippocrates, later on, still preserved a tradition. Then the human being enters into the Venus sphere, where he becomes wholly aware of his incompleteness. But in the Venus sphere, all that is incomplete in him is prepared for the sun existence in which the longest period is spent. Man lives twice through the sun sphere, but we need now speak only of the one period. He spends the longest period in the sun existence, where, to begin with, he is in the company of those souls with whom he has some kind of karmic connection, and who are now, like himself, in the spiritual world. But he is also in the company of the beings of the higher hierarchies, angeloi, archangeloi, archai, exousiai, dunamis, curiatites, and so on. What happens here? Inasmuch as the human being is fully conscious of his incompleteness, he works together with the beings of the higher hierarchies at the model and prototype of his next earth existence. During the first half of the sun existence, he works more at the prototype of his future physical corporeality, and during the second half, more at the prototype of his moral nature, as it will be in his next earth existence. This work that proceeds during the sun existence is by no means as uniform as it seems when one has to describe it, but it is infinitely richer, more splendid and more mighty than anything that a man can experience on the earth. On the earth, man does not experience what is actually enclosed within his skin, but what is around him. During the sun existence, it is the exact opposite. For then man experiences everything that is within the cosmos. Just as here on earth we say, "This is my stomach," So in yonder sphere we say, out there is my Venus. And as we may say, this is my heart, over yonder we say, this is my sun. The beings of the universe become our organs. We ourselves are as the universe. While man is on earth, I refer, of course, to a spiritual conception of man, he is merely filled by earthly substance. This inner world of the human being is, in very truth, more all-embracing, more splendid than the cosmos outside man on the earth. On the earth, man is not conscious of all that is concealed within his being, but it is much greater, much more majestic than anything he sees on earth. And what thus lies concealed within him is revealed to him during the sun existence. Out of what is then his world, he forms and shapes his physical and moral nature for his next life on earth. He also works at his karma. After having learned during the first decades after death how he has to work, he proceeds to labor at his karma. The final touch, as it were, is not given until the evil he has done is encountered again during the second passage through the moon sphere, and to the model and prototype is added the force which impels him into the karma of a new earthly life. In order to have more precise insight into how karma is formed, we must think of the following. Stars. What are they in reality? Scientists speak of the stars as if they were orbs of burning gas or the like. It is by no means so. Suppose you were on the planet Venus. The Earth would then appear to you more or less as Venus appears to you now, and you would describe the Earth as you now describe Venus. You would estimate that on the Earth, which is the theater of man's existence, there are so and so many souls. But wherever a star shines, there are souls. There are souls on the moon. The souls of the great primeval teachers intermingled, in a sense, with the souls of the angeloi. On Mercury, there are the souls of the archangeloi, among whom we live when we pass through the sphere of the archangeloi. The god Mercury is an archangelic being. On Venus are the archai, and upon the sun are the exousiae, dunamis, curiosities, in whose company man forms his karma. We must see in the shining stars the outer signs of colonies of spirits in the cosmos. Wherever a star is seen in the heavens, there in that direction is a colony of spirits. When a human being has lived through the sun existence, he enters into the Mars sphere, the Jupiter sphere, the Saturn sphere. He has already in the sun sphere begun to work at his karma. But as well as this, in order that he shall find the load of evil that belongs to him when later on he goes back through the moon sphere, and in order that karma may be prepared in such a way that it can be fulfilled on earth, he needs to live with the spirits indwelling Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Moreover, when highly characteristic human destinies are being worked out, it is the case that the final stage of the development of karmic connections takes place in the Mars sphere, the Jupiter sphere, or the Saturn sphere. Karma can, of course, be worked out when the human being comes again into the Venus sphere and also into the Mercury sphere. Between death and a new birth, man works at his karma, together with the beings of the planetary systems. And it is exceedingly interesting to investigate this. Today the time has come to speak more openly, with greater freedom and frankness, of many spiritual facts. The Christmas Foundation meeting at the Goetheanum was held in order to introduce this esoteric character, which should now imbue the whole Anthroposophical Society. Therefore, when I was able to speak to you on the last occasion, I began to explain all kinds of karmic connections. Let it not be thought that one is delving with clumsy fingers into the life of man when attempts are made to speak of interesting human phenomena from the point of view of their karmic connections. For thereby the world becomes for the first time transparent, full of light, not poorer but richer, more splendid in content. I should like to speak today about an individual who was incarnated about the 2nd century AD in Rome, as it then was, and who with great sensitiveness of perception had witnessed the willing martyrdom suffered by the Christians in their efforts to promulgate their cause in the Roman Empire. This individual had also witnessed the terrible injustices and the many forms of depravity and corruption which were so rife in the Roman Empire at that time. Numberless manifestations of good and evil were witnessed and experienced by this individual. With the methods of spiritual research which enable such happenings to be recognized, we find this individual drawn into the tumultuous happenings which at that time, during the second half of the 2nd century AD, were experienced in the Roman Empire in connection with the spread of Christianity. There is something extremely moving about this individual when the eye of spirit is directed upon him in the way I explained last time, with reference to other individuals in their repeated earthly lives. In this individual who lived to a very great age, and who had witnessed so much good in deeds of supreme sacrifice in the sphere of germinating Christianity, and so much that was evil and bad in Roman life at that time, there arose a kind of realization, which was also a question. Where is the balance, the mean? Is there only the wholly good and the wholly evil in the world? With the consciousness of imagination and inspiration, one can follow quite clearly how this individual was subsequently reborn in the 11th century as a woman. The experiences undergone in the life as a woman leveled out the hard, steel-like angularity of soul which had developed during the Roman incarnation, when he had reached a great age. This trait was softened and mellowed and became a faculty of inner thoughtful contemplation of good and evil. This individual then came again to the earth in the 18th century and was born as the German poet Friedrich Schiller. And now, study Schiller's life and see how it develops, striving to find a middle condition, a balance, a mean. Schiller needed Goethe before he could get rid of all that had remained in him from the conviction that there is only good, there is only evil. Read Schiller's dramas, and you will understand them if you think of his earlier incarnation. What circumstances lie behind Schiller's life and outlook? The experiences he had undergone in the Roman incarnation continued to be alive within him, but he had subsequently incarnated as a woman in the Middle Ages, and then in his life between death and a new birth. It was in the Saturn sphere that the most significant development of his karma took place. Initiation knowledge, of the degree that can be attained only in advanced age, is necessary in order to understand the essential nature of the Saturn sphere. The question may be asked, how is it possible to acquire knowledge of life on the stars and the like? I have told you that when the human being reaches imaginative consciousness, he beholds his whole life in a great tableau. But he also beholds it divided into epochs. When inspiration is attained, and the emptied consciousness wipes out this tableau, something shines out of every such epoch. Instead of beholding his own life between birth and the 7th year, a man beholds at this place in the life tableau the happenings of the moon existence. He can look into these happenings. In the tableau of the second epoch, which lies between the change of teeth and puberty, the Mercury existence shines through all the happenings. The events of the school period, seen as they are backward in this tableau, lead into the Mercury existence. How aptly and truly were the functions assigned to the several planets in the days of instinctive wisdom on the earth. Statistics reveal that the human being is most healthy not in the years between birth and the change of teeth, nor after puberty, but during the school period, as it is called, between the ages of 7 and 14, because that is the time when Mercury works most strongly into the human being in his earth existence. In the tableau arising from the epoch stretching between puberty and about the 21st or 22nd years, the processes and beings belonging to Venus are seen. Again, it was genius that ascribed to Venus the initial stages of the sex life. The Sun existence shines through the epoch lying between the ages of 21 and 42. The Mars existence through the epoch lying between the years 42 and 49, the Jupiter existence through the epoch from 49 to 56, and the Saturn existence through the epoch from 56 to 63. Truth to tell, even an initiate cannot see the circumstances of life between death and a new birth in which Saturn plays a part until he has passed the 63rd year of his life. Before then, it is possible to learn about this existence in many different ways, but in actual vision, it is possible to behold these happenings and their connections only when one has passed the 63rd year of life. So you will realize why it is that I am only now speaking of matters connected with the Saturn existence. As I said, Schiller developed his karma above all in the sphere of Saturn. To behold this Saturn existence in the way I have indicated causes great amazement, because it is so different from anything one can experience on the earth. In the consciousness of the beings on Saturn, there is only past. There is no present at all, but the past is revealed in great majesty. Let me try to make a comparison with something that might happen on the earth. It does not happen, but hypothetically it is possible. Imagine that you have no idea what you look like. You know only that you exist. You act, you do something. You do not see this at the time. You see it only when it has become the past. You walk. You do not see your own steps or the movements you make, but immediately afterward, these moments change into a snowman, and you draw the whole movement after you when you look round and see what you have been doing. Such is the life of these strange spirits upon Saturn. They are never aware of what they do out of an immediate resolve of the present, but they perceive it only when it has become the past. This is a difficult conception for the ordinary consciousness, but it is so nevertheless. Individualities like that of Schiller, who are also forming their karma, live in similar conditions of existence. Such individuals develop a wonderful vision of the past, and so the soul of Schiller, before he was born in the year 1790, lived in the spiritual world with a majestic vision in retrospect of all the past that was connected with his own karma. And then on the earth, this changed into the reaction. The vision of the past is now transformed into enthusiasm for ideals of the future. Schiller's ideals of the future arose from his activity in connection with his karma during his Saturn existence. And now let us take another life. During an incarnation in Greece, a certain individual had a great deal to do with Greek plastic art and also with the Platonic philosophy. As a young man, he was filled with enthusiasm for plastic art, which he was able to view with the eye of spirit, EYE, and his colossal artistic powers were able to translate into art what he perceived spiritually. After other incarnations had been lived through, we find this individuality developing his karma in the Jupiter sphere. The Jupiter beings differ from the Saturn beings. The Jupiter beings are unlike the men of Earth. When a man of Earth wants to grow wise, he must undergo inner development. He must struggle, battle inwardly, and overcome. Through periods that are filled with active development, the human being on Earth struggles to acquire an unpretentious form of wisdom. Not so the Jupiter beings. They are not born as earthly beings are born. They form themselves out of the cosmos. Just as you can see a cloud taking shape, so do the Jupiter beings form themselves in the etheric and astral worlds out of the cosmos. Neither do they die. They interpenetrate one another, do not, as it were, compete with each other for space. These beings are, so to speak, wisdom that has become real and actual. Wisdom is innate in them. They cannot be other than wise. Just as we have circulating blood, so have the Jupiter beings wisdom. It is their very nature. Among them, too, karma can be shaped. The individuality of whom we are speaking, who lived through one of his most important earthly lives in ancient Greece, passed through the Jupiter sphere, came into contact with the wisdom of the Jupiter sphere, where his karma was shaped, and was born again in the 18th century as Goethe. Such is the origin of the wonderful combination of Greek culture and wisdom that is present in Goethe. When history is studied in this way, when we try to glean from the mysteries and from secrets of the cosmos what is happening on the earth, I do not think that the earth's history loses significance thereby. Prosaic professors may always be insisting that it is much more to the point to depict Goethe as the man he actually was in life than to waft him away into a higher sphere. In richer epochs of evolution, when instinctive clairvoyance still survived, men spoke, openly as well, of how life in the heavens is revealed through human acts and human existence. In this respect, we must get away from that abstract mentality which makes us think we are mere worms looking upward from the earth, believing only what the astronomers and astrophysicists have to say about the stars. In our civilization and culture, with all their heavy trials, it is urgently necessary to understand the battle that is being waged between men who strive for the spirit in order to comprehend spiritual law in the cosmos, and men who have no desire for such knowledge, who limit themselves to the earth, not only in the sphere of natural science, but also in what is called cultural or spiritual history at the universities, where documents alone are studied. For documents, too, are records only of happenings in the physical material world. A decision will most certainly have to be taken in the course of Earth evolution. Either degeneration of the spiritual life will intensify, and an illness of which I have been speaking for years, even in the public lectures, will become more and more widespread. Parenthesis, very little is said about it as yet in medical literature, but it will nonetheless exist in life. Its name is dementia professoralia, academic dementia, close parenthesis. Or the human being will have to unfold enthusiasm for knowledge of the supersensible. And this will also lead him to realization of the connection between the cosmos and the life of man. I want to give you a third and rather more complex example. In an earlier life on Earth, a certain individuality was incarnated in India, when India was already in decline, and in that incarnation assimilated much knowledge of a kind accessible to one with extremely poor physical sight. Such details must be studied, for as I've often said, it is details which lead to perception of the real connections. This individuality lived through various other incarnations, which were, however, less important than the characteristics developed in him in India, where his extremely poor sight allowed him to see the lotus flowers and all the blossoms only with blurred outlines. His whole vision was clouded, lacking in clarity. His knowledge of life was of the kind that is inevitable when sight is blurred and the deeper qualities of things unprobed. The karma of this individuality was developed in a complicated way. He unfolded in the Mars sphere, to begin with, qualities that made him into a regular squabbler in the spiritual world. He also worked a great deal at his karma in the Mercury sphere, developing qualities of wit, of satire. And in the background of all this, picture to yourselves a non-European world. The individual in question tends to be reborn in Europe. He passes through the Mars sphere, battle, through the Mercury sphere, critical, subtle thinking and perception. Having developed still other characteristic qualities in the Venus sphere, it is a particularly complex karma, and with a tendency to evade the physical, while at the same time strongly permeated with spirituality. This individual in the 19th century becomes Heinrich Heine. Just try to realize the understanding that arises of every verse written by Heine, of the very language, words, and form, when we know this is in reality a product of the Mars sphere, the Venus sphere, the Mercury sphere. All of it really originates in the cosmos. Karma is formed and fashioned in the cosmos. It is lived out upon Earth. And so, looking backward upon the life tableau of man, we perceive the moon sphere, the Mercury sphere. From the 21st to the 42nd years, the sun sphere. Then the Mars sphere, the Jupiter sphere, the Saturn sphere. Parenthesis, I cannot now go into the still later periods. There, too, one sees something, but I cannot enter into it now. Close parenthesis. We see that all these spheres have something to do with karma. Ordinary consciousness does not know that man has within him the workings of the Mercury sphere, moon sphere, and so on. Yet karma is brought into being by what is thus within man. He is impelled by these forces to live out his karma in his own particular way. Heinrich Heine unfolded and developed his karma in the Venus sphere, the Mercury sphere, the Mars sphere. And it is these same beings of the Venus sphere, Mercury sphere, Mars sphere, which work through his earthly bodily nature in order to help him to fulfill his karma. And so, by virtue of his karma, the whole being of man stands within the cosmos, gives expression to the cosmos here on earth. In one case, in this way, in another, in that. These things must be studied with a free and wide outlook. When I say to you that Goethe, in the Jupiter sphere, transformed what he had absorbed in ancient Greece into deep instinctive wisdom, which comes out in all his creations, because living beings are at work, this will have a different result in another case. At the time when the culture of ancient Mexico had fallen deeply into decline, though the echoes of the mysteries and their cults still persisted, there lived a certain individual. He came into close contact with the magic arts, the decadent manifestations of the mystery epoch in ancient Mexico. And he understood the sense in which such beings as Quetzalcoatl, Tezcatlipoca, Taotl had been living realities. Sorry about the pronunciations of those words. Orthodox books on cultural history, as a rule, mention hardly anything more than the names of these beings. Nevertheless, there was a time when men had living conceptions of all these gods, of Quetzalcoatl, Tezcatlipoca, Taotl. They had actual connection with supersensible beings. These matters were understood by the individual to whom I am referring, and comparatively quickly, without an intermediate incarnation, He was born again in the 19th century as the occultist Eliphas Levi. Having passed through the Jupiter sphere in his life between death and a new birth. In ancient Mexico, he had been connected with such things as sorcery, magic arts, and the like, and had absorbed an outworn, decadent kind of knowledge. A peculiar, primitive form of wisdom, an inferior wisdom, was in this case transformed in the Jupiter sphere into the kind of content we find in the books of Eliphas Levi. Whereas the Jupiter sphere produced in Goethe, as the fruit of the earlier incarnation, a mellow, Olympic fire and great wisdom. Eliphas Levi dabbles with a kind of charlatanism in all sorts of magical formula and the like. The earthly life is, of course, the decisive factor in what the stars are able to make of our karma. But the stars, that is to say, the beings who live where the stars indicate their existence, the stars transform into karma those things which, here on earth, become elements in the constitution of karma. It is in this way that we shall try more and more to deepen anthroposophy. And if a great deal seems paradoxical and strange, as it certainly will, we must not mind it. In the paradoxical and the strange lies the truth. Man's life is based upon foundations that are deeper and more complex than is usually believed. In order to understand it, our thoughts must not be fettered to the earth, but take wings out into the expanses of the cosmos. On the earth, man gazes at matter and too easily forgets the spirit. The opposite is the case as soon as only a little imaginative knowledge leads us to the realms of the heavens. There, quite certainly, we forget matter and begin gradually to behold the spirits, as did the simple shepherds in an ancient primitive time, and as was the case on into the Middle Ages, when, instead of inscribing external signs on maps of the heavens, men drew figures and forms, because they actually beheld these figures in imaginative knowledge. Anthroposophy deepens our inner perceptions too, as I have repeatedly said. Just think of it. If we make the attempt with the kind of knowledge I have described, we begin to gaze upon the destiny of a single human being with holy awe. For what is it that works in the destiny of each human being? In very truth, it is star wisdom, all-embracing star wisdom. Nothing can enable us to behold the working of the gods in the universe with deeper or truer feelings than to behold it in the destiny of a man. A world justice flows through eternity in the existence, the deeds, the thinking of the gods, weaving behind the being of man. That is what I wanted to say to you today concerning karma. That is the end of Lecture 6 of Volume 6, which is chronologically Lecture 38. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of Karmic Relationships, Esoteric Studies by Rudolf Steiner, Volume 6. This is Lecture 7 in that volume, which is chronologically Lecture 48 in the series. The delay in arriving yesterday prevented me from speaking to you, as it was my wish, about what has been happening in the Anthroposophical Society since the Christmas Foundation meeting at the Goetheanum. As the purpose and intentions of that meeting will have become known to friends through the news sheet, I propose to speak briefly about the most important points only, and then to continue with more intimate studies concerning the significance of this Christmas Foundation meeting for the Anthroposophical Society. The Christmas meeting was intended to be a fundamental renewal, a new foundation of the Anthroposophical Society. Up to the time of the Christmas Foundation meeting, I was always able to make a distinction between the Anthroposophical movement and the Anthroposophical Society. The latter represented, as it were, the earthly projection of something that exists in the spiritual worlds, in a certain stream of the spiritual life. What was taught here on the earth and communicated as anthroposophical wisdom, this was the reflection of the stream flowing in spiritual worlds through the present phase of the evolution of mankind. The Anthroposophical Society was then a kind of administrative organ for the anthroposophical knowledge flowing through the anthroposophical movement. As time went on, this did not turn out satisfactorily for the true cultivation of anthroposophy. It therefore became necessary that I myself, until then I had taught anthroposophy without having any official connection with the Anthroposophical Society, should take over, together with the Dornach executive, the leadership of the Anthroposophical Society as such. The Anthroposophical movement and the Anthroposophical Society have thereby become one. Since the Christmas Foundation meeting in Dornach, the opposite of what went before must be recognized. No distinction is to be made henceforward between anthroposophical movement and anthroposophical society, for they are now identical. And those who stand by my side as the executive at the Goetheanum are to be regarded as a kind of esoteric executive. Thus, what comes about through this executive may be characterized as, quote, anthroposophy in deed and practice, close quote. Whereas, formerly, it could only be a matter of the administration of the anthroposophical teachings. This means, however, that the whole Anthroposophical Society must gradually be placed upon a new basis, a basis which makes it possible for esotericism to stream through the society. And the essence of the Anthroposophical Society in the future will be constituted by the due response and attitude on the part of those who desire to be anthroposophists. This will have to be understood in the general Anthroposophical Society, which henceforward will be an entirely open society, so that, as was announced at Christmas, the lecture courses too will be available for everyone, prefixed by the clauses laying down a kind of spiritual boundary line. Should I say prefixed by the clauses laying down a kind of spiritual boundary line. The prosperity and fruitful development of the anthroposophical cause will depend upon a true understanding of the esoteric trend, which from now onward will be implicit in the anthroposophical movement. Care will be taken to ensure that the Anthroposophical Society is kept free from bureaucratic and formal administrative measures, and that the sole basis everywhere is the human element to be cultivated within the society. Naturally, the executive at the Goetheanum will have much to administer, but the administration will not be the essential. The essential will be that the executive at the Goetheanum will act in this or that matter out of its own initiative. And what the executive does, what in many ways it has already begun to do, that will form the content of the Anthroposophical Society. Thereby a great many harmful tendencies that have arisen in the society during recent years will be eliminated. Difficulties will be in store for many members, because all kinds of institutions, founded out of goodwill, as the saying goes, did not prove equal to what they claimed to be, and have really sidetracked the anthroposophical movement. Henceforward, the anthroposophical movement will, in the human sense, be that which flows through the Anthroposophical Society. The more deeply this is realized and understood, the better it will be for the anthroposophical movement. And I am able to say the following. Because that impulse prevailed among those who gathered at the Goetheanum at Christmas, it has been possible since then to introduce a quite different note into the anthroposophical movement. And to my deep satisfaction, I have found heartfelt response to this in the different places I have so far been able to visit. It can be said that what was undertaken at Christmas was in a certain sense a hazard, for a certain eventuality existed. Because the leadership of the Anthroposophical Society was now combined with the presentation of the spiritual teachings, those powers in the spiritual world who lead the Anthroposophical movement might have withdrawn their guiding hands. It may now be said that this did not happen, but that the contrary is true. These spiritual powers are responding with an ever greater measure of grace, with even greater bounty, to what is streaming through the Anthroposophical movement. In a certain sense, a pledge has been made to the spiritual world. This pledge will be unswervingly fulfilled, and it will be seen that in the future things will happen in accordance with it. And so, not only in respect of the Anthroposophical movement, but also in respect of the Anthroposophical Society, responsibility is laid upon the Dornach executive. I have only spoken these few preliminary words in order to lead up to something that it is now possible to say, and is of such a nature that it can become part of the content of the Anthroposophical movement. I want to speak about something that has to do with the karma of the Anthroposophical Society itself. When we think today of how the Anthroposophical Society exists in the world as the embodiment of the Anthroposophical movement, we see a number of human beings coming together within the Anthroposophical Society. Any discerning person realizes that there are also other human beings in the world, one finds them everywhere, whose karma predisposes them to come to the Anthroposophical Society, but, to begin with, something holds them back. They do not immediately and in the full sense find their way into it, though eventually they will certainly do so, either in this or in the next incarnation. We must, however, bear the following in mind. Those human beings who, through their karma, come to the Anthroposophical movement are predestined for this movement. Now, everything that happens here in the physical world is foreshadowed in spiritual worlds. Nothing happens in the physical world that has not been prepared for spiritually in the spiritual world. And this is the significant thing. What is coming to pass here on the earth in the 20th century as the gathering together of a number of human beings in the Anthroposophical Society was prepared for during the first half of the 19th century, when the souls of those human beings who are now in incarnation and are coming together in large numbers were united in the spiritual realms before they descended into the physical world. In the spiritual worlds at that time, a kind of cult or ritual was lived through by a number of souls who were working together, a cult which instigated those longings that have arisen in the souls of those who now, in their present incarnations, come to the Anthroposophical Society. And whoever has a gift for recognizing such souls in their bodies does indeed recognize them as having worked together with him in the first half of the 19th century, when in the spiritual world mighty cosmic imaginations were presented of what I will call the new Christianity. Up there, as in their bodies now, the souls were united in order to gather into themselves, out of what I will call the cosmic substantiality and the cosmic forces, that which in mighty pictures was of cosmic significance. It was the prelude of what was to become anthroposophical teaching and practice here on the earth. By far the majority of the anthroposophists who now sit together with one another would be able, if they perceive this, to say, yes, we know one another. We were together in spiritual worlds, and in a supersensible cult we experienced mighty cosmic imaginations together. All these souls had gathered together in the first half of the 19th century in order to prepare for what on earth was to become the anthroposophical movement. In reality, it was all a preparation for what I have often called the, quote, stream of Michael, close quote, which appeared in the last third of the 19th century, and is the most important of all spiritual intervention in the modern phase of human evolution. The Michael stream, to prepare the ways for Michael's earthly heavenly working. Such was the task of the souls who were together in the spiritual world. These souls, however, were drawn together by experiences they had undergone through long, long ages, through centuries, nay, in many cases through thousands of years. And among them, two main groups are to be distinguished. The one group experienced the form of Christianity, which during the first centuries of the Christian era had spread in southern Europe, and also to some extent in Middle Europe. This Christianity continued to present to its believers a Christ conceived of as the mighty divine messenger who had come down from the sun to the earth, in order thereafter to work among men. With greater or less understanding, Christ was thus pictured by the Christians of the first centuries as the mighty Sun God. But throughout Christendom at this time, the faculty of instinctive clairvoyance, once possessed by men, was fading away. Then they could no longer see in the sun the great spiritual kingdom at whose center the Christ once had his abode. The ancient clairvoyant perception of the descent of the Christ to the earth became superseded by mere tradition. Tradition that he had come down from the sun to the earth, uniting himself with Jesus of Nazareth in the physical body. The majority of Christians now retained little more than the concept that once upon a time a being had lived in Palestine, Christ Jesus, whose nature now began to be the subject of controversy. Had this being been fully God? Or was he both God and man? And if so, how was the divinity related to the humanity? These questions, with others arising from them, were the problems and the causes of strife in the church councils. Eventually, the mass of the people had nothing left to them but the decrees issued by Rome. There were, however, among the Christians certain individuals who came more and more to be regarded as heretics. They still preserved as a living remembrance the tradition of the Christ as a being of the sun. To them, a sun being, by nature foreign to this earth, was once incarnate. He descended to existence in this physical, material world. Until the 7th and 8th centuries, these individuals found themselves placed in conditions which caused them to say, in what is now making its appearance in the guise of Christianity, there is no longer any real understanding of the nature of the Christ. These heretics became, in effect, weary of Christianity. There were indeed such souls who, in the early Christian centuries, until the 7th and 8th centuries, passed through the gate of death in a mood of weariness in regard to Christianity. Whether or not they had been in incarnation in the intervening period, the incarnation of importance for them was that which occurred in the early Christian centuries. Then, from the 7th and 8th centuries onward, they were preparing in the spiritual world for that great and powerful action of which I told you when I said that in the first half of the 19th century a kind of cult took place in the supersensible world. These individuals participated in this cult, and they belong to the one group of souls who have found their way into the Anthroposophical Society. The other group of souls had their last important incarnation in the latest pre-Christian, not the first Christian centuries. And in the ancient pagan mysteries prior to Christianity, they had been able to gaze with clairvoyant vision into the spiritual world. They had learned in these ancient mysteries that the Christ would come down one day to the earth. They did not live on earth during the early centuries of Christianity, but remained in the supersensible worlds, and only after the 7th century descended to incarnations of importance. These are souls who, as it were, from the vantage point of the supersensible, witnessed the entry of the Christ into earthly culture and civilization. They longed for Christianity. And at the same time, they were resolute in a desire to work actively and vigorously to bring into the world a truly cosmic, truly spiritual form of Christianity. These two groups united with the other souls in that supersensible cult during the first half of the 19th century. It was like a great cosmic spiritual festival lasting for many decades as a spiritual happening in the world immediately bordering on the physical. There they were, the souls who then descended, having worked together in the supersensible world to prepare for their next incarnation on the earth. Those who were weary of Christianity, and those who were yearning for it. Toward the end of the 19th century, they descended to incarnation, and when they had arrived on earth, they were ready, having thus made preparation to come into the Anthroposophical Society. All this, as I have said, had been in course of preparation for many centuries. Here on the earth, Christianity had developed in such a way that the Gospels had gradually come to be interpreted as if they spoke merely of some kind of abstract heights from which a being, Jesus of Nazareth, came down to proclaim the Christ. Men had no longer any inkling of how the world of stars, as the expression of the spiritual, is connected with the spiritual life. Hence, it was also impossible for them to understand what is signified by saying Christ, as a divine Son hero, came down into Jesus in order that he might share the destiny of men. It is precisely those facts of most significance that escape the ordinary student of history. Above all, there is no understanding of those who are called heretics. Moreover, among the souls who came down to earth as the 20th century approached, the souls weary of Christianity and those longing for it, there is for the most part no self-recognition. The heretic souls do not recognize themselves. By the 7th and 8th centuries, such traditions as had been kept alive by the heretics, who had become weary of Christianity, had largely disappeared. The knowledge was sustained in small circles only, where until the 12th century, the middle of the Middle Ages, it was preserved and cultivated. These circles were composed of teachers, divinely blessed teachers, who still cultivated something of this ancient knowledge of spiritual Christianity, cosmological Christianity. There were some amongst them, too, who had directly received communications from the past, and in them a kind of inspiration arose. Thus they were able to experience a reflection, whether strong or faint, a true image, of what in the first Christian centuries men had been able to behold under the influence of a mighty inspiration of the descent of the Sun God, leading to the mystery of Golgotha. And so, two main streams were there. One, as we have seen, is the stream which derives directly from the heretical movements of the first Christian centuries. Those belonging to it were fired still by what had been alive in the Platonism of ancient Greece. So fired were they that when through the tidings emanating from ancient times their inner vision opened, they were always able, under the influence of a genuine, albeit faint, inspiration, to perceive the descent of the Christ to the earth, and to glimpse his work on the earth. This was the Platonic stream. For the other stream, a different destiny was in store. To this stream belonged those souls, above all, who had their last important incarnation in the pre-Christian era, and who had glimpsed Christianity as something ordained for the future. The task of this stream was to prepare the intellect for that epoch which had its beginning in the first half of the 15th century. This was to be the epoch when the human intellect would unfold, the epoch of the spiritual soul. It was prepared for by the Aristotelians, in contrast, but in harmonious contrast, to what the Platonists had accomplished. And those who propagated Aristotelian teachings until well into the 12th century were souls who had passed through their last really important incarnation in ancient pagan times, especially in the world of Greek culture. And then, in the middle of the Middle Ages, in the 12th and 13th centuries, there came about that great and wonderful spiritual understanding, if I may call it so, between the Platonists and the Aristotelians. And among these Platonists and Aristotelians were the leaders of those who, as the two groups of souls I have described, advanced the anthroposophical movement. By the 12th century, a certain school had come into being, as it were through inner necessity, a school in which the afterglow of the old Platonic seership lit up once again. It was the great and illustrious school of Chartres. In this school were great teachers to whom the mysteries of early Christianity were still known, and in whose hearts and souls this knowledge kindled a vision of the spiritual foundation of Christianity. In the school of Chartres, in France, where stands the magnificent cathedral, built with such profusion of detail, there was a concentration, a gathering together, as it were, of knowledge that only shortly before had been widely scattered, though confined to the small circles of which I have spoken. One of the men with whom the school was able to forge a living link was Peter of Compostela. He was able, with inspired understanding, to bring the ancient spiritual Christianity to life again within his own heart and soul. A whole succession of wonderful figures were teachers in Chartres. Truly remarkable voices spoke of Christianity in the school of Chartres in this 12th century. There, for example, we find Bernard of Chartres, Bernardus Sylvestris, John of Salisbury, and above all the great Alanus ap Insulis, mighty teachers indeed. When they spoke in the school of Chartres, it was as if Plato himself, interpreting Christianity, were working in person among them. They taught the spiritual content and substance of Christianity. The writings that have come down from them may seem full of abstractions to those who read them today, but that is due simply to the abstract trend that characterizes modern thinking. The impulse of the Christ is implicit in all the descriptions of the spiritual world contained in the writings of these outstanding personalities. I will give you an idea of how Bernardus Sylvestris and Alanus ap Insulis, above all, taught their initiated pupils. Strange as it will seem to the modern mind, such revelations were indeed given at that time to the pupils of Chartres. It was taught, new life will come to Christianity. Its spiritual content and essence will be understood once again when Kali Yuga, the age of darkness, has come to an end and the dawn of a new age breaks. And with the year 1899, this has already come to pass for us, who are living at the present time. This is the great and mighty change that was to come for humanity at the end of Kali Yuga, the mighty impulse given 2 decades previously through the advent of Michael. This was prophetically announced in the school of Chartres in the 12th century, above all by Bernardus Sylvestris and Alanus ab Insulis. But these men did not teach in the Aristotelian way. They did not teach by way of the intellect. They gave their teachings entirely in the form of mighty imaginative pictures, pictures whereby the spiritual content of Christianity became concretely real. But there were certain prophetic teachings, and I should like, by means of a brief extract, to give you an indication of one such teaching. Alanus ab Insulis spoke to the following effect to a narrow circle of his initiated pupils, quote, "As we contemplate the universe today, we still regard the earth as the center. We judge everything from the earth as the center. In the terrestrial conception which enables us to unfold our pictures and our imaginations, if this conception alone were to fertilize the coming centuries, progress would not be possible for mankind. We must come to an understanding with the Aristotelians, who bring to humanity the intellect, which must then be spiritualized, so that in the 20th century it may shine forth in a new and spiritual form among men. We in our time regard the earth as the center of the cosmos. We speak of the planets circling around the earth. We describe the whole heaven of stars as it presents itself to physical eyes, as if it revolved around the earth. But there will come one who will say, 'Let us place the sun at the spatial center of the cosmic system.' But when he who will thus place the sun at the center of the spatial universe has come, the picture of the world will become arid. Men will only calculate the courses of the planets, will merely indicate the positions of the heavenly bodies, speaking of them as gases or burning, luminous, physical bodies. They will know the starry heavens only in terms of mathematical and mechanical laws. But this arid picture of the world that will become widespread in the coming times has, after all, one thing. Meager, it is true, yet it has it nonetheless. We look at the universe from the earth. He who will come will look at the universe from the standpoint of the sun. He will be like one who indicates a direction only, the direction leading toward a path of majestic splendor, fraught with most wonderful happenings and peopled by glorious beings. But he will give the direction through abstract concepts only. Close quote. Parenthesis. Thereby the Copernican picture of the world was indicated, and abstract, yet, thereby the Copernican picture of the world was indicated, arid and abstract, yet giving the direction, close parenthesis. Continue quote. For, said Alanus ab Insulis, everything we present through the imaginations that come to us must pass away. It must pass away, and the picture men now have of the world must become altogether abstract, hardly more than a pointer along a path strewn with wonderful memorials. For then, in the spiritual world, there will be one who will use this pointer, which, for the purposes of world renewal, is nothing more than a means of directive, in order that together with the prevailing intellectualism, he may then lay the foundations of the new spirituality. There will be one who will have this pointer as his only tool. This one will be Saint Michael. For him, the ground must be made free. He must sow the path with new seed, and to that end, nothing but lines must remain, mathematical lines. Close quote. kind of magic breathed through the school of Chartres when Alanus ab Insulis was giving such teachings to a few of his chosen pupils. It was as if the ether world all around were set astir by the surging waves of this mighty Michael teaching. And so a spiritual atmosphere was imparted to the world. It spread across Western Europe, down into southern Italy, where there were many who were able to receive it into themselves. In their souls, something arose like a mighty inspiration, enabling them to gaze into the spiritual world. But in the evolution of the world, it is so that those who are initiated into the great secrets of existence, as to a certain degree were Alanus ab Insulis and Bernardus Silvestris, such men know that it is only possible to achieve this or that particular aim to a limited extent. A man like Alanus ab Insulis said to himself, "We, the Platonists, must go through the gate of death. For the present, we can live only in the spiritual world. We must look down from the spiritual world, leaving the physical world to those others whose task it is to cultivate the intellect in the Aristotelian way. The time has come now for the cultivation of the intellect." Late in his life, Alanus ab Insulis put on the habit of the Cistercian order. He became a Cistercian. And in the Cistercian order, many of these Platonic teachings were contained. Those among the Cistercians who possessed the deeper knowledge said to themselves, "Henceforward we can work only from the spiritual world. The field must be relinquished to the Aristotelians." These Aristotelians were for the most part in the order of the Dominicans. And so in the 13th century, the leadership of the spiritual life in Europe passed over to them. But a heritage remained from men such as Peter of Compostela, Alanus ab Insulis, Bernard of Chartres, John of Salisbury, and that poet who from the school of Chartres wrote a remarkable poem on the 7 liberal arts. It took significant hold of the spiritual life of Europe. What had come into being in the school of Chartres was so potent that it found its way, for example, to the University of Orleans. There, in the second half of the 12th century, a great deal penetrated in the form of teaching from what had streamed to the pupils of Chartres through mighty pictures and words as it were of silver, from the lips of Bernardus Silvestris, of Alanus ab Insulis. The spiritual atmosphere was so charged with this influence from Chartres that the following incident happened. While a man, returning to Italy from his ambassadorial post in Spain, was hastening homeward, he received news of the overthrow of the Guelphs in Florence, and at the same time suffered a slight sunstroke. In this condition, his etheric body loosened and gathered in what was still echoing through the ether from the school of Chartres. And through what was thus wafted to him in the ether, something like an intuition came to him, an intuition such as had come to many human beings in the early Christian centuries. First, he saw outspread before him the earthly world as it surrounds mankind, ruled over not by laws of nature, as the saying went in later times, but by the great handmaiden of the divine demiurgos, by Natura, who in the first Christian centuries was the successor of Proserpine. In those days, men did not speak of abstract laws of nature. To the gaze of the initiates, being was implicit in what worked in nature as an all-embracing divine power. Proserpine, who divides her time between the upper and the lower worlds, was presented in the Greek mysteries as the power ruling over nature. Her successor in the early Christian centuries was the goddess Natura. While under the influence of the sunstroke and of what came to him from the school of Chartres, this personality had gazed into the weaving life of the goddess Natura, and allowing this intuition to impress him still more deeply, He beheld the working of the elements, earth, water, air, fire, as this was once revealed in the ancient mysteries. He beheld the majestic weaving of the elements. Then he beheld the mysteries of the soul of man. He beheld these seven powers, of whom it was known that they are the great celestial instructors of the human race. This was known in the early Christian centuries. In those times, men did not speak as they do today of abstract teachings, where something is imparted by way of concepts and ideas. In the first Christian centuries, men spoke of being instructed from the spiritual world by the goddesses, dialectica, rhetorica, grammatica, arithmetica, geometria, astrologia or astronomia, and musica. These seven were not the abstract conceptions which they have become today. Men gazed upon them, saw them before their eyes. I cannot say in bodily reality, but as beings of soul, and allowed themselves to be instructed by these heavenly figures. Later on, they no longer appeared to men in the solitude of vision as the living goddesses, dialectica, rhetorica, and the rest, but in abstract forms, in abstract theoretic doctrines. The personality of whom I am now speaking allowed all that I have related to work upon him. And he was led then into the planetary world, wherein the mysteries of the soul of man are unveiled. Then in the world of stars, having traversed the, quote, great cosmic ocean, close quote, he was led by Ovid, who, after he had passed through the gate of death, had become the guide and leader of souls in the spiritual world. This personality, who was Brunetto Latini, became the teacher of Dante. What Dante learned from Brunetto Latini, he then wrote down in his poem, the Divina Commedia. And so that mighty poem is a last reflection of what lived on here and there as Platonism. It had flowed from the lips of Sylvestris at the school of Chartres in the 12th century, and was still taught by those who had been so inwardly fired by the old traditions that the secrets of Christianity rose up within them as inspirations, which they were then able to communicate to their pupils through the Word. The influence of Alanus ab Insulis, brought into the Cistercian order, passed over to the Dominicans. Then to the Dominicans fell the paramount task, the cultivation of the intellect in the Aristotelian sense. But there was an intervening period. The school of Chartres had been at its prime in the 12th century, and in the 13th century, in the Dominican order, the intensive development of Aristotelian scholasticism began. The great teachers in the school of Chartres had passed through the gate of death into the spiritual world, and were together for a time with the Dominicans, who were beginning to come down through birth, and who, after they had descended, established Aristotelianism on the earth. We must therefore think of an intervening period, when, as it were, in a great heavenly council, the last of the great teachers of Chartres, after they had passed through the gate of death, were together with those who, as Dominicans, were to cultivate Aristotelianism, were together with them before these latter souls came down to earth. There, in the spiritual world, the great heavenly contract was made. Those who, under the leadership of Alanus ab Insulis, had arrived in the spiritual world, said to the Aristotelians who were about to descend, "It is not the time now for us to be on the earth. For the present, we must work from here, from the spiritual world. In the near future, it will not be possible for us to incarnate on the earth. It is now your task to cultivate the intellect in the dawning epoch of the spiritual soul." Then the great schoolmen came down and carried out the agreement that had been reached between them and the last great Platonists of the school of Chartres. One, for example, who had been among the earliest to descend, received a message through another who had remained with Alanus ab Insulis in the spiritual world for a longer time than he. That is to say, the younger man had remained longer with the spiritual individuality who had borne the name Alanus ab Insulis. The younger one who came down later worked together with the older man to whom he conveyed the message, and thus, within the Dominican order, began the preparation for the age of intellectualism. The one who had remained somewhat longer in the spiritual world with Alanus ab Insulis first put on the habit of the Cistercian order, exchanging it only later for that of the Dominican. And so those who had once lived under the influence of what came into the world with Aristotle were now working on the earth, and up above, keeping watch, but in living connection with the Aristotelians working on the earth, were the Platonists who had been in the school of Chartres. The spiritual world and the physical world went hand in hand. Through the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries, it was as though Aristotelians and Platonists were stretching out their hands to one another. And then as time went on, many of those who had come down in order to introduce Aristotelianism into Europe were in the spiritual world with the others once again. But the further course of evolution was such that the former leaders in the school of Chartres, together with those who held the leading positions in the Dominican order, placed themselves at the head of those who, in the first half of the 19th century, in that mighty supersensible cult, enacted in the pictures already indicated, made preparation for the later anthroposophical stream. In the nature of things, the first to come down again were those who had worked more or less as Aristotelians. For, under the influence of intellectualism, the time for a new deepening of spirituality had not yet come. But there was an unbreakable agreement which still works on. In accordance with this agreement, there must come forth from the anthroposophical movement something that must find its culmination before this century has run its course. For over the anthroposophical society, a destiny hovers. Many of those in the anthroposophical society today will have to come down again to the earth before and at the end of the 20th century, but united then with those who were either the actual leaders in the school of Chartres or were pupils at Chartres. And so, if civilization is not to fall into utter decadence before the end of the 20th century, the Platonists of Chartres and the Aristotelians who came later will have to be working together on the earth. In the future, the anthroposophical society must learn to understand with full consciousness something of its karma. For a great deal that is unable to come to birth, above all at the present time, is waiting in the womb of the spiritual evolution of mankind. Also, very many things today assume an entirely different form. But if one can discern the symptoms, the inner meaning of what is thus externalized becomes evident, and the veils are drawn aside from much that continues to live spiritually through the centuries. At this point, I may perhaps give a certain indication. Why, indeed, should it not be given, now that the esoteric impulse is to flow through the anthroposophical society? I should like to speak of something that will show you how observation of surrounding circumstances opens up a vista into manifold connections. When I myself, in preparing for the anthroposophical movement, was led along a particular path of destiny, this showed itself in a strange connection with the Cistercian order, which is closely connected in its turn with Alanus ab Insulis. Footnote: Let me say here, for those who like to weave legends, that I, in respect of my own individuality, am in no way to be identified with Alanus ab Insulis. I only want to prevent legends arising from what I am putting before you in an esoteric way. The essential point is that these things stem from esoteric sources. End of footnote. In an altogether remarkable way, my destiny allowed me to discern through the external circumstances such spiritual connections as I have now described. Perhaps some of you know the articles in the Goetheanum Weekly entitled Mein Lebensgang, the course of my life. I have spoken there of how in my youth I was sent not to a gymnasium, but to a Realschule, and only later acquired the classical education given in the gymnasia. I can only regard this as a remarkable dispensation of my karma. For in the town where I spent my youth, the gymnasium was only a few steps away from the Realschule, and it was by a hair's breadth that I went not to the gymnasium but to the Realschule. If, however, at that time I had gone to the gymnasium in the town, I should have become a priest in the Cistercian order. Of that there is no doubt whatever. For at this gymnasium all the teachers were Cistercians. I was deeply attracted to all these priests, many of whom were extremely learned men. I read a great deal that they wrote and was profoundly stirred by it. I loved these priests, and the only reason why I passed the Cistercian order by was because I did not attend the gymnasium. Karma led me elsewhere, but for all that I did not escape the Cistercian order. I have spoken of this too in my autobiography. I was always of a sociable disposition, and in my autobiography I have written of how later on in the house of Marie Eugenie della Grazie in Vienna, I came into contact with practically every theologian in the city. Nearly all of them were Cistercian priests. And in this way a vista opened out, inducing one to go back in time. For me personally, it came very naturally. A vista leading through the stream of the Cistercian order back to the school of Chartres. For Alanus ab Insulis had been a Cistercian. And strange to say, when, later on, I was writing my first mystery play titled The Portal of Initiation, I simply could not, for reasons of aesthetic necessity, do otherwise than clothe the female characters on the stage in a costume consisting of a long tunic and what is called a stole. If you picture such a garment, a yellowish-white tunic with a black stole and black girdle, there you have the robe of the Cistercian order. I was thinking at the time only of aesthetic necessities, but this robe of the Cistercian order came very naturally before me. There you have one indication of how connections unfold before those who are able to perceive the inner spiritual significance of symptoms appearing in the external world. A beginning was made at Christmas, more and more to draw aside the veils from these inner connections. They must be brought to light, for mankind is waiting for knowledge of inner reality, having for centuries experienced only that of the outer material world, and civilization today is in a terrible position. Among the many indications still to be given, we shall, on the one side, have to speak of the work of the School of Chartres, of how initiates in this school passed through the gate of death and encountered in the spiritual world those souls who later wore the robe of the Dominicans in order to spread Aristotelianism with its intellectuality, and to prepare with vigor and energy the epoch of the spiritual or consciousness soul. And so let me put it in this way. In the Anthroposophical Society, we have Aristotelianism working on, but in a spiritualized form, and awaiting its further spiritualization. Then at the end of the century, many of those who are here today will return, but they will be united then with those who were the teachers in the School of Chartres. The aim of the Anthroposophical Society is to unite the two elements, The one element is the Aristotelianism in the souls who were, for the most part, connected with the old pagan wisdom, who were waiting for Christianity, and who retained this longing until, as Dominicans, they were able, through the activity of the intellect, to promulgate Christianity. They will be united with souls who had actually experienced Christianity in the physical world, and whose greatest teachers gathered together in the school of Chartres. Up to now, these teachers of Chartres have not incarnated, although in my contact with the Cistercian order, I was able again and again to come across incorporations of many of those who were in the school of Chartres. In the Cistercian order, one met many a personality who was not a reincarnation of a pupil of Chartres, but in whose life there were periods when for hours, for days, he was inspired by some such individuality from the school of Chartres. It was a matter in these cases of incorporation, not incarnation, and wonderful things were written, of which one could only ask, who is the actual author? The author was not the monk who, in the Cistercian order at that time, wore the yellowish-white robe with the black stole and girdle, but the real author was the personality who for hours, days, or weeks had come down into the soul of one of these Cistercian brothers. Much of this influence worked on in essays or writings, little known in literature. I myself once had a remarkable conversation with a Cistercian who was an extremely learned man. I mentioned it, too, in Title The Course of My Life. We were going away from a gathering and speaking about the Christ problem. I propounded my ideas, which were the same essentially as those I give in my lectures. He became uneasy when I was speaking and said, "We may possibly hit upon something of the kind. We shall not allow ourselves to think such things." He spoke in similar terms about other problems of Christology. But then we stopped for a short time. The moment stands most vividly before me. It was where the Schottenring and the Bergring meet in Vienna, on the one side of the Hofburg, and on the other side the Hotel de France and the Votivkirche. We stopped for a minute or two, and the man said, "I should like you to come with me. I will give you a book from my library in which something remarkable is said on the subject you have been speaking about." I went with him, and he gave me a book about the Druses. The whole circumstances of our conversation in connection with the perusal of this book led me to the knowledge that when, having started from Christology, I went on to speak of repeated earthly lives, this deeply learned man was, as it were, emptied mentally in a strange way. And when he came to himself again, remembered only that he possessed a book about the Druses in which something was said about reincarnation. He knew about it only from this one book. He was a Hofrat, counselor at the University of Vienna, and was so erudite that it was said of him, quote, "Hofrat N knows the whole world and 3 villages besides," close quote. So great was his learning. But in his bodily existence, he knew only that in a book about the Druses, something was said about repeated earthly lives. This is an example of the difference between what men have in their subconsciousness and what flows as the spiritual world through their souls. And then a noteworthy episode occurred. I was once giving a lecture in Vienna. The same person was there, and after the lecture, he made a remark which could only be interpreted in the sense that at this moment he had complete understanding of a certain man belonging to the present age and of the relation of this man to his earlier incarnation. And what the person said on that occasion about the connection between 2 earthly lives was correct, was not false. But through his intellect, he understood nothing. It simply came from his lips. By this, I want only to indicate how spiritual movements reach into the immediate present. But what today shines in, as it were, through many tiny windows, must in the future become a unity, through that connection between the leaders of the school of Chartres and the leading spirits of scholasticism, when the spiritual revival whereby intellectualism itself is lifted to the spirit sets in at the end of the 20th century. To make this possible, let human beings of the 20th century not throw away their opportunities. But everything today depends upon free will, and whether the two allied groups will be able to descend for the re-spiritualization of culture in the 20th century. This depends very specially upon whether the Anthroposophical Society understands how to cultivate anthroposophy with the right devotion. So much for today. We have heard of the connection of the anthroposophical stream with the deep mystery of the epoch which began with the manifestation of the Christ in the mystery of Golgotha and has developed in the way I have described. More will be said in the second lecture. That is the end of Lecture 7 of Volume 6, which is chronologically Lecture 57. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of Karmic Relationships, Esoteric Studies by Rudolf Steiner. This is Volume 6. In that volume, this is Lecture 8, which chronologically in the series is Lecture 58. Yesterday I spoke of the karma of the Anthroposophical Society. Today I propose to speak of certain cognate matters, and in such a way that the present lecture will be comprehensible in itself. Everything that will have to be achieved in the present epoch of evolution as a preparation for spiritual happenings in the near and more distant future is connected with what, among anthroposophists, I have often called the Michael event. And in connection with this Michael event, I want to speak today about something that concerns the anthroposophical movement. In speaking of a happening such as this Michael event, it must always be remembered that the world develops by stages. When we study the evolution of the world, with the faculties which man's earthly life, between birth and death, enables him to possess today, we see humanity evolving on the earth. We see ancient peoples arising from still earlier peoples. We see that from the background of very ancient Oriental civilizations, from the Indian, the Chinese, the Arabian, and the Chaldean Egyptian peoples, the Greeks and the Romans gradually emerge. Then we come to the Middle Ages, and finally to our own age, our modern age, with all its aberrations, but also with its great technical achievements. Yet, not only is there this external development of the peoples, but as it were behind it, evolution is also taking place. We can perceive evolution being passed through not only by mankind, but also by spiritual beings who are connected in certain ways with the evolution of humanity. In their ranks are those beings called the angeloi, the angels in Christian terminology. They are directly connected with the individual human being. They lead or guide him insofar as he needs guidance from one earthly life to another, and are his guardians, his protectors, whenever and wherever he needs their protection. Therefore, supersensible though they be and imperceptible to earthly sight, the angeloi are directly connected with mankind's evolution. In the next immediately adjacent spiritual realm, the beings whom we call the hierarchy of the archangeloi, the archangels, unfold their activity. The archangeloi have to do with much that also plays a part in the evolution of humanity. They have to do not with the individual human being, but with groups of human beings. Thus, as I have said in many anthroposophical lectures, the evolution of the peoples is under the rulership of archangelic beings. But it is also the case that certain epochs in Earth evolution receive their essential impulses from individual archangeloi. For example, during the 3 centuries preceding the last third of the 19th century, namely during the 19th, 18th, and 17th centuries and part of the 16th, we must think of the civilized world as being essentially under the dominion of the archangel known to Christians capable of speaking of these things as Gabriel. This period was therefore the age of Gabriel. This particular Gabriel age is of great significance for the whole evolution of mankind in modern times, for the following reason. Since the mystery of Golgotha took place, it has been possible for men on the earth to have this realization. Through the mystery of Golgotha, Christ, the sublime being of the Son, has come down to the earth. He has descended from the Son to the earth, entering into the body of Jesus and uniting himself with earth's destiny. But although the Christ being has remained united with the earth, it has not been possible, through the succeeding rulerships of archangeloi, from the time of the mystery of Golgotha until that of the dominion of Gabriel, for the Christ impulse itself actually to lay hold of the inner physical and etheric forces of mankind. This became possible for the first time under the Gabriel impulse, which began to work about 300 years before the last third of the 19th century. Thus, in reality, it is only since that time that, by way of the forces of heredity themselves, the Christ impulse has been able to penetrate humanity inwardly. As yet, this has not been achieved. Gabriel rules over the whole realm of the physical forces of heredity within humanity. He is the supersensible spirit who is connected essentially with the sequence of the generations, who is, if I may put it so, the great guardian spirit of the mothers who bring children into the world. Gabriel has to do with births, with the embryonic development of the human being. The forces of Gabriel work in the spiritual processes underlying the physical process of propagation. And so it is only since this recent Gabriel rulership that the physical propagation of mankind on earth has come into connection in the real sense with the Christ impulse. From the end of the 1870s, the rulership of Michael begins. It is a rulership altogether different in character from that of Gabriel. Whereas the rulership of the archangel in the 3 preceding centuries comes to expression in spiritual impulses working in the physical, Michael is the archangel who in his rulership has paramountly to do with the powers of the intelligence in mankind, with everything, therefore, that concerns the intellectual, the spiritual evolution and culture of mankind. In any study of the earthly circumstances of humanity, it is extremely important to realize that the Gabriel rulership, which in the spiritual sphere has an effect upon what is most deeply physical, is always followed by the regency of Michael, who has to do with the spiritual element in culture. The archangel Gabriel, therefore, is the divine guardian of the process of physical propagation. The spirit, who has to do with the development of the sciences, of the arts, of the cultural element of the epoch, is the archangel known in Christianity as Michael. Over those civilizations which are predominant in every epoch, 7 successive archangel rulerships take place. 6 other such rulerships have therefore preceded the present rulership of Michael. And if, beginning with Gabriel, we go backward through these rulerships, we come to an epoch when Michael again held sway. Every such rulership, therefore, is always the repetition of earlier identical rulerships, and the evolution of the archangels themselves takes place through this cyclic progress. After a period of about 2,000 years, the same archangel always assumes the rulership again within the predominating civilization. But these periods of rulership, each of which lasts for a little over 300 years, are essentially different from one another. The difference is not always as great as it is between the Michael rulership and the Gabriel rulership, but the rulerships are nevertheless essentially different. And here we can say, each reign of Gabriel is preparatory to an age when the peoples become more widely separated from one another and more differentiated. In the age following his dominion, the nationalistic tendency also becomes accentuated. So, if you ask yourself why it is that such strong nationalistic feeling is asserting itself today under the rulership of Michael, which has now begun, the answer is that preparation took place spiritually a long time ago. The influence worked on, and then began to decline. But the after effects, often worse than the event itself, continue. It is only by degrees that the impulse of Michael can make its way into what is, to a great extent, a legacy from the past reign of Gabriel. But always, when an age of Michael dawns, a longing begins to arise in mankind to overcome racial distinctions and to spread through all the peoples living on the earth the highest and most spiritual form of culture produced by that particular age. Michael's rulership is always characterized by the growth of cosmopolitanism, by the spread of a spiritual impulse among peoples who are ready to receive it, no matter what language they speak. Of the 7 archangels who send their impulses into the evolution of humanity, Michael is always the one who gives the cosmopolitan impulse, and at the same time, the impulse for the spreading of whatever is of most intrinsic value in a particular epoch. If we turn now to past times in the evolution of humanity, asking ourselves in what period the previous Michael age occurred, we come to the epoch which culminated in those cosmopolitan deeds springing from the impulse of the lofty spiritual culture of Greece, whose fruits were carried over to Asia through the campaigns of Alexander. There, developing from the foundations of the ancient culture, we see the urge to take the spiritual culture of Greece, the little land of Greece, over to the Oriental peoples, to Egypt. There is an urge to spread a cosmopolitan impulse in this way among all the peoples able to receive it. This cosmopolitan impulse, this urge of the earlier age of Michael to spread over the world all that the Greek culture had achieved for humanity, was of the very greatest possible significance. The crowning triumph of that age was represented in a certain sense by the city of Alexandria in its prime, standing yonder in North Africa. These things came to pass in the preceding age of Michael. Thereafter, the other 6 archangels assume in time their dominions. And in the last third of the 19th century, at the end of the 70s, a new Michael age begins. But never yet in the whole of earthly evolution has the difference between 2 ages of Michael been as great as that between the Michael age at the time of Alexander and the one in which we have been living since the end of the 70s of the last century. For between these two reigns of Michael falls the event which gives earth evolution its true meaning, the mystery of Golgotha. Let us now consider what it is that Michael has to administer in the spiritual cosmos. It is Michael's task to administer a power that is essentially spiritual, reaching its zenith in man's faculty of intellectual understanding. Michael is not the spirit who, if I may put it so, cultivates intellectuality per se. The spirituality he bestows strives to bring enlightenment to mankind in the form of ideas, of thoughts. But ideas and thoughts that grasp the spiritual. His wish is that man shall be a free being, but one who discerns in his concepts, in his thoughts, what comes to him as revelation from the spiritual worlds. And now think of the Michael age at the time of Alexander. As I have so often said, human beings in our day are extremely clever. That is to say, they form concepts, they have ideas, they are intellectual, possessing, as it were, a self-made intellectuality. People were clever, too, in the days of Alexander. Only if in those times they had been asked, "Whence do you derive your concepts, your ideas?" they would not have said, "We have produced them out of ourselves." No, they received into themselves the spiritual revelations, and together with these revelations, the ideas. They did not regard the ideas as something which man evolves out of himself, but as something revealed to him in his spiritual nature. The task of Michael at that time was to administer this heavenly intellectuality, in contrast to earthly intellectuality. Michael was the greatest of the archangels who have their abode on the sun. He was the spirit who sent down from thence to the earth not only the sun's physical etheric rays, but within them the inspired intellectuality. And in those past days men knew the power of intelligence on earth is a gift of the heavens, of the sun. It is sent down from the sun. And the one who actually sends the spiritual intellectuality down to the earth is Michael. In the ancient sun mysteries, this wonderful initiation teaching was given. Michael dwells on the sun. There he administers the cosmic intelligence. This cosmic intelligence, inspired into human beings, is a gift of Michael. Then came the epoch when man was to be made ready to unfold intellect out of his own individual force of soul. He was not merely to receive the cosmic intelligence through revelation, but to evolve intelligence out of his inner forces. Preparation for this was made by Aristotelianism, that remarkable philosophy which arose in the twilight period of Greek culture, and was the impulse underlying the campaigns of Alexander the Great in Africa and Asia. By means of Aristotelianism, earthly intelligence emerged as though from the shell of the cosmic intelligence, and from what came to be known as Aristotelian logic, there arose that intellectual framework on which the thinking of all subsequent centuries was based. It conditioned human intelligence. And now, you must conceive that through this single deed, the Michael impulses culminated. The earthly human intelligence was established, while, as a result of the campaigns of Alexander, the culture of Greece was imprinted upon those peoples who at that time were ready to receive the cosmopolitan impulse. The epoch of Michael was followed by that of Oriphiel, The archangel, Raphael, assumed dominion. The mystery of Golgotha took place. At the beginning of the Christian era, those human souls who had been conscious of the leadership of the archangel Michael in Alexander's time, and had participated in the deeds of which I have just spoken, were gathered around Michael in the realm of the sun. Michael had relinquished his dominion for the time being to Raphael, and in the realm of the sun, together with those human souls who were to be his servants, Michael witnessed the departure of Christ from the sun. This too is something of which we must be mindful. Those human souls who are connected with the anthroposophical movement may say to themselves, "We were united with Michael in the realm of the sun. Christ, who hitherto had sent his impulses toward the earth from the sun, departed from the sun in order to unite himself with earthly evolution." Try to picture to yourselves this stupendous cosmic event that took place in realms beyond the earth. It lies within the mighty vista open to those human souls who at that time were gathered around Michael as servants of the Angeloi, after his rulership on earth had ended. In the realm of the sun, they witnessed the departure of the Christ from the sun. He is departing. Such was their great and overwhelming experience when he left in order to unite his destiny with the destiny of earthly humanity. Truly, it is not only on the earth, but in the life between death and rebirth, that the souls of human beings receive the impulse for the paths they take. Above all was it so in the case of those who had lived through the time of Alexander. A great and mighty impulse went forth from that moment in cosmic history, when these souls witnessed the departure of the Christ from the sun. They saw clearly the cosmic intelligence is passing over gradually from the cosmos to the earth, and Michael, together with those around him, saw that all the intelligence once streaming through the cosmos was now sinking down, stage by stage, upon the earth. Michael and those who belonged to him, no matter whether they were in the spiritual world or incarnate for a brief earthly life, were able to visualize the rays of the intelligence arriving in the 8th century of the Christian era in the earthly realm itself. And they knew that down upon the earth, the intelligence would unfold and develop further. Now on the earth, the appearance of the first, in quotes, self-made thinkers could be observed. Hitherto, great human beings who were thinkers had received their thoughts by way of inspiration. The thoughts had been inspired into them. Only now, from the 8th century AD, were there those who could be called self-made thinkers, those who produced their own thoughts out of themselves. And within the archangelic host in the realm of the sun, the mighty proclamation rang forth from Michael. The power belonging to my kingdom and under my administration in this realm is here no longer. It streams downward to the earth and must there surge onward. From the 8th century onward, this was the spectacle of the earth as witnessed from the sun. And within it was the great mystery. The forces, which are preeminently the forces of Michael, have descended from the heavens and are now upon the earth. This was the profound secret which was known to initiates in schools such as those I spoke of yesterday. For example, the renowned school of Chartres. In earlier times, when men wished to discover the true nature of intelligence, they had been obliged, in the mystery centers, to look upward to the sun. Now, the intelligence was upon the earth, though not as yet very clearly perceptible. But gradually there was recognition that human beings were now evolving who possessed an individual intelligence of their own. One of those in European civilization in whom the first sparks of personal thinking were alight was Johannes Scotus Erigena. I have often spoken of him. But there had been a few others, even before him, whose thoughts were not merely inspired, who no longer received revelations, but who could be called self-made thinkers. And now this individual thinking became more and more widespread. There was a possibility in Earth evolution of making this self-produced thinking serve a particular end. Consider what it represented. It was, in actuality, the sum total of those impulses from Michael's realm in the heavens which had found their way to the earth. And for the time being, Michael was called upon to allow the intelligence to unfold without his participation. Not until the year 1879 was he to reassume his rulership. In the meantime, the intelligence developed in such a way that at the first stages he could not have exercised his dominion. His influences could not be exerted over men who were unfolding their own individual thoughts. His time had not yet come. This profound secret of the descent of the pan-intelligence in the evolution of humanity was known in a few mystery centers over in the East. And so, within these particular Oriental mysteries, a few chosen pupils could be initiated into this secret by certain deeply spiritual, highly developed men. Through dispensations of a nature which it is difficult for the earthly intellect to comprehend, the illustrious court of which I have spoken at the Goetheanum and in other places came into touch with this secret of which certain Oriental mysteries were fully cognizant. In the 8th and at the beginning of the 9th century, under the leadership of Harun al-Rashid, this court wielded great power over in Asia. Harun al-Rashid was a product of Arabian culture, a culture tinged with Mohammedanism. The secret of which I have spoken found its way to some of Harun al-Rashid's initiated counselors, or to those who possessed at least a certain degree of knowledge. And the brilliance of his court was due to the fact that it had come in touch with this secret. At this court were concentrated all the treasures of wisdom, of art, of the truths of religious life to be found in the East, colored, of course, by Mohammedanism. In the days which in Europe at the court of Charlemagne, who was a contemporary of Harun al-Rashid, men were occupied in collating the first rudiments of grammar, and everything was still in a state of semi-barbarism, where flourished in Baghdad that brilliant center of Oriental, Western, Asiatic spiritual life. Harun al-Rashid gathered around him men who were conversant with the great traditions of the Oriental mysteries, and he had by his side one particular counselor who had been an initiate in earlier times, and whose spiritual driving forces were still influenced by the previous incarnations. He was the organizer of all that was cultivated at the court of Harun al-Rashid in the domains of geometry, chemistry, physics, music, architecture, and the other arts. Above all, a distinguished art of poetry. In this renowned and scintillating assembly of sages, it was felt, more or less consciously, the earthly intelligence that has come down from the heavens upon the earth must be placed in the service of Mohammedan spiritual life. And now consider this. From the time of Muhammad, from the time of the early caliphs onward, Arabian culture was carried from Asia across North Africa into Europe, where it spread as the result of warlike campaigns. But in the wake of those who by means of these campaigns spread Arabism as far even as Spain, France was affected by it, and spiritually the whole of Western Europe, there also came outstanding personalities. The wars waged by the Frankish kings against the Moors, against Arabism, are known to all of you. But that is the external aspect. That is what happens in external history. Much more important is it to know how the spiritual streams flow on perpetually within the evolution of mankind. Harun al-Rashid and his wise counselor passed through the gate of death, but after their life between death and rebirth, they continued to pursue their earthly aims in remarkable ways. It was their aim to introduce Arabian modes of thinking into the European world with the help of the rudiments of the intelligence now spreading in Europe. And so, after Harun al-Rashid had passed through the gate of death, while his soul was traversing spiritual starry worlds, we see his gaze directed unswervingly from Baghdad across Asia Minor to Greece, Rome, Spain, France, and then northward to England. Throughout this life between death and rebirth, his attention was directed to the south and west of Europe. And then Harun al-Rashid appeared again in a new incarnation, becoming Lord Bacon of Verulam. Bacon himself is the reincarnated Harun al-Rashid, who in the intervening time between death and rebirth had worked as I have just described. But the other, the one who had been his wise counselor, chose a different direction. From Baghdad, across the Black Sea, through Russia, and then into Middle Europe. The two individualities took different paths and directions. Harun al-Rashid passed to his next earthly goal as Lord Bacon of Verulam. The wise counselor, during his life between death and a new birth, did not divert his gaze from the sphere where influences from the East can be increasingly potent, and he appeared again as Amos Comenius, Kamensky, the great educational reformer and author of Pan Sophia. And from the interworking of these two individualities, who had once been together at the court in Baghdad, there subsequently arose in Europe something which unfolded, more or less at a distance from Christianity, in the form of Arabism, derived from influences of that past time when the intelligence had first fallen away from Michael on the sun. What came outwardly and physically to expression in wars was, as we know, repelled by the Frankish kings and the other European peoples. We see how the Arabian campaigns, which, with such a powerful initial impetus, were responsible for the spread of Mohammedan culture, were broken and brought to a halt in the West. We see Mohammedanism disappearing from the west of Europe. Nevertheless, divested of the outer forms it had assumed and the external culture it had founded, this later Arabism became modern natural science, and also became the basis of what Amos Comenius achieved for the world in the domain of pedagogy. And in this way, the earthly intelligence, garrisoned, as it were, by Arabism, continued to spread right on into the 17th century. Here we have indicated something that lies as substrata of the soil into which we, today, have to sow the seeds of anthroposophy. We must ponder deeply over the inner and spiritual reality behind these things. In Europe, while this stream was flowing over from Asia as the spiritual continuation of that illustrious court of Baghdad, Christianity was also developing and spreading. But the spread of Aristotelianism in Europe was fraught with great difficulties. The natural science of Aristotle had been carried to Asia by the mighty deeds of Alexander, and the impulses flowing from Hellenistic spiritual life. But here it had been seized upon by Arabism. In Europe, within the expanding Christian culture, Aristotelianism was at first known in a diluted form only. Then, in the manner which I have already indicated, Aristotelianism joined hands with Platonism. Platonism, which was based directly upon the ancient teachings of the Greek mysteries. But at the very outset, Aristotelianism spread in Europe by slow degrees, while Platonism took the lead and prompted the establishment of schools, one of the most important being the school of Chartres. At Chartres, the scholars of whom I spoke yesterday, Bernard, Sylvestris, Bernard of Chartres, John of Salisbury, and foremost among them all, Alanus ab Insulis, were all working in the 12th century. In this school, men spoke very differently from those whose teachings were merely an echo of Arabism. The teachings given in the school of Chartres were pure and genuine Christianity, illumined by the ancient mystery wisdom still remaining within reach of men. And then something of immense significance took place. The leading teachers of Chartres, who, with their Platonism, had penetrated deeply into the secrets of Christianity, and who had no part in Arabism, went through the gate of death. Then there took place for a brief period at the beginning of the 13th century a great heavenly conference. And when the most outstanding of the teachers, foremost among them Alanus ab Insulis, had passed through death and were in the spiritual world, they united in a momentous cosmic deed with those who at that time were with them, but who were destined in the very near future to come into earthly existence for the purpose of cultivating Aristotelianism in a new way. Among those preparing to descend were individualities who had participated with deep intensity of soul in the working of the Michael impulse during the time of Alexander. And at the turn of the 12th century, we may picture, for it is in keeping with the truth, a gathering together of souls who had just arrived in the spiritual world from places of Christian initiation, of which the school of Chartres was one, and souls who were on the point of descending to the earth. In the spiritual realms, these latter souls had preserved not Platonism but Aristotelianism, the inner impulse of the intelligence deriving from the Michael age in ancient times. Now in the spiritual world, the souls gathered together. Among them, too, were souls who could say, "We were with Michael, and together with him we witnessed the intelligence streaming down from the heavens upon the earth. We were united with him, too, in the mighty cosmopolitan deed enacted in earlier times when the intelligence was still administered from the cosmos, when he was still the ruler and administrator of the intelligence." And now, for the time being, the teachers of Chartres handed over to the Aristotelians the administration and ordering of the affairs of the spiritual life on earth. Those who were now to descend and were by nature fitted to direct the earthly personal intelligence took over the guidance of spiritual life on earth from the Platonists, who could work truly only when the intelligence was being administered, quote, "from the heavens," close quote. It was into the Dominican order, above all, that those individualities in whose souls the Michael impulse was still echoing on from the previous age of Michael found their way. And from the Dominican order issued that scholasticism which wrestled through many a bitter but glorious battle to master the true nature and operation of the intelligence within the human mind. Deeply rooted in the souls of those founders of Dominican scholasticism in the 13th century was this great question: what is taking place in the domain of Michael? There were men, later on known as nominalists, who said, concepts and ideas are merely names. They have no reality. The nominalists were under an Ahrimanic influence, for their real aim was to banish Michael's dominion from the earth. In asserting that ideas are only names and have no reality, their actual aim was to prevent Michael's dominion from prevailing on earth. And at that time, the Ahrimanic spirits whispered to those who would lend their ear, "The cosmic intelligence has fallen away from Michael and is here on the earth. We will not allow Michael to resume his rulership over the intelligence." But in that heavenly conference, and precisely here lies its significance, Platonists and Aristotelians together formed a plan for the furtherance of the Michael impulses. In opposition to the nominalists were the realists of the Dominican order, who maintained ideas and thoughts are spiritual realities contained within the phenomena of the world. They are not merely nominal. If one understands these things, one is often reminded of them in a really remarkable way. During my last years in Vienna, one of my acquaintances among other ordained priests was Vincenz Knauer, the author of the work titled Hauptprobleme der Philosophie, which I have often recommended to anthroposophists. In the 19th century, he was still involved in this conflict between nominalism and realism. He was trying to make it clear that nominalism is fallacious, and he had chosen a very apt example to illustrate his arguments. It is also given in his books. But I remember with deep satisfaction a certain occasion when I was walking with him along the Währingstrasse in Vienna. We were speaking about nominalism and realism. With all his self-controlled enthusiasm, which had something remarkable about it, something of the quality of genuine philosophy, in contrast to the philosophy of others who had more or less lost this quality, Knauer said on that occasion, "I always make it clear to my students that the ideas made manifest in the things of the world have reality, and I tell them to think of a lamb and a wolf. The nominalists would say, a lamb is muscle, bone, matter. A wolf is muscle, bone, matter. What receives objective existence in lamb flesh, as the form, the idea of the lamb, that is only a name. In quotes, lamb is a name there and not as idea, a reality. Similarly, as idea, wolf is not anything real, but only a name." But, Knauer went on, it is easy to refute the nominalists, for one need only say to them, "Give a wolf nothing but lamb's flesh to eat for a time and no other food whatever. If the idea lamb contains no reality, is only a name, and if the lamb is nothing but matter, the wolf would gradually become a lamb. But it does not do so. On the contrary, it goes on being the reality wolf. In what stands there before us as the lamb, the idea lamb has, as it were, gathered the matter and brought it into the form. Similarly with the wolf, the idea wolf has gathered the matter and cast it into the form." This was the fundamental issue in the conflict between the nominalists and the realists, the reality of what is apprehensible only by the intellect. Thus we see that it was the task of the Dominicans to work in advance at the right time for the next Michael rulership. And whereas, in accordance with the decisions of that heavenly conference at the beginning of the 13th century, the Platonists, the teachers of Chartres, for example, remained in the spiritual world and had no incarnations of significance, the Aristotelians were to work at that time for the cultivation of the intelligence on earth. And from scholasticism, which only much later, in the modern age, was distorted, caricatured, and made Ahrimanic by Rome, from scholasticism there has proceeded all intellectual striving, insofar as it has kept free from the influence of Arabism. So at that time, when these two streams of spiritual life are to be perceived in Middle and Western Europe, on the one side, the stream with which Bacon and Amos Comenius were connected, on the other side, the stream of scholasticism that was and is Christian Aristotelianism, takes its place in the evolution of civilization, in order to prepare, as was its task, for the new age of Michael. When, during the rulership of the preceding archangels, the schoolmen looked up into the spiritual realms, they said to themselves, Michael is yonder in the heights. His rulership must be awaited. But some preparation must be made for the time when he once again becomes the regent of all that which, through the dispensation of cosmic evolution, fell away from him in the cosmos. This must be prepared for. And so a stream began to flow, which, though diverted into a false channel through ultramontanism, continued and carried with it the impulse of preparation proceeding from the 13th century. A reader's aside, I'm not sure what this word actually is. Ultramontanism, spelled Ultramontanism. I've never seen that word before, ultramontanism. End of reader's aside. It was a stream, therefore, whose source is Aristotelian, and whose influence worked directly on the ordering of the intelligence that was now in the earthly realm. With this stream is connected that of which I spoke yesterday, saying that one who had remained a little longer with Alanus ab Insulis in the spiritual world came down as a Dominican and brought a message from Alanus ab Insulis to an older Dominican who had descended to the earth before him. An intense will was present in the spiritual life of Europe to take strong hold of the thoughts. And in realms above the earth, these happenings led, at the beginning of the 19th century, to a great, far-reaching act in the spiritual world, where that which later on was to become anthroposophy on the earth was cast into mighty imaginations. In the first half of the 19th century, and even for a short period at the end of the 18th, those who had been Platonists under the teachers of Chartres, who were now living between death and rebirth, and those who had established Aristotelianism on earth, and who had long ago passed through the gate of death, all of them were united in the heavenly realms in a great super-earthly cult or ritual. Through this act, all that in the 20th century was to be spiritually established as the new Christianity after the beginning of the new Michael age in the last third of the 19th century, all this was cast into mighty imaginations. Many drops trickled through to the earth. Up above in the spiritual world, in mighty cosmic imaginations, preparation was made for that creation of the intelligence, an entirely spiritual creation, which was then to come forth as anthroposophy. What trickled through made a very definite impression upon Goethe, coming to him in the form, as it were, of little reflected miniatures. The mighty pictures up above were not within Goethe's ken. He elaborated these little miniature pictures in his fairy tale of the green snake and the beautiful lily. Truly, it opens up a wonderful vista. The streams I have described flow on in such a way that they lead to those mighty imaginations which take shape in the spiritual world under the guidance of Alanus ab Insulis and the others. Drops trickle through, and at the turn of the 18th century, Goethe is inspired to write his fairy tale. It was, we might say, a first presentation of what had been cast in mighty imaginations in the spiritual world at the beginning of the 19th, indeed by the end of the 18th century. In view of this great supersensible cult during the first half of the 19th century, it will not surprise you that my first mystery play, titled The Portal of Initiation, which in a certain respect aimed at giving dramatic form to what had thus been enacted at the beginning of the 19th century, became alike in outer structure to what Goethe portrayed in his fairy tale. For having lived in the super-earthly realms in imaginative form, anthroposophy was to come down to the earth. Something came to pass in the super-earthly realms at that time. Numbers of souls who in many different epochs had been connected with Christianity came together with souls who had received its influences less directly. There were those who had lived on earth in the age when the mystery of Golgotha took place, and also those who had lived on earth before it. The two groups of souls united in order that in regions beyond the earth, anthroposophy might be prepared. The individualities who, as I said, were around Alanus ab Insulis, and those who, within the Dominican stream, had established Aristotelianism in Europe, were united too with Brunetto Latini, the great teacher of Dante. And in this host of souls there were very many of those who, having again descended to the earth, are now coming together in the Anthroposophical Society. Those who feel the urge today to unite with one another in the Anthroposophical Society were together in supersensible regions at the beginning of the 19th century in order to participate in that mighty imaginative cult of which I have spoken. This too is connected with the karma of the Anthroposophical movement. It is something that one discovers not from any rationalistic observation of this Anthroposophical movement in its external, earthly form only, but from observation of the threads that lead upward into the spiritual realms. Then one perceives how this Anthroposophical movement descends. At the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th centuries, it is in very truth the heavenly Anthroposophical movement. What Goethe transformed into little miniature images in the fairy tale of the green snake and the beautiful lily were drops that had trickled through. But it was to come down in the real sense in the last third of the 19th century. Since then, Michael has been striving, but now moving downward from the sun to the earth, to take hold of the earthly intelligence of men. We know that since the mystery of Golgotha, Christ has been united with the earth, with humanity on earth. But to begin with, he was not outwardly comprehended by human beings. We have seen also that in the age of Alexander, the last phase of the rulership of Michael over the cosmic intelligence was taking place. By the 8th century AD, the cosmic intelligence had descended to the earth. In accordance with the agreements reached with the Platonists, those who were connected with Michael undertook to prepare this earthly intelligence in scholastic realism, in such a way that Michael would again be able to unite with it, when in the onward flow of civilization he would assume his rulership at the end of the 70s of the 19th century. What matters now is that the Anthroposophical Society shall take up its inner task, this task which is not to contest Michael's rulership of human thinking. Here there can be no question of fatalism. Here it can only be said that men must work together with the gods. Michael inspires men with his own being in order that there may appear on the earth a spirituality consonant with the personal intelligence of men, in order that men can be thinkers, and at the same time truly spiritual. For this and this alone is what Michael's dominion means. This is what must be wrestled for in the Anthroposophical movement. And then those who are working today for the Anthroposophical movement will appear again on earth at the end of the 20th century, and will be united with the great teachers of Chartres. For according to the agreement reached in that heavenly conference at the beginning of the 13th century, the Aristotelians and the Platonists were to appear together, working for the ever-growing prosperity of the Anthroposophical movement in the 20th century, in order that at the end of this century, with Platonists and Aristotelians in unison, anthroposophy may reach a certain culmination in earthly civilization. If it is possible to work in this way, in the way predestined by Michael, then Europe and modern civilization will emerge from decline. But verily in no other way than this. The leading of civilization out of decline is bound up with an understanding of Michael. I have now led you toward an understanding of the Michael mystery, reigning over the thinking and the spiritual strivings of mankind. This means, as you can realize, that through anthroposophy something must be introduced into the spiritual evolution of the earth, for all kinds of demonic, Ahrimanic powers are taking possession of men. The Ahrimanic powers in many a human body were exultant in their confidence that it would no longer be possible for Michael to take over his rulership of the cosmic intelligence, which had fallen down to the earth. And this exaltation was particularly strong in the middle of the 19th century, when Ahriman already believed Michael will not again recover his cosmic intelligence, which made its way from the heavens to the earth. Verily, great and mighty issues are at stake. For this reason, it is not to be wondered at that those who stand in the midst of this battle have to go through many extraordinary experiences. Stranger things have been said about the anthroposophical movement than about any other spiritual movement. The curious statements made indicate in themselves that with its spirituality and its connection with the mystery of Golgotha, it is beyond the comprehension even of some of the most enlightened minds of the present day. Does anyone ever tell you that he has seen a man who is black and white at the same time? I hardly think you would regard him as sane if he said such a thing to you. But today people are quite capable of writing in a similar strain about the anthroposophical movement. In his book, The Great Secret, Maurice Maeterlinck, for example, taking me to be the pillar of the anthroposophical movement, applies in regard to myself a kind of logic entirely similar to that used by someone who claims to have seen a man who is black and white, a European and a Moor at the same time. Footnote: Le Grand Secret, Bibliothèque Charpentier, 1921. The passages concerned have been translated from the German version of Maeterlinck's book, from which Dr. Steiner was quoting. The original French of these passages will be found on page 182 of the present volume. End of footnote. Now, a man can be one of the two, but certainly not both simultaneously. Yet Maeterlinck says, quote, "What we read in the Vedas," says Rudolf Steiner, one of the most erudite and also one of the most confusing among contemporary occultists, close quote. If somebody were to say he had seen a man who was a European and a Moor at the same time, he would be considered crazy. But Maeterlinck uses the words erudite and confusing in juxtaposition. He also says, quote, "Rudolf Steiner, who, when he does not lose himself in visions, plausible perhaps, but incapable of verification, of the prehistoric ages, and in astral jargon concerning life on other planets, is a clear and shrewd thinker who has thrown remarkable light on the meaning of this judgment," close quote. He is referring to ossirification, quote, "and of the identification of the soul with God," close quote. In other words, therefore, when Rudolf Steiner is not talking about anthroposophy, he is a clear and shrewd thinker. Maeterlinck allows himself to say this, and other remarkable things too. For example, the following quote: "Steiner has applied his intuitive methods, which amount to a kind of transcendental psychometry, in order to reconstruct the history of the Atlanteans, and to reveal to us what takes place on the sun, the moon, and in other worlds. He describes the successive transformations of the entities which become men, and he does so with such assurance that we ask ourselves, having followed him with interest through the introductions which denote an extremely well-balanced, logical, and comprehensive mind, if he has suddenly gone mad, or if we are dealing with a hoaxer, or with a genuine seer," close quote. Now, just think what this means. Maeterlinck states that when I write books, the introductions are admittedly the product of an, quote, "extremely well-balanced, logical, and comprehensive mind, close quote. But when he reads on, he does not know whether I have suddenly gone mad, or whether I am a hoaxer, or a genuine seer. Well, after all, I have not written only books. It is always my custom to write an introduction to each book first. Very well then, I write a book. Maeterlinck reads the introduction, and I seem to him to have an extremely well-balanced, logical, and comprehensive mind. Then he reads on, and I turn into someone who makes him say, I don't know whether Rudolf Steiner has suddenly gone mad, or whether he is a hoaxer or a seer. Then it happens again. I write a second book. When he reads the introduction, Maeterlinck again accepts me as having an extremely well-balanced, logical, and comprehensive mind. Then he reads the further contents, and again does not know whether I am a lunatic, or a hoaxer, or a seer. And so it goes on. But suppose everybody were to say, when I read your books, you seem, at the beginning, to be very clever, balanced, and logical, but then you suddenly go mad. People who are logical when they begin to write, and then as they write on suddenly become crazy, must indeed be extraordinary creatures. In the next book, they switch round, are logical at the beginning, and later on, again, lunatics. There seems to be a rhythmical sequence. Well, after all, there are rhythms in the world. Such examples indicate how the most enlightened minds of the present age receive what must be established as the Michael epoch in the world, and what has to be done in order that the cosmic intelligence, which, in accordance with the world order, fell away from Michael in the 8th century A.D., may again be found within earthly humanity. The whole Michael tradition must be renewed. Michael, with his feet upon the dragon. It is right to contemplate this picture which portrays Michael the warrior, defending the cosmic spirit against the Ahrimanic powers under his feet. This battle, more than any other, is laid in the human heart. There, within the hearts of men, it is and has been waged since the last third of the 19th century. Decisive indeed will be what human hearts do with this Michael impulse in the world in the course of the 20th century. And in the course of the 20th century, when the first century after the end of Kali Yuga has elapsed, humanity will either stand at the grave of all civilization, or at the beginning of that age, when, in the souls of men who in their hearts ally intelligence with spirituality, Michael's battle will be fought out to victory. The end of Lecture 8, which is chronologically Lecture 58. You're listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of Karmic Relationships, Esoteric Studies by Rudolf Steiner, Volume 6. And this is the last lecture in Volume 6, Lecture number 9, which in the chronological sequence is Lecture 59. The rulership of Michael in its cosmic spiritual aspect shows us, as you will have gathered from what I have already told you, that he occupies a special position among those spiritual beings whom we call the Archangeloi. And precisely because of its bearing upon the central theme of these lectures, we shall appreciate the significance of the fact that in the centuries preceding the founding of Christianity, Michael sent his impulses, his cosmopolitan impulses, from the sun to the earth. As time went on, these cosmopolitan impulses disappeared. The cosmic intelligence fell away from Michael, and by the 8th century A.D. had arrived on earth. In earthly evolution, we then find men whose thoughts were produced out of themselves, who were, as it were, self-made thinkers. This personal, self-engendered thinking was then cultivated in preparation for the next reign of Michael. As we have seen, the wise masters of the school of Chartres worked in unison toward this end with those souls who had been connected with the previous reign of Michael and who were predestined to develop the once cosmic but now earthly intelligence. They were predestined to carry their work on into the 19th century, when, at first in the spiritual world, it became possible, through the imaginative cult I have described to you, to prepare for what the anthroposophical movement was intended to achieve. Since the last third of the 19th century, we have been living in the initial stage of the new reign of Michael. Throughout this time, and above all in our own day, preparation has to be made for what must come to pass in the 20th century. For before the end of this present century, a considerable number of human beings who have unfolded real understanding of anthroposophy will have passed through a briefer period between death and rebirth than is usual, and will again be united on the earth under the leadership of those who were the masters of Chartres, and with those who have remained in direct connection with the sovereignty of Michael. This will take place in order that under the spiritual guidance of these two groups of beings, the final hallowed impulse may be given for the development of the spiritual life on earth. Anthroposophy can only be of real significance for those who want to ally themselves with it. When, with a certain inner reverent fervor, they become conscious that they may indeed have their place within a sphere of happenings like those described yesterday. This realization will not only kindle inner enthusiasm, but also be a source of strength, giving us the knowledge that it is our task to be the continuers of what was once alive in the ancient mysteries. But this consciousness must be, and indeed can be, deepened in every direction. For in the light of what was said yesterday, we look back at the time when, united with a host of super-earthly beings in the spiritual realm of the sun, Michael sent down upon earth those impulses and signs which inspired the deeds of Alexander on the one side and the Aristotelian philosophy on the other. Out of these impulses arose the last phase of the inspired intelligence on earth. Then, together with human souls, who on his behalf carried out this work on earth, together with his spiritual hosts and the hosts of human souls around these leading spirits, Michael witnessed the mystery of Golgotha from his abode on the sun. Truly our souls may be stirred by picturing that moment when Michael, together with a host of angeloi, archangeloi, and human souls, witnessed the Christ departing from the sun in order to enter the bodily sheaths of a man, and through what he could experience in a human body on earth, to unite himself with the further evolution of humanity. But for Michael himself, this was, at the same time, the sign that henceforward he must allow the heavenly intelligence, hitherto in his keeping, to stream down like holy rain upon the earth, to fall away gradually from the sun. And when the 9th century of the Christian era had come, those around Michael perceived the content of what had been guarded hitherto under Michael is now down below upon the earth. What mattered now was that in complete harmony with the sovereignty of Michael, there should arise all that came into the world through the masters of Chartres, and also through certain chosen souls in the order of the Dominicans. In short, there came about the phase of evolution which from the beginning of the 15th century inaugurated the epoch of the consciousness soul. It is the phase of evolution in which we ourselves are living. Approximately in the first third of the preceding epoch, that is to say, during the first third of the epoch of the intellectual or mind soul, as an outcome of Alexandrianism, the super-earthly intelligence had spread in Asia, Africa, and parts of Europe. Following upon this came the time when Michael, the foremost archangel spirit of the sun, knew that the cosmic intelligence was passing away from this realm, away from his administration. The conditions were now established for the development of the intelligence on the earth. A further phase of development on earth began in the 16th and 17th centuries of the Christian era, when Gabriel became the administrator, as I explained in my previous lecture. While Michael was free from his earlier obligations in the cosmos, Michael was now in an unusual position. In other circumstances, when an archangelos is not himself the ruling spirit in the affairs of earth, he lets his impulses pour, nevertheless, into what the other archangeloi are bringing to pass. The impulses from all the 7 consecutive archangelic rulerships flow in continually. It is simply that one rulership predominates in a particular age. When, for example, in earlier epochs of evolution, Gabriel was the leading spirit, it was paramountly those impulses of which he was the actual ruler that flowed into earthly evolution. But the other archangeloi were also at work. Now, however, when Gabriel was exercising his dominion, Michael was in the unusual position of being unable to participate from the sun in the affairs of the earth. Truly, it is a strange position for a ruling archangelos to perceive that the activity he has been wielding through long ages has, for the time being, come to an end. And so it was that Michael said to those who belonged to him, for the time during which we cannot send impulses to the earth, it is the period which ended about the year 1879, we must set about a special task, a task within the realm of the sun. It was to be possible for those souls who had been led by their karma into the anthroposophical movement to behold in the realm of the sun the deeds performed by Michael and his hosts, while Gabriel was holding sway upon the earth. This was detached from the otherwise regular sequence of deeds taking place between gods and men. The souls connected with Michael, the leading souls of Alexander's time, the leading Dominicans with those of less eminence who had gathered around them, and a large number of aspiring human souls in association with the leading spirits. These souls felt torn away from the age-long connection with the spiritual world. There, in supersensible worlds, those human souls predestined to become anthroposophists experienced something never previously experienced by human souls between death and rebirth in the super-earthly realm. In earlier times, during the period between death and a new birth, the karma for the future earthly existence had been elaborated by human souls in connection with leading spiritual beings. But no karma had ever previously been elaborated in the same way as was the karma of those predestined to become anthroposophists. Never before in the realm of the sun, between death and rebirth, had there been accomplished such work as was possible under the leadership of Michael, when, as was now the case, he was free of the concerns of the earth. Something came to pass in the supersensible worlds. It was something that lies implanted deep down in the hearts of the majority of anthroposophists today, although in the unconscious, wrapped in sleep or dream. And the anthroposophist speaks truly when he says to himself, "Within my heart there lies a secret, although I am yet unconscious of it. It is a secret mystery wherein are reflected the deeds of Michael in realms beyond the earth, when before my present incarnation I was serving him." In the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, Michael, being free of his wonted tasks, was enabled to work in a special way, and I was working under him. Michael gathered his hosts. He gathered from the realms of the angeloi and the archangeloi the supersensible beings who belonged to him. But he gathered, too, human souls who in one way or another had been connected with him. And thus there arose a kind of school, a great and ever-widening supersensible school. In the same way that a kind of heavenly conference had taken place at the beginning of the 13th century between those who worked together as Platonists and Aristotelians, tuition now took place from the 15th into the 18th centuries under the direct leadership of Michael, a supersensible schooling in which the great teacher, ordained by cosmic decree, was Michael himself. Thus, before the supersensible cult that took its course during the first half of the 19th century in mighty imaginations, as I have told you, numbers of human souls had already received a supersensible schooling, whose results they now carry subconsciously within them. These results come to expression in the urge felt by such people to come to anthroposophy. The urge that brings them to anthroposophy is indeed the outcome of this schooling. And it can truly be said, at the end of the 15th century, Michael gathered his hosts of gods and of human souls in the realm of the sun and gave them teaching, which extended over long periods of time. This teaching was to somewhat the following effect. Since the human race has peopled the earth in human form, mysteries have existed upon the earth. Sun mysteries, Mercury mysteries, Venus mysteries, Mars mysteries, Jupiter mysteries, Saturn mysteries. Into these mysteries the gods poured their secrets. In these mysteries men were initiated when they were fit for initiation. Thus it has been possible for the human being on the earth to know what proceeds on Saturn, on Jupiter, on Mars, and so forth. To know, too, how happenings in these spheres work into the evolution of mankind on earth. Always there have been initiates who, in the mysteries, communed with the gods. With an old instinctive clairvoyance, these initiates received the impulses coming to them in the mysteries. But even meager traditions, thus spoke Michael to those who belonged to him. Even meager traditions of this have almost vanished from the earth. The impulses can no longer stream into the earth. It is only in the lowest lying region, that of physical procreation. It is there and there alone that Gabriel still has the power to let the moon influences flow into the evolution of humanity. The ancient traditions have almost disappeared from the earth, and therewith the possibility to nurture and cultivate the impulses streaming into the subconscious life and into the differently constituted bodily natures of men. We, however, turn our gaze back to all that once was brought in the mysteries as a gift of the heavens to men. We survey this wonderful tableau. And also we look downward across the flow of the ages, and there we find the places of the mysteries. We see how the heavenly wisdom streamed into these mysteries, how men were initiated, how from our hallowed realm in the sun, the cosmic intelligence poured down to men in such a way that the great teachers of humanity received truly spiritual ideas, thoughts, concepts. These ideas and thoughts were inspired into them from our hallowed realm in the sun. These inspirations have vanished from the earth. We see them only when we look back into epochs of antiquity. Stage by stage we see them disappearing. From earthly evolution during the time of Alexander and its aftermath, and down there below we see the intelligence that has now become earthly, spreading gradually among men. but the vista has remained with us. We yet behold the secrets that were once divulged to the initiates of the mysteries. Let us bring this fully into our consciousness. Let us bring it to the consciousness of those spiritual beings who are around me, those beings who never appear in earthly bodies, but have their existence only in an etheric form. But let us bring it, too, to those souls who have often lived on earth in physical bodies, those who are actually there now, and who belong to the Michael community. Let us bring it to the consciousness of these human souls. We will image forth the great initiation teaching which once streamed down in the ancient fashion through the mysteries to the earth. We will present this to the souls of those who, in their life of intelligence, were linked with Michael. And then, if I may use an earthly, and in such a context an almost trivial expression, then the ancient initiation wisdom was, quote, worked through, close quote. In a great and comprehensive heavenly school, Michael taught the contents of what he was now no longer able to administer himself. It was an overwhelming deed, something that in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries and on into the 18th caused such profound disquiet and alarm to the Ahrimanic demons on earth that a remarkable thing happened. Between heavenly deeds and earthly deeds at this time, polaric contrast was established. In the heights, in the spiritual world, there was this sublime school, gathering together the old initiate wisdom in a new form, calling up into the intelligence-filled consciousness, into the consciousness soul of predestined human beings between death and rebirth, what in earlier times had been man's treasury of wisdom in the intellectual soul, the sentient soul, and so forth. In inner words, seeming stern in many respects when they were uttered, Michael placed before those who belonged to him the picture of cosmic relationships, the anthroposophical relationships. These souls received teaching which unveiled the secrets of worlds. Below on the earth, the Ahrimanic spirits were at work. And here it is necessary to point without reserve to a secret. Outwardly regarded, it will seem unacceptable in face of modern culture, but it is nevertheless a divine secret, and one of which anthroposophists must be cognizant in order to be able to lead civilization in the right way to the end of the 20th century. While Michael above was teaching his hosts, there was founded in the realm lying immediately below the surface of the earth a kind of sub-earthly Ahrimanic school. The Michael school was in the super-earthly world, in the region beneath our feet, for the spiritual is actively at work in the sub-earthly region also. The opposing Ahrimanic school was founded, and in that particular period, when no impulses were streaming down from Michael, bringing heavenly inspiration to the intelligence, when the intelligence on the earth was, for the time being, left to itself, the Ahrimanic hosts strove all the harder to send their impulses up from below into the development of the intelligence in mankind. It is a truly overwhelming picture. The earth's surface, Michael above, teaching his hosts, revealing to them in mighty cosmic language the ancient initiate wisdom, and below, the Ahrimanic school in the substrata of the earth. Upon the earth, the intelligence that has fallen from the heavens is unfolding. For the time being, Michael holds his school in heavenly isolation from the earthly world. No impulses stream down from above. And there, below, are the Ahrimanic powers, sending up their impulses with all the greater strength. There have always been souls incarnated on the earth who were aware of this sinister situation. Anyone conversant with the spiritual history of this epoch, especially the spiritual history of Europe, will everywhere find evidence of the fact that there were individuals here and there, often quite simple men, who had an inkling of this sinister situation, abandonment of humanity by the Michael rulership, and impulses rising from below like demonic vapors, striving to conquer the intelligence. It is remarkable how closely the revelations of wisdom are bound up with the human being, if all that springs from such revelations is to be beneficial. This is the secret which must here be touched upon. A human being whose task it is to proclaim the Michael wisdom feels that, in a certain respect, he is following the right course when he tries to put into words, when he wrestles to find the terminology to express what is in very truth the wisdom of Michael. Such a one feels, too, that he is further justified when, with his own hand, he writes down this wisdom. For then the flow of the spiritual is directly connected with him and streams, as it were, into the forms of what he is writing, into what he is doing. Thus he willingly communicates this wisdom to others in the form of reading material, when it is written down by him in his own hand. But when, through mechanical means, through the medium of the printed book, he sees his work duplicated, he has a feeling of uneasiness. This has to be endured, for the method is in keeping with our age. Nevertheless, the feeling of uneasiness is never absent from one who stands within the life of the Spirit, together with what he has to proclaim. In connection with the lecture yesterday, somebody has asked me whether, as Swedenborg has hinted, the letter Buchstabe is not, after all, the last outflow of the spiritual life. That indeed is so. It is the last outflow of the spiritual life, so long as it flows through a man in a continuous stream from the Spirit. But when it is fixed by mechanical means, as it were from the other pole, when it comes before the eyes of men as printed letters, it becomes an Ahrimanic spiritual power. For, strange to say, it is that Ahrimanic school which worked in opposition to the school of Michael in the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. It is that Ahrimanic school which brought the art of printing, with all its consequences, to Europe. Printing can be the soil from which demonic powers, well adapted to combat the rulership of Michael, may spring. An anthroposophist must be able to perceive the significance and meaning of realities in life. He must recognize that printing is a spiritual power, but precisely that spiritual power which Ahriman has placed in opposition to Michael. Therefore, to those who, in his school, at that time were being taught by him, Michael constantly gave this warning: when you descend again to the earth, in order to give effect to what has here been prepared, gather men around you, make known the essentials by word or of mouth, and do not regard the, in quotes, literary effects produced in the world through the printed book as of foremost importance. Hence, the more intimate method of working from man to man is more truly in accord with Michael's way. If, instead of working merely through books, we meet together with one another, letting the impulses flow into us in the sphere of the human and the personal, and only then using the books as aids to memory, shall we be able to inaugurate the stream that imponderably at first is destined to flow through the Anthroposophical Society. It is inevitable that we should make use of books, for we must also become masters of this art of Ahriman's. Otherwise we should be delivered into his hands. We must be able to reckon truly with the Ahrimanic spirit of the times. Otherwise tremendous power would be given to him. Thus it is not a matter of merely ousting the printed book, but of bringing it into relationship with what works in a directly human way. So it would not be right, as a result of what I have just put before you, to say, quote, away with all the anthroposophical books, close quote. Thereby we should be delivering up the art of printing to the most powerful enemies of the Michael wisdom. We should be making it impossible for our anthroposophical work to thrive, as thrive it must, until the end of the century is reached. What we must do is to ennoble the art of printing through our reverence for the Michael wisdom. For what is it that by way of the art of printing, Ahriman is intent upon achieving in opposition to Michael? Ahriman is intent upon conquest of the intelligence. There is evidence of it everywhere today. Conquest of the intelligence, which asserts itself wherever conditions are favorable. And when do we find the Ahrimanic spirits most potent in their attacks against the coming age of Michael? We find them at those times when a diminution or lowering of the consciousness takes place in human beings. These Ahrimanic spirits then take possession of human consciousness. They entrench themselves within it. For instance, in the year 1914, many individuals in a lowered state of consciousness became entangled in events which led to the outbreak of the terrible World War. And within the lowered consciousness of such men, the hosts of Ahriman promoted the World War, promoted it by way of human beings. The real causes of that war will never be brought to light by documents contained in archives. No, one must rather look deeply into history and perceive that there, at some particular point, stood an influential personality, at this point another, and there again another, and these men were in a lowered state of consciousness. That was the opportunity for Ahriman to take possession of them. And if you want to realize how easy it is in our age for men to be possessed by Ahriman, you need think only of this example. What happened when, with the printed volumes they had brought with them, the Europeans arrived in North America, in times when Indians were still to be found in the eastern part of the land? When the Indians saw these volumes with their strange characters of script, they took the letters to be little demons. They had the right perception for these things. They were terribly frightened when they looked at all these little demonic entities, A, B, and the rest, as they appear in print. For these letters, reproduced in such a different way, do contain something that fascinates, something that casts a spell over the modern mind. And only the good outlook of Michael, with eyes open to the human element in the proclamation of wisdom, can lead men beyond the danger of this lure. But evil things may happen in this domain. At this point, let me say the following. There are certain secrets connected with the vision of world existence, which cannot be penetrated before a somewhat advanced age in life. Each particular period of life enables one who possesses initiation science to behold the individual secrets of existence. Thus, between the 21st and 42nd years of life, not before, such a man is able to gaze into the sun existence. Between the 42nd and 49th years, into the Mars existence. Into the Mars secrets. Between the 49th and 56th years, into the Jupiter secrets. But to behold the secrets of worlds in their interconnections, one must have passed the age of 63. Footnote, see title True and False Paths in Spiritual Investigation, Lecture 6. End of footnote. Therefore, before I myself was in this position, I should not have been able to speak of certain things, of which I now speak without any reserve. Before the vision can penetrate into anything related to the Michael mysteries, to the influences working from the spiritual realm of the sun, one must look upward from the earth through the Saturn existence into the secrets of worlds. One must be able to experience, to live within that twilight of the spiritual world, which proceeds from the ruler of Saturn, from Oriphiel, who was the leading archangelos at the time of the mystery of Golgotha, and who will again assume the leadership when the Michael age has run its course. To such vision, however shattering, overwhelming truths connected with the present age are revealed. As we have seen, the art of printing spread over the earth through the Ahrimanic school, working in opposition to the school of Michael. And because of this, in quotes, authorship on a wide scale has arisen on the earth, who then were authors in earlier times, before printing was in existence. They were men whose writings could be known only in the narrowest circles, in circles, moreover, that were properly prepared. Into how many hands did a book find its way before printing was in use? Think of the following, and you will be able to judge how things were. A kind of substitute for the later art of printing was already in existence in ancient Chinese civilization and had reached a high level of perfection. A kind of printing art had been established there, also in an age when Michael was ruling above, and when below there was an Ahrimanic anti-rulership. But nothing very much came of it. In those times, the power of Ahriman was not yet so powerful, and he was still unable to make really effective attempts to wrest from Michael the rulership of the intelligence. The attempt was renewed in the time of Alexander, but then again was unsuccessful. Ahriman's influence in the printing art of the modern age, however, has assumed deep significance. Authorship has, so to speak, been popularized. And something has become possible, something that is as great in a wonderful, brilliant, dazzling way as, on the other hand, the necessity is great to receive it in absolute equableness of soul and to estimate it according to its true significance. First attempts have been made, attempts which, from Michael's realm, may be characterized by saying, Ahriman has appeared as an author. For Michael and his circle, this is a deeply significant happening today. Ahriman as an author. Not only have men been possessed by him, as I indicated in the case of the outbreak of the war, but in that he manifested on earth through human souls, he himself appeared as an author. That he is a most brilliant author need be no cause for astonishment, for Ahriman is a mighty, all-embracing spirit. True, he is not by nature fitted to promote the evolution of mankind on the earth, according to the intentions of the good gods. He opposes it. Nevertheless, in his own sphere, he is not only a thoroughly useful, but a beneficent power. For beings who, on one level of world happenings, are benefactors, are exceedingly harmful on another. It need not be assumed, therefore, that in characterizing the works of Ahriman, they must come in for unqualified rebuke. Provided one is conscious of what they are, one can even admire them. But the Ahrimanic character must be recognized. Michael teaches how recognition can be made today if men are willing to listen to him. For the Michael schooling has worked on, and still today it is possible for men to draw near it. Then it teaches how Ahriman himself as an author has made attempts, first attempts of a deeply shattering, deeply tragic character, working, of course, through a human being. Nietzsche's titled Antichrist, his Ecce Homo, his autobiography, and the annotations entitled The Will to Power, those most brilliant chapters of modern authorship, with their own devilish content. Ahriman was their writer, exercising his sovereignty over that which, in letters on the earth, can be made subject to his dominion through the art of printing. Ahriman has already begun to appear as an author, and his work will continue. On earth, in the future, alertness will be necessary, in order that not all the productions of authorship shall be deemed of the same caliber. Works written by men will appear, but some individuals at least must be aware that a being is training himself to become one of the most brilliant authors in the immediate future. That being is Ahriman. Human hands will write the works, but Ahriman will be the author. As once the evangelists of old were inspired by supersensible beings and wrote down their works through this inspiration, so will the works of Ahriman be penned by men. The further history of the evolution of humanity will present itself in two aspects. Endeavors must be made to propagate in the earthly realm to the greatest extent possible what was once taught by Michael in supersensible schools to souls predestined to receive it. Endeavors must be made in the Anthroposophical Society to be reverently mindful of this knowledge and to impart it to those who will be incarnated in the coming times until the end of the century has arrived. And then many of those who, for the first time, are learning of these things today will come down to the earth again. The time will be short. But meanwhile, on earth, much that has been written by Ahriman will appear. One task of anthroposophists is this: steadfastly to cultivate the Michael wisdom, to bring courageous hearts to this Michael wisdom, and to realize that the first penetration of the earthly intelligence by the spiritual sword of Michael consists in this sword being wielded by those into whose hearts the Michael wisdom has found its way. And so the picture of Michael in a new form may inspire each single anthroposophist. Michael standing there within the hearts of men, beneath his feet the production of Ahrimanic authorship. Such a picture need not be painted in that external form in which, during the time of the Dominicans, the image was often fixed. Above, the Dominican schoolmen with their books, below, crushed under their feet, the heathen wisdom as represented by Averroes, Avicenna, and the rest. Wherever it was a matter of portraying the battle waged by Christian scholasticism against heathendom, these pictures are to be found. But in the spirit there must be this other picture: devotion to Michael as he enters into the world, laying hold of the intelligence upon earth. And in order that one may not be bedazzled, alertness with regard to the brilliant work of Ahriman as an author through the whole of the 20th century. Ahriman will write his works in the strangest places, but they will be there indeed, and he is preparing pupils for his purposes. Even in our day, much in the subconscious is being schooled in such a way that souls will be able to incarnate again quickly and become instruments for Ahriman as an author. He will write in all domains, in philosophy and poetry, in the sphere of the drama and the epic, in medicine, law, sociology. Ahriman will write in all these domains. This will be the situation into which mankind will be led when the end of the century is reached. And those who are still young today will witness many samples of how Ahriman appears as an author. In every sphere, watchfulness will be needed, and reverent enthusiasm for the Michael wisdom. If we can permeate ourselves with these things, if we can feel ourselves standing within the spiritual life in the sense of the indications here given, then, my dear friends, we shall place ourselves as true anthroposophists into the civilization of the present time. Then maybe we shall realize more and more deeply that a new impulse is going out from the Christmas Foundation at the Goetheanum, that in truth only now are there being presented to the Anthroposophical Society things whereby this society can see itself, as it were, in a great cosmic mirror, in which the individual too, together with the karma which leads him into the Anthroposophical Society, can see himself reflected. That is what I wanted to lay on your hearts in these lectures, for it is to hearts that the words are chiefly spoken. The hearts of men must become the helpers of Michael in the conquering of the intelligence that has fallen to the earth. Just as once the old serpent was destined to be crushed by Michael, so must the intelligence that has now become the serpent be conquered by Michael be spiritualized by Michael. And whenever the serpent appears in its unspiritualized state, made Ahrimanic, it must be recognized through the vigilance, the alertness which belongs to the anthroposophical spirit and is developed through the Michael-like tenor of soul. That is the end of Lecture 9, the end of Volume 6 of Karmic Relationships, Esoteric Studies by Rudolf Steiner. This lecture was also chronologically Lecture 59.
Still feeling the effects of your accident? Well, don't let insurance pressure you into settling for a quick fix. And I get it. After an accident, it is so tempting to accept that check. But even if you're strapped for cash, a quick fix is not always your best option. You need to fight for more. That is where Find Legal comes in. They connect you with an attorney who can help you fight for more than just the bare necessities. And they can help you fight to pursue compensation to address things like property damage, hospital bills, medical treatments, and potentially even things like rent, mental health care, and credit card debt. And did I mention that Find Legal makes finding a qualified lawyer so easy and affordable? Your initial consultation is free, and if your attorney doesn't win or settle, you don't even have to pay attorney fees. And that might be the difference between a healthy life and a life filled with pain and debt. Just take the first step. All it takes is 30 seconds.
You can help save the lives of children like Beckett by supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
People that donate are giving our kids a chance to live.